A gente não consegue acelerar o tempo, mas podemos acelerar ainda mais as nossas ações, usando o tempo que nós temos hoje para transformar o futuro. Por isso, a Braskem, alinhada com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável da ONU para 2030, assumiu novos compromissos com as pessoas e com o planeta. Trabalhando em 7 dimensões diferentes, temos muitas metas para os próximos anos. Entre elas, a eliminação de resíduos plásticos, a ampliação do portfólio I'm Green, nosso plástico feito de material renovável e reciclado, a promoção da diversidade, equidade e inclusão e a neutralização das nossas emissões de gás carbônico até 2050 para combatermos as mudanças climáticas. Vamos transformar o mundo em um lugar mais sustentável para todos, deste tempo e dos próximos. Braskem, um futuro mais sustentável hoje.
Olá, muito bom dia a todos.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Jacques Siekierski Room. Before we start, a few announcements. On your fourth CBP screen, you have several features. To your right, you have the chat box, where you can interact with speakers and the organizers. If you'd like to ask questions to the speakers, please use the specific Q&A field, which is at the bottom of the screen. Questions will be answered live according to the order they arrive in. Also, please use your emotion buttons at the bottom of the screen to convey how you're feeling about each of the topics that are being addressed. Simultaneous translation is at the top of the screen on the left-hand side. Both English and Portuguese are available. Presentations in Portuguese can be found at cbplásticos.com.br, and you will also be able to find the attendee guide containing important information. At the hallway, you'll find 4 doorways: Welcome, Exhibition, Jacques Siekierski Room, and Israel Sverner Room. In the exhibit room, you will be able to reach the 4th CBP information desk, Braskem's booth, Friteza Baufilm, Sindicatos, and the Sustenplast Institute. Make sure you check out the information desk, where you will find the program for the Jacques Siekierski and Israel Sverner rooms, the award regulations for the 4th CBP, and we'd like to invite you all to interact with us by posting on your Instagram and Twitter using hashtag #CBPlástico. Your photos will be seen in the Sustenplast booth. Please remember that your Instagram account should be public. During the 4th CBP, we will be sending you more information through the chat box. The attendee certificate for the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress will be available if you attend at least 70% of the presentations. And now, I would like to ask the chairman of the Sustenplast Institute, Mr. Alfredo Schmitt, to deliver his opening and welcome remarks. Good morning, Alfredo. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here saying hello to all attendees, whether they be speakers or participants. I'm sure that a lot of information and knowledge will be shared today, and I'm very pleased to see that the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress is being so innovative. And in terms of the Brazilian plastic industry, South American, North American, Latin American industry, this is the first, and we are innovating. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a fantastic first day of the Congress and lots of knowledge sharing. Thank you, and have a great day. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. And now, to officially open the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress, we will hear from Mr. José Ricardo Roriz Coelho, the 2nd VP at Fiesp and chairman of Abiplast and Sindiplast. Welcome, Mr. Coelho. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress. I'd like to congratulate the organizers, and through Alfredo, I'd like to greet everyone who took part in organizing this Congress. I'd like to say hello to all speakers, participants. We have many of them, sponsors, and this year has become a benchmark over the years for the plastic industry. So it's a great joy to be here with you today. Circular economy is part of Abiplast's strategic planning and operations since 2014. Plastic is present in 95% of production chain, and it is an inducer of the circular economy in the Brazilian industry. Since 2016, there has been talk of the new plastics economy, which only makes sense in a circular world. We have been implementing projects in 5 main areas: education and consumption, redesign, reuse and recycling, imaging, reverse logistics, and new business models. Next, please. We also have education and consumption initiatives. Next, please. So education and consumption. Sort, don't sort. That comes from 13 packaging associations, and it aims to inform, inspire, and mobilize the Brazilian population to sort waste and to dispose of it correctly. through cards, videos, and information. The Plastico Transformer initiative, which comes from a Braskem and Abiplast partnership, focuses on education on plastics. Over 200,000 views on our portal. We also have a Kidzania project with over 17,000 kids having visited collecting plastic cups during the last São Silvestre Marathon with 35,000 runners, the Cubo project with over 61 million impacts. Isopor Amigo was developed in partnership with Simpas from Santa Catarina, promoting reverse logistics of plastic products made in expanded polyester, EPS and XPS. And we also have events in the largest industrial hub in Latin America with 10,000 people going through. We are partners in the community that promotes circular economy in society with content for teachers and companies aiming to make sure that nothing becomes waste. Over 270,000 people have been involved. So we have Copinho Legal, Cool Cup. We collect plastic cups and exchange them for donations. Cool Caps, sponsored by Abiplast, Braskem, and Pigplast, which collects caps and exchanges them for donations. We have collected over 600 tons of caps. We also have institutional support to the Plastic Seeds project, which is implemented with the support of Simpedi, which is exchanges school waste for school equipment, such as bowls, nets, books, and Plástico do Bem, which is implemented by Sinteplast in Rio Grande do Sul, educating adults on how to recycle and the potential of plastics. Next, please. We also have different initiatives focusing on new business models. Next, please. To dispose of urban solid waste, we started a partnership with ABDI to develop a new business model for urban solid waste disposal, with the participation of the private sector to manage urban solid waste, GRSU, in partnership with the government. By doing that, City Hall stops spending on waste, has a revenue, and they can use waste to gain scale in their recycling projects. Revenue increases, and the industry gets paid back through reverse logistics and gamification. So these projects are focused on redesigning packaging, focusing on reuse, and recycle. The Plastic Cooperation Network is the first Brazilian initiative for circular economy involving all links, extended links, involving plastics, petrochemical industry, recyclers, waste picker co-ops, brand owners, managers, waste managers. Over 50 members are part of it. It was established 3 years ago, and its strategic objectives are to increase recyclability of plastic packaging, to increase the volume of plastic waste to be recycled. Some of the consumer packaging goods are Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Danone, and Ambev. Cenaplast Corporate is a stamp that appreciates recycling companies working according to environmental, social, and economic standards required by law. Cenaplast product is a seal of approval for the new recyclable resins according to European standards, ensuring the performance of recycled resin. Pellet Zero, Abiplast provides licenses for this program since 2014, and it aims to engage the sector in continuous initiatives to decrease pellets in transformation and plastic material recycling plants, according to the Operation Clean Sweep rules, OCS Blue, and the Global Polymers Open Innovation Program is a project that was developed with the SPIN Startups platform through a partnership with Stanford Institute, fostering startups that focus on plastic packaging recycling. We also work on reverse logistics. This is the National Program for Reverse Logistics for Post-Consumer Packaging. It was established in 2012, and in the first phase from 2012 to 2017, the Coalition for Packaging through 22 associations, which include Abiplast, supported 802 waste picker organizations, having done 4,817 capacity building initiatives, management initiatives, and 2,000 voluntary delivery posts, reducing landfill disposal by 23%. The investment was 2.1 billion over 5 years, roughly 500 million a year invested. Next, please. And we also have, next, please. Initiatives to publicize plastic. We're going to have a summit, which was inspired by the World Economic Forum 2020, which proposed a new capitalism, focusing on stakeholders with all interests involved, shareholders, local community, companies, the environment. This event will discuss circular economy, and the plastic industry will be leading that movement. And my last slide, Feito para Circular, made to circulate. This is a preview here at the Brazilian Plastics Congress, the first plastic portal focusing on circular economy, providing information and news about what's being discussed, and what the companies and key opinion leaders are discussing about this topic, and the Abiplast Manifesto, the time for circular economy. So we've been implementing many initiatives. Today we'll be discussing different topics, and we will be sharing a lot of information. So I wish us all a great Congress with interesting presentations. And once again, thank you for the invitation and for allowing me to be here on such an important day for the plastic industry. Thank you, and congratulations to the organizers. Thank you, Mr. Coelho. And now to start our presentations at the 4th CBP, we have Thais Vojvodic, who's a member of the New Plastics Economy Global Initiative at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. She'll be talking about the circular economy of plastics from the perspective of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Over to you, Thais. Good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm going to be talking about the circular economy of plastics. I work for the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and I'm based in England. I've been here a year now, and I'm going to talk about the advances of circular economy. This is not a new topic. And I'm going to talk about some of the challenges, some of the recent data on this topic to inspire the Congress and the talks we'll be having all day. To those of you who don't know, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, it was founded in 2010, and it's a not-for-profit organization established in England. It operates across the world with companies, government agencies, the third sector, universities, and its mission is to fundamentally change from a linear logic to a circular economy. And it goes well beyond plastics. the idea of this transition to a new economy has to do with understanding that even though circular economy is a well-publicized topic, everybody talks about it, but our economy is predominantly linear. And that's been happening over the last few decades. This transition doesn't happen overnight because it's not incremental. It's a systemic change. And the basis for understanding that means understanding that the way we explore resources currently and our consumer model is an economy of waste. The way society explores natural resources, produces consumer goods, uses them and disposes of them, leads to huge waste of different kinds of material and explores natural resources as if they were infinite. And as we know, they're not, they're finite. Projections for 2050 are that we'll have over 10 billion people in the world. So continuing with this unsustainable linear model, it's not sustainable because natural resources will end and there will be an environmental collapse. It's not a sustainable solution. It will not lead to a circular future. So our challenge is to go through a transition, not only in terms of circular economy for plastics, but it's a change in mindset of how we use, produce, and dispose of everything. Circular economy is based on 3 principles: eliminating waste and pollution from the start, so how material products and packaging are conceived and how those who design it can eliminate waste from conception right from their design. The second principle is to keep products and materials in use. So starting with circular design, what are the mechanisms we need in place to make sure these materials remain in use and don't end up in the environment? And the third pillar is regenerating natural systems. So how can we make sure we're extracting materials in a regenerative way? And that's all part of the circular economy way of thinking. As I said, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation mission goes well beyond plastics. It's a big idea. It is an economic transition concept as a whole. And we have some initiatives such as the new plastics economy. I'm sure many of you have heard of it. And I work specifically on this initiative. Its main tenet is that plastic packaging has many benefits. It's undeniable that modern society needs plastics in huge amounts for many different purposes, to protect food. So it's very useful in the world we live in. But we also know, based on different studies, as we heard in the previous presentation, in 2016, it became evident that plastics were very linear through a research conducted by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and McKinsey with the World Forum, looking at the plastic that was produced around the world, and not only produced, but where it ended up once it was used and disposed of. So in this case, we're talking specifically about plastic packaging. So 90% of virgin material, the amount of plastics produced and used, and the linear logic that most of that, after a single use, would end up in dumps, landfills, or in the environment itself. And only a small amount of that, 14%, was collected and recycled. And there are even more losses in that. So even though the concept of recycling exists for over 40 years, that chart helped us understand that circularity was not being put into practice. So during the World Economic Forum, this statement became very famous. By 2050, we'll have more plastic in the oceans than we do fish. So this was a snapshot and a projection of what could happen in the future if we continued with a linear system. So from 2016 to 2020, a lot has happened. This became a priority on the agenda of many organizations. There are many movements and important initiatives taking place, but what the Breaking the Plastic Wave study showed in 2020 was that despite all the initiatives, despite the fact that agendas are changing, plastic pollution is overtaking the efforts to contain it. So we need to do more and faster for the circularity of plastics.
The data provided by the study is that if we fail, what they show that until or by 2040, if the trend is the same, the plastic volume in commerce will double, the annual volume of plastic getting into the ocean will triple, and the buildup of plastic in the ocean will quadruple. So this growth, or these initiatives show that the curve would decrease only in 7%. So we need to act urgently, boldly, and in coordination to influence the entire value chain and to stem the flow at source, not only collect and recycle materials. This is the end of the chain. We should also focus on everything that can prevent this material from leaking into the environment, from its inception, from its design. The new plastic economy has the potential that no plastic package will be in the environment. If design and production is at the center, at the core of the circular economy, if from the design phase we have a significant number of reusable packaging items, if we have packaging models, distribution models, collection models, and if all packaging is designed to be recycled and then with additional collection processes. So all these actions need to be coordinated so that we have a full circular economy. So the new vision of the new plastic economy has three pillars. These elements, they follow a sequence. The first need that needs to be met if you want a circular economy is to design out, in other words, the plastics, types of plastic that we need today, we may not need it. There's lots of non-recyclable plastics that are not needed. They don't need to exist in our economy. So this is element one, to eliminate. Number two, to innovate. Now, some other plastics are needed for the economy to work, and they need to be 100% reusable, recyclable, or compostable. Again, recyclable, both in scale and in practice. Okay, we're not talking about theory here. Thirdly, circulation. The plastics that we need and that are reusable or recyclable, they should effectively circulate and then be reused or collected for recycling So to eliminate, to innovate, and to circulate. This is our mantra to guide any action that takes place in the circular economy for plastics. So this study, Breaking the Plastic Wave, has also a projection. By the way, I invite everyone to read this study, Breaking the Plastic Wave. So in this chart, we have elimination, innovation, and circulation strategies that are complementary and have the potential to change this curve. No solution is a silver bullet. There are many needs that need to be met in these three elements, and then this may lead to a significant decrease in the plastic that ends up in the environment. This is a global view, an overview. In this, the new plastics economy, this initiative, it has three fronts. One of them is called global commitment. That's also a global front with over 500 global organizations. Then there's another initiative in which I work, and this is called Plastics Pact. And I'll explain this later. But this is the pacts of plastics. In other words, this means that this overall view of the economy of plastics will land in a particular country. So from a local level, there can be collaboration to meet these needs. And then there's also, it's underpinned by innovation. There's a whole area of innovation that is fed from these initiatives, global and local initiatives, so that there is increasingly more innovation in the solutions provided. Now, global commitment, it has over 250 companies who have signed up this commitment, which account for 20% of all plastic packaging produced worldwide. This initiative is extremely relevant when we consider who are part of this commitment. The major consumer goods companies have signed the global commitment, in addition to governments, government agencies, and other institutions or organizations that are the third sector, the United Nations. Sorry, I apologize. The United Nations is part of the organizers. So in this case, we are talking about the World Economic Forum, WWF, National Geographic. These are also very relevant organizations worldwide. Now, global commitment. It started in 2018. This is when all these companies signed up the global commitment. And as part of this development, all participants and signatories, they go through a transparency process as they progress in this commitment. So the Ellen MacArthur Foundation compiles or gathers all this data, and it publishes this data. These are public documents, and they gather all progress that has been made, showing how these 250 companies are really comply with the points on the agenda. So we had this snapshot from 2018, and then further snapshots which show its evolution. I believe it's very interesting for you to read some of this report, including some points. So year after year, we see the increase in post-consumer recycled content in plastic packaging. So from one year to the other, there was this growth of 22%, which is considered extremely relevant. And the Ellen MacArthur Foundation believes are on the right track to reach the 2025 target of 25%. Another important thing, there's an increasing number of companies which are transparent in terms of the plastic packaging that is put in the market. So the more transparent you are, the better or the easier it is to find solutions. So there's progress in action taken and also in terms of transparency for 2 years. Now, there are also there's also room for improvement. A lot needs to be done and fast, including the number of reusable packaging, the amount of reusable packaging that is produced by these companies. So the volume of reusable packaging is 1.9% only, and this figure hasn't changed from year to year. This number shows that the situation is highly complex when we consider reusing. And there's many pilot projects going on. We follow up on many tests that are being done, but they need to be replicated and they need to be scalable. Then the number of packaging items that are considered non-recyclable. 36% of them are not recyclable. And this number hasn't changed from year to year. This means there's this great challenge of using packaging that is not reusable in practice and in the right scale. So what the Ellen MacArthur Foundation says is that you need further or more collaboration between all players in the plastic value chain, so that this packaging that is not considered recyclable can be addressed. Now, with regard to the global commitment, a global initiative with global corporations signing it and show that they're committed to this goal. There's also the Plastics Pact. These are national or local initiatives that seek developing a circular economy for plastics in specific geographies. There are currently 11 Plastics Pact. The most recent is the one with Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands. That's a regional pact, but there are also pacts in Canada, Chile, French, Holland, Poland, Portugal, South Africa, United Kingdom, the United States, and also a European pact. And these pacts, what these pacts do, they have the same view of the new plastic economy to eliminate, to innovate, and to circulate. But then they adapt this view to their local contexts, adapting these ideas to their reality. I apologize because most of this, some of these slides are in English, and I got this text from international forums. I believe it's clear enough here that the UK, Chile, and France, they have the same matrix of targets, eliminating problematic or unnecessary packaging, a percentage of plastic packaging that should be recycled. So the matrix is basically the same. What changes is targets 3 and 4. The percentage of effective recyclable packaging depends on each country and their conditions. So every pact is led by a local organizations rather than the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So these are local organizations, and they develop with their local stakeholders the numbers, the figures that make sense to their reality. And these numbers change from country to country. Interesting figure to show you is there are currently some pacts like the UK Pact. In this pact, It has been implemented for over a year, in fact, for over 2 years in the United Kingdom, and they're collecting data now showing progress being made with regard to these goals. And this is one of the features of this pact, to make processes more transparent with annual reports of progress that was made by all the companies that belong to the pact. And a pact is made up of companies that belong to the value chain of plastic, government agencies, and other organizations, third sector organizations. The idea behind the pact is that there's a wide diversity of voices and that action is taken collaboratively. The new information that I will now show is that the Brazilian pact is being developed. Brazil is now part of the pact development map. There are 2 additional pacts that are underway. So by the end of the year, we'll have 14 plastics pacts. And we're working with the Avena Foundation to develop the Brazilian Plastics Pact, which will be launched at the end of this year. By the end of my presentation, I'll give you a reminder. Those of you who do not participate in this initiative, if you feel interested, please get in touch with me and I'll forward you to Avena. But I believe that most of you already participate in the process to develop the Brazilian Plastics Pact. In addition to the Global Commitment Initiative and the Plastics Pacts, there is a third pillar, as I mentioned before, and this is innovation. There are many more things that need doing at a greater speed. So the Foundation's Innovation Department develops knowledge systematically that supports the advance of the plastic initiative with a focus on solutions that helps companies and governments to reach their goals. A relevant example here, in fact, I'd like to encourage you to go to our website and to explore our guide called Upstream Innovation Guide, with over 100 examples worldwide of the major innovators in this new area of redesigning packaging distribution systems, making more circular business models. So this guide is not just about packaging. It leads to rethinking the whole process, packaging, products, and business models. So the study provides many inspirational examples for everyone, for companies, innovation departments, supply departments, so that everyone can work together to develop more circular products. If you go to the website, you'll see a huge amount of material that you can explore to generate new upstream innovation ideas. So you will find this complete guide on the website with case studies and also some frameworks that are interesting to look at. You have a slide decks that you can use in your companies, a communication pack that can help in this process. And one more thing I'd like to highlight is they also provide access. The study provides access to a whole package of materials that you can use to hold workshops in your organizations. As a result, innovation can be independent of external stimuli. You can also provide internal material for innovation to take place within organizations. The idea is that these presentations are self-explanatory and that every company department can develop their own workshops. These tools are free and are available on our website. In addition, there are many other publications that are all available on our Foundation, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, in many different languages. Some of them are even in Portuguese. So again, if you want to access that information and go deeper and use these resources for your own purposes, there is a lot of material available on the Ellen MacArthur Foundation website. Thank you very much. This is my contact details. So if you're interested to participate in the Plastics Pact in Brazil, talk to me. And I'm available for your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Thais. Thais Vojvodic of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So we have a short Q&A session. We have many questions, by the way. I'll start with Paulo Vilas. So he congratulates you on this great presentation, and he asks how the foundation can influence more effectively Brazilian processes and procedures so that we can make the most of the foundation's potential. That's a good question. The foundation is headquartered in the UK, but it has offices in many places in the world, including Brazil. In fact, it's present throughout Latin America. And we are now working on a circular economy Latin America coalition, which includes much more than the plastic industry. So it engages governments to think about circular economy models throughout Latin America. So we have our offices in Brazil, and all the materials that are developed in the new plastics economy, they're being translated into many different languages. The idea is that this content is made available to many different countries. So this is the way we work. The foundation is also present in the United States and China, and as well as Brussels, but it's headquartered in the UK. The foundation team is made up of international members. I work for I'm a part of the global team. So thank you, Paulo. I've known you for a long time. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. We will now continue with Marco's question. He says, people discuss the impact of plastic packaging in the environment, and the pulp and paper industry has eco-friendly solutions for paper packaging. And paper may have a thin plastic layer to make it waterproof. This solution makes recycling more difficult. Would this be a worse solution than plastic alone? This is a great question, and I don't think we have an answer yet. There's no definitive answer. I think it's more on a case-to-case basis that we need to act. Just replacing one material with the other is not the ideal answer. As I said before, we need to think about eliminating, reusing, and also going upstream rather than replacing one sort of material with another. You need to work circularly rather than replacing one problem with the other. There are many there's a lot of debating and discussing about this, about alternative materials. So my answer to you is none of these are the solution. So we need to rethink what's the third way. Just replacing plastic with paper, it won't solve the problem. It will need a plastic layer anyway, and people might get confused as a result. Is this just paper? And people don't even know that there's this thin plastic film on that paper, and they won't even understand that how that material should be disposed of. So there are many problems, This is a really complex answer, and everyone who works in this transition to the circular economy and other alternatives, we are working on this, and I believe in the near future, we will have more studies and publications on this particular topic. Today, we don't have this yet. So the alternative we have is, rather than looking for an easy solution, we should explore more innovative models that might generate greater and more effective circularity. Thais, the next question is from Mr. Dessa. On your slide, we see we may have more plastic than 2050. Now, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation document says, quote, we could have more plastic than fish, unquote. So this is a statement. Now do we have a translation of the original document? Well, the sense of this, the sense of this quote is that it is exactly like this. We don't have a crystal ball. No one can state that there will be more more plastic than fish in the future. I mean, this may happen if nothing is done. But the point of this sentence is exactly that. We may have this situation taking place in the future if we don't take action effectively and work fast. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you. In 2016, 14% of the plastics were recycled. Do we have current figures? This is what Roberto Caron is asking. 14%. I don't have a more recent number. The most recent study still mentions 14%. So this is the most recent number. Now, I believe that, and I hope, by the way, that in a newer study, we can see a change of this indicator. What we can see today in some pacts, like for instance, in the UK pact, and of course, the level in the UK is much higher than the world's average. They started from, and I'm not exactly sure, I need to confirm that, they started from 52, so 54, it's a very high level. It shows a growth trend in the amount of plastic that is collected and recycled in that particular country because they're acting together. There is regional data, country by country, and if this number is studied again, we will see an average growth in this number, but I don't know any global number that is different from 14%. I just have specific country information. Now, Ricardo Mieta wants to know how you see the behavior of brand owners that prioritize high quality recycled material to produce color and pearly packaging that are difficult to recycle in something that they don't even want. Well, this is a very interesting topic. Those that design products are not those that are designing sustainability or circular economy procedures. So pearly or colored packaging that makes recycling more difficult is a decision that is based on how the product should look. And these resins or this packaging at the end of its shelf life, it will be landfilled or thrown into the environment, and it cannot be reused. So it's important that all areas work together so that when products are designed, their recyclability is taken into account. Now, Thais, can you mention any examples of plastics that are not needed to give us an idea? This is a question by Denise de Oliveira. The innovation guide gives many examples. I'll give you one example from the UK. There's a supermarket chain there, and they were considering their own private label products, including canned products, and they all had the plastic shrink around them. So they understood after a series of tests that this was not needed at the points of sale. So rather than replacing with other material, they just removed that. And their conclusion was that this was possible. So they made this change, which seemed simple, but in fact, when you consider the total amount involved, they got rid of a large amount of plastic. And then there are more innovative cases like Lush. Lush redesigned their products for them to be sold without packaging. So innovate products to innovate packaging too and get rid of them. And there's an interesting chapter on this guide about this topic. Thais, we have one more question. Rodrigo de la Marque can falter when you consider selecting and eliminating problematic plastic. Is there a trend or a reference about those that are more likely to be eliminated because they are harder to recirculate? Okay, so non-recyclable materials. These are seen as problematic and unnecessary. So ideally, which plastics should be eliminated? What should we think from, well, by 2025, that's our greatest milestone. And the new plastics economy, what we encourage companies to understand is that of the plastics that are not recyclable, for which are there feasible, credible plans for which there will be solutions by 2025, which is a really relevant date. There's a large number of companies doing this. And how do you make that recyclable until then? What are recycling systems that are needed for this recycling to take place in practice and these products become recyclable? Without this prediction, what do you do to eliminate these products? So we have three alternatives: recyclable packaging, non-recyclable packaging, but then there is a clear journey or path to make that recyclable at some point, or there's a third type of packaging that's not recyclable, and there's no evidence that they will be recyclable in the next few years. So this category of packaging, they should be eliminated.
Thank you so much for joining us at the 4th Brazilian Plastics Conference, Thais, and I'll see you at 12 o'clock during the debate. Thank you. Our next presentation will be in English. To use simultaneous translation, please select the language you wish to listen to on the top left-hand corner. English presentations and the attendee guide, as well as a copy of the slides, will be available at cbplastico.com.br. Please interact with us by posting on your Instagram and Twitter account using hashtag #CBPlastico. Your pictures will be shown at the Systemplast booth. Make sure your Instagram account is not on private mode. The contribution of flexible packaging to circular economy. That is the topic of our next presentation, to be delivered by Mr. Guido Aufdemkamp, the Executive Director of FPE, Flexible Packaging Europe. Good morning, Mr. Aufdemkamp, over to you.
Patrícia. Primeiro, muito obrigado pela oportunidade de demonstrar.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share with you the contribution of flexible packaging to circular economy. And thank you to Mr. Alfredo Schmitt, the chairman, for organizing this Congress, and the colleagues. I speak a little bit of Portuguese, but I would rather do my presentation in English because I'm more fluent in these words in English.
Let's start with a simple presentation of our organization. Flexible Packaging Europe is the major industry voice for flexible packaging in Europe. So all major companies are members. We represent more than 85% of all of the turnover. On top, we have even some further members, which are the beverage carton manufacturers like Tetra Pak, Combi Block, Elopak, etc. We basically do what associations do. We probably have much more focus on market information and market analysis, but we also have a very strong focus on sustainability and advocacy, but also we are very strong in food contact legislation, which is essential because I think everybody of us wants to have a safe product when eating and drinking. The membership list you can see, but this is kind of all our members in detail. Let's start with the regulatory environment. And this is just kind of a small overview and maybe also referring to each other what we are talking about today, at least in Europe, but also abroad. Most of that came through public pressure, or at least through media pressure, which was then taken up by the politicians. Interesting enough, across all parties, fighting against packaging is common sense, and there is little rivalry among the parties in general there. I think the acceleration is partially good. On the other hand, we also see that some legislations were probably a bit rushed and might even lead to a negative environmental impact, although the intentions were good, but we're going to see that in a second. Let's have a look at some facts, some dates in Europe. So the latest data from the European Union are for 2018, actually, and those showed that almost 78 million tons of packaging were used. That is almost 10% above 2008, so 10 years ago or before. That is, interesting enough, almost 100% in line with the GDP growth over that time. What has changed significantly is the share of the different materials. Plastic packaging increased by 15%, paper packaging increased also by 15%, has meanwhile the major share of 41%. Metals, for example, dropped by 5%. What we can say, what is behind those numbers, is that the number of products packed increased significantly, way above those 10%. And this paper share increase, or the paper increase in absolute figures, can be explained with the tremendous growth of e-commerce, where all the boxes are shipped, etc. Overall, the packaging use per product, so per pack, decreased significantly. Focusing a bit more on the plastic packaging, here we see the overall recycling rates for the European member states individually, but also the overall targets. So overall, almost 42% of all plastic packaging was recycled in 2018, with, as you can see, great differences between the different countries. This is not significant, not basically or immediately because one country is better than the other. It also has to do with different calculation methods, unfortunately. So some countries are only taking rigid packaging into consideration and not all plastic packaging. But what you can see here, the targets, this one, so for the current targets of 22.5% are easily met, but there are future targets already set for 2025 with 50%, and then 5 years later, another increase by 5 percentage points to 55%. So more than half has to be recycled. Interesting enough also that member states can have higher targets on national level. For example, Germany and other countries have higher targets. And we are not talking about achieving those data rates on average, but every individual one has to achieve this. One of the challenges to achieve the new targets are, there is the abandonment of the material principle, the dominant material principle. I give you the example. What does it mean? Today, a laminated pouch, plastic, aluminum plastic, goes to the plastic fraction because it's a dominant material. In the future, everything what has a threshold above 5% in weight will have to be separated, or the materials will have to be separated and put according to each material fraction. So in our case, the pouch, the laminated pouch, will then be divided, at least for the calculation, into the plastic and aluminum fraction, and without being separated in reality. So that's probably more theoretic a case, but it will probably raise some difficulties in reality, in particular for all the calculation of the recycling rates. Another major challenge, which might make it more difficult, or which would definitely make it more difficult to reach the recycling rates, is the point of calculations. So today, the definition is everything what has been collected counts as recycling. But in reality, we all know it has to be sorted and separated. And that will be the future point of calculation. So the future point of calculation will be entering into the recycling process. And as there are between collection and separation sorting some issues and losses, that is natural, we mix all the packaging waste, we will have, just by this calculation change, 10 to 25 points less recycling rate. And the estimates for plastic packaging is that this will drop from 42 to 29%. So it's not achieving another 8% points, it's actually 21% points to reach the 50% recycling target. And this is all just calculation, nothing happening in reality, or no changes in reality. A major revision is going on with the Packaging Waste Directive, and that is the framework which all this legislation operates in. And we expect one general target, the overall reduction of packaging waste, with the mandate to enforce the reusability and recyclability, also reflect more the traditional waste hierarchy, where recycling is superior of energy recovery, which, by the way, is politically not really accepted anymore for packaging waste. So all packaging have to be either reusable or recyclable, and that will become a legal definition by until 2030. So there is no way to put any packaging on the market which is not reusable or recyclable. Interesting enough, even reusable packaging has to be recyclable after the final use. We are a bit worried about the definition of recyclability. Currently, that's 95% of the functional unit. But let's see how that goes, and we hope also that there will be no positive and negative lists, because that also hinders innovation for the recycling and waste management processes. There is the efficient use of packaging, which is prevention, and that is on the highest level of the waste hierarchy, addressed and recognized, but not yet any restrictive measure proposed. That might also be because it's quite difficult to do so. Yeah, what is our role now to support this overall? And therefore we have a vision for flexible packaging in Europe. And the European flexible packaging industry fully supports the objective to transform Europe into a more circular and resource-efficient economy. And we are committed to enhancing the contribution of flexible packaging for that purpose. And there are basically 4 pillars, although you can only see 3 here. It's designing flexible packaging for full effectiveness and minimum environmental footprint. Zero tolerance of leakage and littering into the environment. Circularity for flexible packaging, and speeding up progress with cooperation. I'm going to explain a bit more in detail what does it mean. Eco-designing flexible packaging means to achieve the essential functions of packaging with the lowest environmental impact. We cannot live without packaging, not in our modern world, where we depend on the various packed products, etc., also to supply hygiene, diet, etc. And so we want to have the lowest impact over the entire life cycle. We want to minimize food waste, of course, and we believe that scientific and the scientific approach of life cycle thinking and a holistic approach is very important for responsible decisions. We want flexible packaging never become waste. It should be a resource for the next cycle of whatever that is. And we encourage to optimize the recyclability by redesign and innovation, both in packaging design and reprocessing technologies. And for that, we initiated CFlex, which is a major campaign and project to really make flexible packaging circular. Littering flexible packaging is more than bad behavior, it's almost a crime and cannot be acceptable. And so we have a zero tolerance of leaking and littering flexible packaging into the environment. We want to have it prevented everywhere where we can. And as we cannot do it alone, we want to speed up everything with progress. And I'm going to explain a little bit more through the CFlex project in a while. So how can we then achieve this vision? So one of the greatest assets of flexible packaging is the reduction of resource use by being very efficient. And to recall everybody what flexible packaging is designed for, it is by definition basically minimizing the use of materials for the packaging of packaging materials. So it means a smart combination of either various polymers or polymers, paper, and or aluminium. Where the packaging designer takes the function of each material and then it's customized. It's very lightweight to transport. It's easy adjustable, and the weight of the packaging versus the product is very little. So 5 to 10 times lower than alternatives, which when you can already see, I'm going to show that in a second as well. A can is obviously a lot more heavier than a pouch. And these theoretical assets, we had a closer look for the second time. This is now an updated studio of what I've shown some years ago in Porto Alegre, actually. we looked this time not just in food packaging, but into fast-moving consumer goods. And basically, half of the fast-moving consumer goods, excluding beverages, are packed in rigid packaging, and the other half is in flexible packaging. Fortunately, flexible packaging only consumes 13% of the entire weight of materials. So, and then we ran two extreme scenarios. One is the focus on recycling, because it's rigid packaging is always good. It's mono-material, it's heavy, that is good for the recycling industry. Or we go into the prevention scenario where we use only flexible packaging, and that is relatively easy in food packaging. That's while it's not so easy in beverage packaging due to the CO2 and the carbon in it. That's why we excluded those. But here are the results. If you just take the weight approach, you can see that the reduction going from rigid or from the mix to all flexibles is a potential substitution of 21 million tons just for the European Union on an annual basis. So that is prevention at its best, really to save 21 million tons. And for us, it was not enough to look just into the weight-based scenario. We also asked the leading institute, EFOI, which did the calculation for us, to also apply a life cycle assessment calculation. And here, you see the results. On the left side, you see the today's scenario with 67% recycling for the rigid packaging. Moving to the right, we substituted all to rigid packaging, applying the recycling rate of 67%. And in terms of carbon footprint, this would be 31% worse in CO2 equivalents than the current situation. So, moving to heavyweight packaging is not good for the environment. And then we said, okay, because there is this recycling focus, we applied a theoretic 100% recycling scenario. And still, because recycling is not free from any environmental impact, there is a 14% higher footprint of the rigid packaging with 100% recycling compared to the current situation. And if we have then the prevention scenario, so have it all in flexibles without recycling, the achievement would be to save 33% or have a reduction of 33%. And reduce the carbon footprint by 26 million tons CO2 equivalents per year. So that is really significant because it's more than 0.5% of all the European Union's emissions of everything. So just by changing from rigid to flexible packaging in theory. The latest life cycle analysis we did, and I'd like to share with you is, we looked into various packagings for pasta sauce. So the same amount of pasta sauce, either in a pouch, in a glass jar, or in a food can. And you can see the light green bars. So this is with current recycling rates. And the glass jars is 75%, and the metal can, the tin can is 87% recycling rate. So a lot higher than the pouch with 0% recycling. And the dark green bars are then the theoretic 100% recycling rates. The difference between, for the glass jar and the metal can is because the base scenario is already quite high. We did not just look at the primary packaging, we looked even at the secondary and tertiary packaging, so that at the full packaging system. And going from 0 to 100%, this would make the flexible packaging 26% better in terms of carbon footprint. We have a similar scenario where we compared olive in a pouch. And here the results are very similar, a bit on the on a different scale, because olives is less content, which means more packaging per content, and therefore the absolute numbers are a bit higher per 1,000 kilogram of food. But here we can see it's an optimization potential of 23%. So it's all good, showing that flexible packaging is so resource efficient. It should be used everywhere. Of course, I'm from the flexible packaging industry. That's why we promote this. But how can we really make, leverage the recycling potential to make flexible packaging more circular than it is today? There are actually two ways. One is we can optimize the packaging structure. For example, going from a multi-material where it's appropriate, going to a monomaterial, because that is then easier to recycle. But that has been an evolution all over the history of flexible packaging already, but that is probably a bit more accelerated. But we should also recognize and accept that there are situations where it's not possible. For example, it cannot be a solution to use more material from a mono perspective than a multi-material structure, and therefore we should be careful. Also, sometimes mono structures don't run as efficiently on existing filling equipment, etc., so that even the sustainability of the machinery, where all this packaging is used, becomes worse. There is a big other area which we can work on, and that is the infrastructure of recycling, and to improve this entire infrastructure. We believe, meanwhile, looking since several years into the issue, that it's not necessarily a technology issue. So there are various technologies out there, and we are supporting some of those even. It's rather putting the capacities in place and also, scaling everything up. That is really important. And in the European Union, there is now the Green Deal, 1 trillion euros worth of program overall, and that should be also used to support the investment into infrastructures, and also the recovery funds from the Corona pandemic. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, the Corona pandemic was, of course, unfortunate, but it's now the recovery funds should be used to develop a more sustainable future for everything. So looking at the flexible packaging, how it supports circular economy beyond just recycling. So I just wanted to highlight that it's not just about recycling, but also looking a bit more holistic. In particular, when you look at the bottom, we support a design for circular economy rather than a design for recyclability. Recyclability or recycling business would prefer non-printed, thick, clean materials, but that is, in theory possible, but not really realistic. And so we ask for a holistic view to design packaging with a view to be fit into this for the circular economy. And as I already mentioned, therefore, we initiated CFlex, which is a cross-industry and entire value chain project supporting making the recycling of flexible packaging reality, even by 2025, where more than 80% of flexible packaging all over Europe should be collected and brought into a recycling operations. The value chain is not just the material producers and converters, it's also the brand owners and fillers. And all the top brand owners worldwide are actively working within C-Flex to make this vision realistic. And the only one is Coca-Cola, who has not joined. And this reason is very simple, because Coca-Cola, when you look at the portfolio of Coca-Cola, is not using a lot, even almost non-flexible packaging. So they are much more involved into other areas, but that is okay. Yeah. C-Flex already published some guidelines and documents to demonstrate what can be done to design packaging for a circular economy, and also some recycling capabilities which can be looked at. Please have a look on the website cflex.eu, and that is easy to show. Having some conclusions, yeah, the European flexible packaging markets are in the middle of a major transformation, yeah, caused by the discussion of climate change and its subtopics, because we have to realize it's not about recycling or whatever, it's about climate change, which is the ultimate goal. The entire value chain is really looking into alternatives and solutions. Unfortunately, the closer you look into a solution or alternative, you realize that it's more complex than you anticipated. We are having a race a bit against the legislators, because we need some time to transform the entire industry. Such a big industry as flexible packaging industry cannot be transformed overnight. And yeah, other industries or other packaging applications had 25 years to develop kind of decent recycling processes, and we are not asking for 25 years, but we are asking for some time, so at least 2025, and then we are good to go. And yeah, we are working actively on that, and hope and are very confident to yeah, make that a realistic scenario in the near future. Yeah, so muito obrigado pela sua atenção.
Nós que agradecemos, Guido.
Thank you, Guido Aufdemkamp, Executive Director of Flexible Packaging in Europe. We will now have some time for questions. So I'll start with a question from Marcia Perez. So Marcia says, excellent presentation. How can we reach a balance in the challenge to recycle packaging, multi-materials, to ensure the short lives of these products? Can you repeat your question in Portuguese again, please? First, she says, the presentation was excellent, Guido. And then, how can you reach all-forward balance and the challenge to recycle packaging that ensure shelf life of these products? Well, these days,
let me speak the answer in English, please. The challenge today is, if I understood the question right, with the barrier and recycled content, is that recycled materials cannot be used in flexible packaging, mainly due to food contact legislation. And that is kind of the obstacle there, but we are promoting reuse or use it in valuable other applications which are not in food contact. The achievement of barrier functions in flexible packaging of a monomaterial, for example, are possible, but often they are much more costly. So I heard even up to 50%. And such solutions might also have a low operational efficiency. So I heard something 20 to 30% less speed on the filling lines, which is not really a solution and not a sustainable solution.
Guido.
Okay, Guido. Marcos de Campos Cavalcante de Albuquerque asks, how does the policy changes in China has accepted plastic recycling in Europe, which was sent in large amounts to this country, to China?
We welcome if countries with not sophisticated waste management system and infrastructure refuse to take waste from other countries, because that is cheating. And so China and meanwhile also other countries refuse to take packaging waste from other countries just to litter them or to landfill them is very good, because that increases the pressure to build up a decent national or regional waste management infrastructure. Talking about China, it's interesting to see that China is now transforming into or investing a lot into waste management. And I can imagine that in a couple of years' time, China will be one of the leaders, and not just in technology, but also in behavior. Because in China, it's possible to enforce sorting instructions more in a different way than in democracies.
Perfeito.
Perfect. If all flexible packaging in Europe should be recycled or reused until by 2030, where do biodegradable packaging types fit? This is by Augusto Silveira of Braskem.
Plastics is an interesting subject. There are two differences: bio-based plastics, which then behave like standard polymers or fuel-based polymers. And then the biodegradable plastics can be a solution for some niche markets for the time being. In most of the cases, biodegradable plastics are a disruptor for the recycling of regular polymers, and would require a separate collection scheme, which might be too cost and capital intensive to run.
Guido,
Paula Tavares asks, how does the CFlex initiative can be implemented in Brazil?
Would like to cooperate and to challenge itself and to really work on creating a waste management system for flexible packaging, but that would probably require a waste management system for all packaging and not just flexible packaging. So it's not just CFlex in Brazil. It would probably be kind of a packaging value chain and not a flexible packaging value chain to set up a more sophisticated infrastructure for waste management.
Marina da Silva
asks, if you reduce materials in flexible packaging, you also reduce many chemical and mechanical properties of this packaging. What are the most recommended materials to make it easier for recycling to take place and also to keep these properties on?
I cannot single out materials specifically, with the exception of paper. And paper is, because of its fibers, the recycling always will have a lower level because fibers are becoming shorter. Other materials, even different polymers and aluminium, can be easily not easily, can be separated these days, and the technology is evolving and then coming also to scale that even multi-material laminates can be separated into the various polymers. So it's not just plastics, but even the different polymers can be separated and then be reused for other applications, with the exception of food contact, which has kind of a legislation barrier.
Perfeito.
Perfect.
Bom, nós queremos agradecer.
Well, thank you so much, Guido, for participating in the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress. We won't have time for further questions, but we will meet again at midday for our debate. Thank you. Thank you very much. I should remind you that if you want to access simultaneous interpretation, please select the language in the top left-hand corner. The materials in English, the slide decks that are being presented by the speakers will be shown and will be made available on svplastico.com.br. In order to ask questions to the speakers, use the specific field for questions that is located at the foot of your transmission screen. Questions will be answered live according to our schedule. The solution for plastics. This is our next presentation presented by Gustavo Alvarez, CEO of American Tempest and leader of the Plastic Cooperation Network. Good morning, Gustavo. A very welcome. Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be participating in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress. I'll start by saying that we won't necessarily discuss plastics as a solution, but rather a solution for plastic materials with plastic materials. We believe a solution will come from working together, from collaboration, from organization. And I'll show how the transformation industry can participate in this movement, because it is part and parcel of this process. I'd like to start discussing plastic itself. And this may be a little redundant for most of you who are attending the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress, but it's important to stress how important and how important plastic is. Plastic is to society. It's atoxic, hygienic, safe, and 100% recyclable. We just have to find the right methods to achieve this end. But this material has a technical solution that is feasible to, and this with regard to lessening environmental impact. So let's start by discussing sustainable development. We need to consider the future. Always, in some other presentations, other speakers also reinforce this. What we want to build today is something that is feasible and safe for the future generations. But then the strategies need to consider specific points in the future, and in addition, to have a commitment and to add value to the entire process. When we talk about sustainable development, we look at the economic value, the social, and the environmental value. The idea is to find the best quality solution, both in the short and the long run. When we discuss the circular economy, we should consider that this is the opposite of a linear economy in which inputs are removed, extracted, they're made into a particular product, and then they're disposed of. The idea behind a circular economy is that the whole cycle is continuous. So the idea of waste as an end is in fact the beginning of a new cycle. And this is the right way to look at it. And I usually repeat in many presentations that there's no drain for you to just throw your products into. The idea, or even nature. Nature is always a process of cycles. And this is how we need to find solutions to everyone who works in the plastic sector. How can we find the circularity? We should prioritize regenerative resources. We should also preserve and extend that which is done and that which was done, and also to use waste as a resource. Look at the final balance as a resource or input for a new cycle and a new product. And in order to achieve this with the lowest possible impact, we should also rethink design or the product itself. And we have to keep creating value. We cannot create, or we cannot take a lot of action without creating value to the entire process. This is how we look at business. America Tampas, and this is the company I currently work for, we produce closure systems. In other words, plastic caps and lids, and we have plants, industrial plants in Brazil and also in South America. When we look at our business, we try to create the best strategies for the business activity itself. I'll give you one example. When we look at business strategies, and also to create from these strategies, laying a groundwork for you to continue doing business. So we have 4 basic pillars: technology, innovation, and product development. Then to keep a focus on the cost of your products, also maintain the quality and reliability of your products for these products to be on the market, and also consider sustainability. And then based on sustainability, America Temp has created its model. How can this be made possible? So with this new vision in the plastic cap sector, we're looking at materials, post-consumption or post-consumer materials, materials with renewable sources. We look at recyclability and design without losing sight of productivity. This is a continuous process in which new challenges are posed, but you cannot lose sight of productivity, of course. One of the initiatives we participate in, and we'll see this throughout this Congress because this was created in the Brazilian Plastic Congress, and this is the Cool Caps program. America Tempest is the first one outside the region of Porto Alegre that created a system for us to disseminate the idea of a circular economy and also education for a circular economy, providing support and getting contribution from people so that people become part of this project, of this initiative, of the circular economy. The circular economy shouldn't be just responsibility of the industry alone. This is a joint responsibility in which everyone, including users, should participate. And the idea behind Cool Caps, in which everyone participates, and by participating, you help and you participate in effective social action. As a result, you build a model in which the industry participates, the community takes part, and you generate or add value even to charities. We should look at this From a collaborative perspective, we work together and everyone can participate, and as a result, we get an effective achievement. When we build up a model from a collaborative perspective, and I stress plastics as a solution, this new solution for plastics won't be a result of a single solution or a single company. If we think along these lines, if you want to build solutions just from this perspective, we won't be able to reach the necessary impact or positive impact, especially with plastic, which is a material that is everywhere. It's highly adaptable to many, many different purposes. And this is how we believe we will build solutions. So having a collaborative vision to create solutions means teamwork. It means that everyone is working together with a common purpose, that we are building a model with communication without borders, in which group ideas, or one person's idea can be used by other people. And when we make the most of these ideas, when we generate the best impact from them, that's when we can effectively evolve, and we are then better able to build better solutions in a collaborative system with decentralized management, with nimbler, faster decision making. And everyone has the same hierarchical level, and everyone becomes a catalyst for innovation. Based on this idea, in America Campus, we generate an idea or participate in an initiative that was generated at Hobby Plus, which led to the Plastic Cooperation Network. This is an absolutely innovative initiative. It's the first Brazilian initiative for the circular economy, as we involve all the links in the plastic economy chain. It's not just a single link, but everyone, the entire plastic production chain is involved. And this is the first initiative, maybe the first global initiative using this model. It started from this idea, and it generates or adds value from collaboration, cooperation from all its elements, all its members. The idea of a network is in the 7th links of the plastic production chain. Currently, if you look at the snapshot, when we put up this deck of slides I'm showing to you, we used to be 54 companies, but in the last 2 weeks, we already have new members. As a result, the idea of a network keeps growing, and the links of this chain that are part of the plastic transformation industry include petrochemicals, chemicals, additives, transformers that transform this material, plastics, then consumer product companies, retail chains, cooperatives of garbage pickers, waste management companies, and then, of course, recyclers. So you build the idea of a circular economy by looking at the industry of plastics. So with this model in which everyone sits at the same table, and we can have contributions from everyone, from all perspectives, is highly innovative. The idea of this network, of this initiative, is to encourage and foster circular economy with the engagement of the plastic segment and everyone that works in the plastic production industry. You want to be a communication channel with society, to look at what we have done so far, and also to build something new with effective action. This is not a forum for debate alone. In addition, of course, to have ideas and discussions and proposals, we're also a forum to build projects that may generate solutions for a circular economy in the plastic segment. We have a purpose, and this purpose includes two goals, very clear goals, one of which is to increase the recyclability of plastic packaging. And so all the plastic that we call short life plastics, these have a role, of course, to give you some product. And number two, to increase the availability of post-consumer plastic material so that this material can be reused. Strange as it may seem, this is still a great challenge to have that material available. This is why it is important for everyone to participate, everyone who touches plastic, not only those that work in the industry, but also users. The idea behind this network is that we can work in cooperation and collaboration. In this story, there's no one who is more important than the others. Everyone should work together. This is why we have a decision-making council that makes decisions and provides the guidelines for the projects and studies on all the action that is taken with representatives from the entire plastic production chain, and a representative from each of these axes. What are these axes? They are also the gears that make the entire network to move and also to generate projects. So these are the actions we are initiating following these two clear objectives, clear goals. In addition, we have 12 work groups that are currently functional. We have 207 participants, and these are people who work in plastic companies that are members of this network. These people dedicate their time to make these initiatives work. The point of this network is this amount of dedication of its members. In other words, employees of the plastic industry that work together for this model to be effective, for it to work in practice. So we have these axes. We have three axes: one operating axis and two supporting axes. For example, packaging design that looks at solutions for packaging, then logistics and infrastructure, considering the logistic challenges in Brazil, providing a model that helps all this material to reach recyclers, then an axis based on public policies, including tax elements and all tax incentives that may be provided to the recycling chain, and also that looks or works on education to foster a circular economy. And then the two supporting axes: communication, because it is doubtful that the knowledge we have among the network members is one of the major assets for the whole network and project and initiative to work. And then governance that lays down the rules for us to live in harmony. We're in a group with large companies, small companies, and also a transparent customer and supplier relationship. In other words, everyone is on the same line and on the same page, working and moving towards the same direction. And this is how the network works. And this is a network of companies alone. I'll now show you two of these projects that are being launched this in the first half of 2021 by our network. And it involves all the circularity topics that we are discussing here. So we look at all our problems from a common perspective and provide ideas and solutions that will become effective as everyone has a focus on the circular economy and also working together with this purpose. For the design of packaging, for instance, we have two products that will be launched, and I'll discuss them with you. One is the first design guide, in other words, packaging design from a circular economy perspective. And the second is a tool for recyclability. It's totally free for all the plastic industry or plastic production industry to use. The idea is for us to know where we stand and also to set the goals of where we want to be. In other words, projects and ideas for real and effective solutions, rather than just ideas that are just scattered in the wind and end up being forgotten at the end of a forum discussion. For us, even the members of the network, they need support from partners for the whole thing to work. So the Plastic Transforma movement and other partnerships we have with Satea Mexican in exchange for change, they're important for us having reached the goals we have reached. So the design guide looks at recommendations of how to build and design packaging that wants to be circular, or at least a greater level of circularity, looking at product performance and the impact that this packaging has in combination with the idea of greater recyclability. As a result, you have less or as little impact as possible in terms of waste. So we have these 10 major points. So when you launch a package, you should consider all these points and all the materials that you use, the size, performance level, and the focus on products. Also considering its reuse, marketing that can be used from that knowledge or information to avoid waste. Consider colors and the impact of these colors on your packaging. Why not change the colors? Why not look at them from a different perspective? Look at the history of your product and the origin of the materials you use, always from a systems perspective.
Recyclability rate. The idea here is to assess your current packaging or your future redesigned packaging and to grade it. And that grading will allow you to compare your future product to your previous product, as well as with other packaging, so that you can pave the way towards the future for a more recyclable type of packaging, and for that to become an actual purpose, to look at recycling in a very clear and feasible way, because recyclability is the potential that your packaging can have to effectively be recycled. So the grading goes from A to E, where A is higher recyclability and E is lowest recyclability. So the closer to A, the shorter the path to effective recycling. We went through two phases to get to this tool: building a decision tree that included technical aspects. This was conducted by CETER. And during the second phase, we looked at the marketing aspects, regional aspects, and the actual economic impact that recyclability can have. The network's recyclability index doesn't look only at the technical aspects. We also need to consider the actual impacts this packaging has on society. That's why we have the second perspective, which is innovative even amongst all the individual recyclability tools that we see in Brazil and internationally. So that's why Retorna's proposal is free, it's open, so that we can all make the same effort, so that we can all look at circular economy from the same point of view. It's a very simple tool. You just visit a website, fill out a form, and then you can answer questions, from very basic questions to check if that is indeed a plastic packaging. So again, we're looking at the packaging itself and not at the material. We're looking at the whole. Then based on these questions, for each question you answer, you get information about the impact of that packaging. So first, there's a technical stage. Then the tool moves on to second stage that uses a matrix that will find out what the regional impact is and the market impact is of that technical assessment. So that happened during phase 2 through a market survey that was trying to find these answers. So the end result of that, this is an example of a shampoo packaging. When you conclude the assessment, that packaging gets graded. And in addition to that, it will give you not only its impact, but also its impact within each region of Brazil. And we have 5 different ones. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're different. If you are to take your packaging to one of these regions. So by doing this, not only do we want to encourage companies that are assessing their packaging become more circular and improve their recyclability rate, but also to foster the production chain so that it can find solutions and find the best recycling for that specific packaging. This network is a work of collaboration and cooperation among all. And now I would like to invite all those who haven't joined us yet to get to know a bit more about our network, because just as America Temp has found this solution and this way forward for all towards a circular economy, so I'd like to invite you all who haven't joined us yet to get to know this initiative. So again, these are only 2 products of many others that we're working on. Thank you very much for your time and attention and for the opportunity to talk about circular economy and the cooperation network for plastic initiatives. Thank you, Gustavo Alvarez, CEO for America Campus and leader of the Cooperation Network for Plastics. Gustavo, we have received a few questions, so I would like to start with Tiago's questions. What do you think the plastic transformation industry can do so that the population can make its contribution to a circular economy in practice? Excellent question. Well, what the industry can do is communicate and educate users. So in our network, there are initiatives to support those communication projects. So, for instance, creating guides that can help educate people, supporting co-ops in their own internal communication. And on the other side, we're also working on processes that allow our recyclability rate tool to reach users. We want to have one single language in the plastic industry. But making sure that information reaches users is extremely important. So that's why one of the projects we're working on is to increase communication between the packaging, so the product that is being sold, and how consumers can dispose of that material correctly. So that's what the industry should be focusing on, so that we can make sure that users and consumers are a part of the circular economy movement by sharing knowledge with them. Gustavo, congratulations and thank you for your presentation. Recycled and/or renewable products, are they more expensive than those made from virgin resins? And is that additional cost accepted by the chain? If not, what are the potential solutions to achieve the results we would like to achieve? This is Guto Vivera's question. Thank you, Guto. Thank you for joining us and thank you for the question. Costs will depend on timing. What does that mean? Virgin resin, which is oil-based, is impacted by what happens to commodities. So raw material on the one hand and consumption on the other. Recycled products have a higher fixed cost because they need to compensate waste pickers, the waste management systems, any investments that have been made to sort the waste, or the co-ops that sort the material. And on the other side, it depends on the demand. Of course, because we have a structure to recover that material, this process is high cost. It will be higher or lower in relation to the virgin material, depending on the prices of virgin material. So if we consider 2020, just as a simple example, 2020 saw raw material having their prices decreased internationally. So the cost of returning that material, and this was an atypical time because of the pandemic, made costs higher for post-consumer material. We have a couple of solutions for that. First, what kind of an impact do we want for this plastic material? Consumers are hungry for circular economy material solutions, and they want to use those materials. I've seen many surveys showing that consumers would be willing to pay more. Others also showing that they're not willing to pay more. But regardless of what happens, we need to have the solutions anyway, because we need to think of economy, circular economy, as a long-term solution for the plastic transformation industry. Professor Ortigão asks, what is the position of your network with regards to EPR, the extended producer responsibility? Well, the network for plastic cooperation doesn't have a specific position about that. That needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. So I can't answer for the network. Okay. Etimo Ferreira de Souza asks, how can we include the equipment industry as a part of the network? Well, the equipment industry is key if we want to have solutions that can coexist with this transition towards a circular economy. The network includes only companies that are one of the chains that include plastic. So the material that will be used or transformed or processed. We have had the support of different equipment companies. The network is thinking, because the network is a living being and it can evolve and express itself in different ways, but right now we wouldn't have room for them to join the network as it is, but for them to support our initiatives. Maybe in the future, the network will be able to accommodate that. But the main thing right now is to make sure that we come up with solutions so that we can keep on moving towards the plastics circular economy. Gustavo, how can consultants working with different waste picker associations and municipal managers take part in the network? The question is from Marcos Cavalcanti de Albuquerque. Just as I talked about the equipment industry in the previous question, consultants and public management are not currently part of the network model, not in the way that it was conceived. When we first started working with the network, we received input from all the different stakeholders in the plastic production industry, so that when building the network, we could continue to have the support and the contribution from these other stakeholders that are part of our ecosystem. Consultants support us through data. I mentioned some of them who are part of these two projects. Now, as for public agencies, they can act as supporters. Mr. Roriz, the chairman of Abiplas, mentioned a partnership between Abiplast and ABDI, the Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, which is associated to a public agency, and they support the network through specific projects, both by providing financial support or collaboration, but also by getting the network support to what they do. The network can continue to provide support and to be supported by these agents. But the network is able to move around the industry so that the industry can come up with projects that are in favor of circular economy and doesn't take a passive position, just defending or attacking, because its purpose is to come up with solutions. That is our proposal. Fabio Krieger asks, Dear Gustavo, why not make ABNT 2330.880 compulsory? That would be a basic tenet to make circular economy part of its identity. Well, ABNT and other standards have their purpose. The network wants to make current standards or current rules something easier and more practical. We don't want to create more red tape. We want plastics to be as democratic in their essence as a product as they are in the way they're used. So we're not creating new rules. We're creating solutions that can engage more people in a circular economy. ABNT or any other new standards are necessary if we want to build a society with clearer rules. However, in order for that to work, everyone has to be a part of that. And the network wants precisely that, for everyone to be part of it. We have time for one last question from Douglas Freitas. He asks, what would be the difficulty in making end users take packaging to recycling stations? Yes, well, that is the question. We have voluntary delivery points, and often a lot of them are frequently used. Sometimes you go there and it looks like there aren't enough of them, or it looks like they're not collecting the packaging that is being left there. And the other point is education. We need to continue to educate everyone and to provide them with solutions so that everyone can take their waste to be recycled correctly. But again, we have to work together. We need to communicate that. So my question is, how much do you influence other people to sort their waste, to make sure that they're disposing of their plastic packaging correctly? How much are you doing? So that's the idea. We're trying to provide people with tools so that we all individually do the work. That way, we can all build something better together towards a circular economy for plastics. Thank you so much, Gustavo Alvarez. Thank you for joining us at the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress. And I'll see you at 12 for the debate. All right, Gustavo? All right, great. Well, you already know, but I'll remind you. If you'd like to use simultaneous translation, please select the language you'd like to listen to on the top left-hand corner. All the material, such as the attendee guide, as well as a copy of the presentations in English, are available at the cbplastico.com.br website. Watch the awards being offered by the 4th CBP to participants. The circular economy of plastics from Braskem's view. That will be our next presentation, to be delivered by Fabiana Quiroga, Director of Circular Economy at Braskem for South America. Good morning, Fabiana. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Alfredo for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here talking about circular economy and Braskem's journey through this transformation. I'd like to start by talking about the current scenario. Let me check if I can change my slides. I think I got it. So, some of our colleagues talked about the importance of plastics and chemistry in our daily lives. Plastics are used in many different ways: cars, packaging, healthcare. The importance of plastic during the pandemic was huge and key to make sure everyone was protected. And because of its excessive use and unsuitable disposal, has caused significant impact on the environment, and all industries are both affected and responsible for that impact. So these initiatives are very important. As Gustavo said, companies need to cooperate, they need to get involved. And I'd like to share with you what Braskem has been doing in partnership with other companies, because we won't get anywhere by ourselves. So, given this critical scenario, Thais shared some data with us. I've got some data for you as well. The first one about greenhouse gas effects. So 70% of greenhouse gases come from fossil fuels. And plastics can be a solution for that because it's lighter. Guido talked about flexible packaging, the use of material that can be used to protect food and reduce CO2 emissions. The other side is how important our actions are to reduce the impact of plastic waste, both in landfills or in the environment. 80% of the plastic waste produced since 1950 is still in landfills or simply disposed of in the environment. And that's a waste. And we also have plastic leakage to the oceans, which can reach 113% by 2040. Thais from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation talked about that. If we don't do something now and together, we will not reach that objective. So in that context, Braskem has been moving towards a circular economy. And what is a circular economy? To avoid waste, so waste then becomes a raw material, using less natural resources and making use of all that in a new production process. Circular economy is part of the sustainability concept, which is a broader concept and should be part of every company's pillars. So we came up with our own macro objective. We went over our sustainability strategy and decided to focus on these 7 pillars which are associated to the UN's 2030 agenda and its SDOs. Health and security, economic and financial results, appreciating plastic waste, mitigating climate change, eco-efficient, operational, more eco-efficient, operational, social responsibility, human rights, innovation, and sustainability. I'd like to highlight 3 of these pillars in my presentation. Valuing plastic waste, mitigating climate change, and sustainable innovation. And they all have to do with what I just said about circular economy and a carbon neutral circular economy, where we will work both on advancing renewable raw materials and renewable energy. So at the start of the chain, we're here, first generation petrochemical industry, moving towards circular naphtha, renewable naphtha, replacing fossil fuel, moving forward in our energy mix with more renewable solutions. Then moving on to the second generation, Braskem is part of that by producing resins and working with our clients in designing their products. This is extremely important. The previous speakers talked about this, that we need to work on the design, taking circularity into consideration, the correct consumption and disposal, and focusing on returning to a circular economy. So chemical recycling and mechanical recycling. So what does that mean? We have traditional mechanical recycling. We already have that in Brazil and the world. So you collect plastics and you turn them into new plastics, new resin with recycled content. There's a mechanical washing and extrusion processes and chemical recycling, which is turning that into new raw material for the production process. So when I said we're moving forward with renewable solutions at the petrochemical start, I'm talking about circular naphtha that comes from recycled plastic. And we've been doing all that through partnerships and in line with our goals and objectives. Our goals are clear when it comes to the disposal of plastic waste as well as for climate change. In terms of plastic waste, we want to increase the volume of products with recyclable content, so reaching 300,000 tons by 2025 and 1 million tons by 2030. Also, making available products with recycled content to our clients and avoiding 1.5 million tons of plastic waste from being incinerated, ending up in landfills, or leaking to the environment. These are all very ambitious initiatives in terms of volume. Last year, for instance, we reached 10,000 tons of products with recycled content. So by 2025, we need disruptive scale, and we can only achieve that through partnerships. I'll share that with you in a minute. In terms of climate change, we're focusing on becoming carbon neutral by 2050, and on the way to that, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 15% by 2030. Reducing CO2 is extremely important when implementing circular economy, because in addition to avoiding waste and reducing the use of natural resources, you need to reassess iterations so that you can reduce CO2 emissions. We're working on 3 fronts. The first one is to reduce emissions. And in order to do that, we have implemented and are implementing initiatives to increase our renewable energy mix. We have Parque Solar. We have different projects, solar parks, wind energy, and to reduce our emissions within Braskem's operations. The second pillar focuses on offsetting emissions by offering renewable solutions to our clients and to capture CO2. So we have the I'm Green polyethylene and MacVerde, which is a raw material for the production of PET. I'm Green is from sugarcane, and the next one is from sugarcane production. The second one focuses on innovation. We're developing technologies to capture CO2 emissions. And one example I can give you is our partnership with the University of Illinois in Chicago. We are at the early stages of development, but we want to capture CO2 emissions and to turn them into raw materials. So first, we would have more sustainable raw material, and we'd also be able to recover CO2 emissions during Braskem's production process.
As for our I'm Green portfolio, in addition to our I'm Green, we also provide products with recyclable products. So we have I'm Green Recyclable, that's recycled material, and then the combination between bio-based with recycled. In this way, we maximize our solution, offering not only CO2 capture, but also circularity, a solution that provides our clients with recyclable materials. When we look at our portfolio today, we have different grades. We have commercial grades. We have over 50 grades under development within Braskem globally. So as a company develops, and this is something we experience at Braskem, we share learnings between all our regions and we develop local solutions. So if you produce a resin locally, we need also circular solutions to be developed globally. So we use both a rigid and flexible PNPP, not only in Brazil, but also in the United States and Mexico. In Europe, we have local development projects, but the grade is still in development So it cannot be a commercial grade yet. And this means that we focus on developing and offering solutions with our customers that have recyclable content. All our solutions are based on mechanical recycling. In addition to the product, when we consider circularity or circular economy, as I mentioned at the beginning, we need to rethink the entire design process from its very beginning. We have many initiatives which I'll be showing you how we support our customers in their process of designing products, the participation of Braskem in the entire network, and the tool that was developed. So we also take action internally and with our clients to offer more elements for decision-making purposes, considering or with a view to a more circular product. In production, we need to reduce waste generation. A project we implemented that will be presented this afternoon by Miguel Bayensi. This is an important initiative. We want to avoid pellets leaking into the environment, both in-house, I mean industrially, but also as it is transported to its final destination. And transformers are also part of this project. And Braskem was certified last year in 2020. When we discuss consumption, it is important to see how the entire industry is involved, but also how consumers participate, both by consuming consciously, but also by disposing of these products consciously. And I'd like to stress the Educatu program. It's an education on sustainability and the right disposal. The idea is to implement a digital platform for primary school children and also content information provided to teachers in the local school network. In addition, Plástico Transforma is another initiative with the Braskem initiative called PIC between Braskem and Abiplast. The idea is to provide information and knowledge to stress the importance of conscious consumption and also the choice of products. Products that are more sustainable should be valued and appreciated. There's also an initiative in the United States with this program in different stages, how waste is sorted at different stages and how they can be returned. So you have products that have recycled content. Collection. We have some initiatives to provide support to pickers cooperative, or garbage picker cooperatives, and also initiatives that provide food for them. So plastic has a value. In this exchange shows the importance of the right disposal procedures. And then a global alliance to put an end to plastic waste in oceans. The objective is to invest $1.5 million in actions focusing on eliminating plastic waste, making it get into the circular economy. In Brazil, we have a regional product. We're looking for local opportunities to implement projects. This initiative also involves a partnership with a network. When we identify new projects, we submit these projects to EPW, or the End Plastic Waste Alliance. And then we have mechanical and chemical recycling initiatives, which I'll be presenting later and provide further information on. Specifically about mechanical recycling, I'll now show you, well, there's a little delay, but before discussing mechanical recycling, let's discuss design. Design ensures you have sustainability at the end of the process. So we developed a proprietary technology to design for environment. In other words, designing a product taking into account its environmental impact with a methodology that not only considers circularity at the end of the chain, but all the impact, the use of resources, and the potential emission or that the product may generate, and the use of life cycle analysis for the entire decision-making process of our clients. This methodology has been used with our clients on a day-to-day basis, providing tools for analysis, and also in design for environment initiatives or the Desafio Design Initiative. This methodology was launched through this design challenge project that started in 2019 with Colgate, Palmolive, and Kimberly-Clark. So they pose their own challenge, and we have a 3-day hackathon with students and design professionals, and then we developed prototypes, offered solutions. So for every development of these products, we analyzed the life cycle, defining what was less and what was more effective. For example, the Navy toilet paper, one of the greatest environmental impact is the cardboard roll inside the toilet paper. Although it's made of paper too, this material is hardly ever recycled. It's thrown into the same garbage or trash container in the bathroom with the remainder of the toilet paper. So when you get rid of that cardboard cylinder inside the toilet paper, you reduce the impact. So it's not only about plastic, but also how other materials can be or can have less of an impact. Then in 2020, we had other partnerships with the Boticario and the BRF groups. We sought solutions both for pizza delivery packaging using the possibility of reusing plastic packaging, and then with lipstick, the possibility of using refill lipstick. So it's not only about reusing recycled material, but also how to make everything more circular, and even the use of plastic or refraining from using plastic when it's not needed. 3 awards we received. First, marketing and branding, then the popular vote. And that's so interesting to see how we can have a good circular economy with the right partners. Heineken and then the Turra. With Heineken, we collected disposable cups in the Rock in Rio concert, and that was made into a resin that was used in a Natura packaging. And then Johnson & Johnson, that's the popular vote category. We developed flexible packaging with 33% recyclable material. And this is a great challenge in terms of technology, in terms of flexible packing. It is possible. It can be done if you do the right thing and have the right partners, including Johnson & Johnson and our converter partner. These 2 examples show how important cooperation helps in innovation and that we can achieve transformation. Now, innovation, mechanical and chemical recycling. In mechanical recycling, the focus is on improving the quality of recycled material. As a result, we have further opportunities to use it. We have further uses to it. And in chemical recycling in the short run, based on pyrolysis, and this is transformation through thermal chemical reactions of plastic made into oil, similar to naphtha. And in the long run, many initiatives looking at the solution or the shortest solution to transform some waste material into raw materials. Now, partnerships and investment in mechanical recycling. First, this is an example of working by anticipating. Tessipar, this is a landfill manager company. So they had semi-mechanical sorting of raw waste that was to be landfilled. So we sorted that before it gets into the landfill. The solution is interesting. In addition to collect sorting and preparation, in Brazil there is an additional challenge to pre-sorted waste, because it's not very effective. Performance levels are not so good. So this is one possibility or one solution. Rather than landfilling, we can reuse this material in a new production process. Now, investment. We're investing in a new recycling plant, expecting to become operational at the end of the year. We have invested 67 million reals, and the capacity is 14,000 tons. The expectation is 250 million packaging units that are reused rather than being thrown into the environment. So we work in collaboration with a partner that will operate this plant for Braskem. The idea is to implement and also increase the capability of recycling in Brazil, and that adds value to our materials. When you consider the importance of recycled resin or resin produced from recycled materials, this is one solution, adding quality to materials and also making it more valuable. And this will pull the entire chain into this process. Then our recycling partners, they should be highlighted in their working with content, improving processes, improving quality. Braskem creates formulations in what are the virgin resins that will be blended to add quality to the material. And these partnerships, all these partners are so important. When we look at waste, it's all over the country. So if we have units in all regions, we can produce resin with recyclable content that's of high quality, and also, in other words, expanding the uses or purposes of this material. And this will, of course, provide value not only to the material, but also to all the recycling agents in the circular economy. And then our recycling island. It was just announced. It's in our Innovation and Technology Center. The idea is to improve or develop improvements for our recycled products. We want to eliminate barriers to its use and that which we believe provides quality. We want a dedicated area, an area dedicated to recycling. This means great strides are being made in the industry that we really want to improve and further advance in recycling, learning and developing day after day. Now, chemical recycling. This solution is also known as advanced recycling. The chemical and petrochemical industry, they have been striving to find solutions. But why is chemical recycling complementary to mechanical recycling? Because chemical recycling provides the opportunity of addressing one of the questions we have asked about flexible packaging and some materials that are harder to recycle. So this is a great opportunity. In chemical recycling, you may have a greater mix of plastics than in mechanical recycling. So our focus in terms of sources of raw materials, the idea is to use more flexible plastic waste, because it's unlike a mechanical recycling, and also in terms of application. At the end of the process, you'll have virgin resin again. And this is important. It should be made very clear. What is chemical recycling and what is the end product? You'll have a product that's exactly like virgin resin because you're just replacing the raw materials. So you start the production process to produce ethylene and propene that are the raw material for polyethylene and polypropylene. And then you have the resin that may be applied to all segments without restrictions. This is very relevant when we consider that we end up having virgin resin that provides raw materials for the entire recycling process. We have been working in partnership with this Institute for Sustainable Process Technology, and it has support from the Netherlands. They're investing 2 million euros to develop advanced recycling. Another partnership is with the Sinai School from the University of Rio de Janeiro. The idea is to develop catalysts for pyrolysis to improve the efficiency of all the processes to generate more products and also to make this more economically viable. Finally, there's also a partnership with Encina in the United States to implement a pyrolysis plant. So we are developing this partnership to have access to material that will be produced in this plant. And finally, and this is my last slide before we have our Q&A session, our plants are certified. And what is ISCC? This is an international certification agency that certifies processes. So plants and industrial units will get this raw materials. What is the goal behind this? Well, as I said before, you produce raw materials, that's circular naphtha, and then you feed the cracker with this material. It will be used with other fossil raw materials. It's a mass balance process. There's no specific lines for a particular type of raw material to circulate in. They will be used in the same equipment. And then you certify that you added the right amount of material, and that exactly amount of material will be sold to your client. And the client will certify that volume that was received, and then you will know what recyclable material that came from what chemical recycling process it came from, that used plastic waste at the beginning of the chain so that you have circular raw materials rather than linear. That's a great contribution. In addition to mechanical recycling and the advance and investment that is being made into it, we also want to have chemical recycling as a solution to this great challenge, which is to generate the generation of plastic waste. So thank you very much again for inviting me, for the opportunity of talking to you, for your attention. I'm at your disposal. If you have any questions, I'm ready to discuss them. Thank you very much. So this was Fabiana Quiroga, Director of Circular Economy at Braskem, South America. Yes, we do have some questions that were received during your presentation. First, Rodrigo Burmalaki. He asks, Braskem circular economy projects, are they mapped out as the rest of the chain, especially for the transformation part? Yes, as I said in my presentation, a circular economy will only work if we are all working together, all elements of the chain, both us and our clients, not only offering products that have recycled product, but also renewable content products, and also design challenges. We have to consider the design of these products, and also inviting them to participate in some of our initiatives like Surmise and the cooperative projects, innovation projects like the Braskem labs. So they participate with us, analyzing startups that are in a path to circular economy, the circular economy. In the last Braskem Lives, we have startups focusing on innovation, and most of them were presenting circular economy solutions, which shows that this is a priority. It's badly needed and something we have to work together to achieve. And then Plástico Transforma, that's another project from both Braskem and its converters to learn more about plastics, its conscious use, and the importance of recycling so that we achieve this, or we transition to an effective circular economy with fewer resources and less waste. Fabiana, in terms of renewable naphtha, how about the bio-content of products? Is there any certification for this? Is there mass balance? These were questions asked by Luciana Fonseca Moreira. Very good. Right. So there are two important elements to stress here, to distinguish. In the South, we produce ethene and green polyethylene, which has a specific chain with which we can identify its molecule through C14 testing, the amount of new carbon, renewable carbon in the solution. This is a solution that we provide that's not mass balance. And then we're working on the other front about circular naphtha certification as well as renewable naphtha. What is renewable naphtha? This is naphtha that's produced by means of vegetable oils, plant-based solutions, and this would be part of our production process. By using the same equipment, before we have enough volume that will really justify its own lines, we use mass balance. In other words, everything is fed into the same place, the same ovens or furnaces, and this certification, ISCC, this agent organization certified both renewable and circular product plants. So we control the inputting of this material and also provide certification of for our customers at the output. Paulo Francisco da Silva asks, how about the cost of pelletized products? Is that competitive? Is it cheaper than virgin material? The Brazilian market looks at recyclable products as a cost reduction alone. That's an excellent point. We're still developing in this respect in terms of valuing this. All recyclable products, the idea is to focus on higher quality. This is why we need innovation and technology in this new plant to add quality and also to value this material. As Gustavo said, you have the pricing logic of recycled material. It's very different from virgin material. And there's also logistics, costs, all the transportation, washing, production again. And there's also one concern that we are also working on and that recyclers have been discussing. There's the tax impact of this activity when you buy waste. When you buy, it's not part of, don't get tax exempt. When you sell it, you pay tax. So you need also to work on the tax system to make these projects feasible, not only within our network, but everywhere, to strike an economic balance between all these elements. So having these materials, making them more sustainable, this is something that people should value. And also the right price should be paid by people. we are still valuing, in other words, new generations are still challenging sustainability. They're expecting sustainable products to be the reality of the future, the greatest market demand. But then you can also pay for all the costs of the entire chain, making it more profitable for all recycling projects. Fabiana Sergio Dakar asks if there's any partnership with national universities in research in PE and MAG. In renewables, we have a lab in Campinas, in the city of Campinas, and we have partnerships to develop solutions and also ways to renewables. In terms of MAG, we have a partnership with a technology by a Danish company, but the entire development of renewable chemistry. And we should stress that this is what makes Braskem stand out. We have had this lab for many years, pioneers in the development of renewable solutions, not only in PE, resin, but also in chemicals, and MAG is a great example. And this, of course, entails universities, partnerships, not only with foreign organizations, but also in Brazil. So collaboration and innovation, it makes it very clear that this is required for us to reach our goals toward a circular economy, and universities are an integral part of this process, not only foreign universities, but also Brazilian universities.
Fabiana, a gente tem, infelizmente, nós estamos com o tempo agora apertadinho.
Unfortunately, we're tight for time and we haven't got any time for more questions, but thank you so much for joining us at the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress, and I will see you in a minute at our debate. All right, thank you. Before we start our first debate, we'd like to remind you that we have the "Which straw would you choose?" quiz. You can choose your answer here on the screen or at the cbplastico.com.br website. We will give you the best option at 4:20 during the presentation. Plastic as a key player in circular economy with Marcos Iorio at the Jacques Siekierski Room. Please do interact with us by posting on Instagram and Twitter using hashtag #CBPlasticos. Your pictures will be shown at the Sustainplast booth. Please remember that your Instagram account cannot be on private mode. To use simultaneous translation, please select your language of choice on the top left-hand corner. For this debate, we will have high-level speakers who have joined us at the 4th Brazilian Plastics Congress. From Germany, we have the Executive Director of Flexible Packaging Europe, Mr. Guido Aufdemkamp, who has talked about the contribution of flexible packaging to the circular economy. We will also have Thais Vojvodic, who is attending our Congress straight from England and talked about the circular economy of plastics from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation perspective. Gustavo Alvarez, CEO for America Tampons and leader of the Network for Plastic Cooperation, who talked about the plastic solution. Fabiana Quiroga, Director for Circular Economy at Braskem for South America, who talked about the circular economy of plastics from Braskem's perspective, and Alfredo Schmitt, Chairman of the Sustainplast Institute, who will be mediating the debate. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Thais. Good morning, Guido. I haven't seen you in a long time. Hi, Gustavo. Hi, Fabiana. It's a huge pleasure to have the opportunity to be here talking to you. Thank you so much for making the time to join us. And I'm going to say this to all of those who have joined us here today. I always say that this Congress is not for price, raw material, mechanical properties. No, this Congress aims to improve the relationship between society and plastics. What can we do to make sure that we go through the challenges and the innovations that are required so that our materials can be long-lasting? Let me give you a short example before we start. During the first Brazilian Plastic Congress in Porto Alegre, I asked Marco Polo, a bus company, to send a bus to exhibit it to the Industry Federation with no plastic components at all. So there was just a carcass there. I did that because I wanted to show people how present plastics are in everyone's lives, from cradle to the grave. And there are many ways that we can make our products long-lasting and improve our lives. So thank you so much for your presentations. And I'll start with a comment. Everything you've said is extremely relevant, but I believe in mass behavior changes. And I have noticed that we have gradually been able to do that in Brazil, changing people's behavior little by little. I could give you lots of examples, but I won't. I'd like to hear from you how you see that and how we can evolve in that sense. So Thais, I'd like to hear your opinion first, please. Thank you, Alfredo. That's an interesting question. Behavior change, mass behavior change is possible. We've seen it in previous experiences, but it's possible based on system changes, I think. Change in behavior that comes from changes to public policies, or that comes from incentives from the industry. I think that kind of mass behavior change can be quicker than expecting behavior to change through collective conscience, for instance. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I'm reflecting on everything that has been said during the presentations today and the changes that are required so we can achieve circular economy. So that's my opinion. I think all the links in the chain need to be part of the change. And when we talk about mass behavior change, you know, we're talking about people's individual roles, but they need to be part of the change. But the key players of this change, those who will cause that change to happen and will allow that change to happen, are not individuals. I think they come from the industry, from the government, and they are the decision makers. Okay, great. Who's next? If I might, I'd like to add to what Thais said. I completely agree with her. I think that movement is taking place because the industrial sector is doing its part, the government is doing a few things, but I'd like to add a few points in terms of behavior. Education is extremely relevant because it's much more long-lasting. It takes longer, but including sustainability, conscientious use, and the correct disposal of plastic waste from people who are young, that is what brings change to society. I have a 7-year-old daughter and a 22-year-old daughter, and I see that their awareness is completely different. The school my young daughter goes to has that matter of sustainability across the board. It's very present. She brings us examples of that. She questions people when people litter on the street. She gets outraged when she sees waste on the streets. So it's a long-term change. It takes a long time, but having that as part of basic education and creating a generation that looks at it like that is an opportunity for mass behavior change, I think. Guido, are you listening to the translation?
Yes. Yeah, so I fully agree to what is said by Thais and Fabiana. I was also about to say education is a key, which is, as Fabiana mentioned, they're probably the most long-term one, which it takes, but it also takes providing infrastructure and combined with a certain level of enforcement. When you look at countries in Asia like Japan or Singapore, because of cultural behavior, which is education, there is nobody littering. Combined with certain enforcement, there is nobody littering, essentially. Yeah. So, and it also in other countries there are packaging types which are not littered, or if they are littered, because due to their material value, they will sometimes not even hit the ground because they are taken away while somebody wants to litter it. This is obviously difficult with flexible packaging, but if you can provide certain incentives that people don't litter but collect, as I mentioned before, I believe that we don't have the issue in 10 years' time, yeah, that we are talking about completely different things because we have solved the issue. That's kind of our vision and what I believe in.
Gustavo, com você.
How about you, Gustavo? Well, there's not much I can say. There's not much left to say because you've all said it all. Just as a cherry on the comments cake, System Plus, the Institute, would be an example of that. I think the Coal Caps program includes all of the elements we've just talked about. Education, infrastructure, because if you don't have the infrastructure to receive that material and having recycling with it, but it also has a purpose. And I think people in general, society as a whole needs a purpose, whether it be social or whether it be economic, it doesn't matter. Or better yet, a combination of both. We will not be able to mobilize anyone if we don't have education, but we need to have a purpose for it and an economic objective, because paying more or not getting anything in return doesn't mobilize anyone, doesn't drive the process forward. So we need a combination of all these elements. I completely agree with what everyone has said. And I would include that last element. I think it's important, purpose. Do we have any further comments on this topic? I would say a few words. Maybe some of you have heard me say that before, but I started teaching. I used to teach chemistry. So education runs in my veins. And I personally don't believe, well, it's not that I don't believe, but I think it comes out much cheaper to society when you encourage education to be improved. Everybody wins in that case. If you look at Japan and Singapore, for instance, it's easy to see. And then some people say, well, but that's going to take too long. Yeah, maybe, but it depends. If you maybe Fabiana and Thais won't remember this because you're too young, and Guido because he didn't live in Brazil for that long, but he might remember it. There was a campaign in Brazil called Sujesmundo, dirty guy. It translates into Sujesmundo means dirty guy. The streets were extremely dirty here, and this was a communications campaign, and it really improved things. Streets became cleaner. So education, citizenship. For instance, on my desk, when I leave my desk, I don't leave a coffee cup on it. I clear it out. I clean everything. So citizenship is key. You know, of course, alongside public policies, tax incentives, you know, the VAT for products being recycled, that's all key. But I do think that this is my own personal opinion, okay? Of course, you can all disagree with it, but I do think education is key if we want to move forward through citizenship. What do you think?
If I may
Nobody
start,
thinks anything.
No, I certainly agree. Yeah, as you said, it might take too long for some people, but if you never start, you will never get there. And on top, yeah, I think Brazil is one of those countries where kind of a version of EPR might work, an extended producer responsibility scheme. Yeah, we are talking not just only about packaging, but we should also talk about other products in general, which we don't litter. If you use it properly for a long time, don't go always for the new way to replace it because has a more fashion color or something like that. Also, those products should be either used longer or then recycled. I think one of the most prominent examples is fashion, also including a lot of plastics meanwhile, and this is where we can change ourselves, and I think the pandemic has shown that we can use some of our textiles at home longer than we believed before. So change is possible, and step by step, one by one.
Alfredo, se você me permitir.
If I may, Alfredo. Yeah, I think it's what Fabiana said. I think everything is part of the context. I think new generations won't just accept things the way they are. I think the new generations are much more educated. They want to find their own purposes. They have their own motivations. It's a new society that is created. And because of technology, information flows a lot faster around the world. Now, the depth is a problem because just as technology shares information very quickly, it doesn't necessarily provide in-depth information, and people don't necessarily understand the concept. So you need a purpose to start the debate, and then through education, you get the depth you need so that you can get a real movement, a sustainable movement that gets support from everyone and not just an obligation. That would be my point. But I think we're all saying the same thing, basically. I think, yes, it is possible. It is required. Education is necessary. But just establishing something and asking everybody to do it without explaining how to get there and what the purpose is, it will be much harder. If you start with a purpose, then you have depth. Great point. And, we talked about the combination, education, citizenship, but you need the infrastructure because it's very hard to say you need to sort the waste, you need to recycle the waste, and then your daughter says one single bin bag, a bin liner, a trash plastic bag with all the waste going into it. Nothing's getting sorted. Gustavo asked the question during his presentation, what are you doing? And I think that's a question we need to ask ourselves every day. Purpose is relevant, and you need to be the purpose that you want to see in the world, And Guido talked about the fashion. industry, wearing clothes, you know, if you're constantly buying clothes and you have a closet full of clothes already, what is the example you're giving your children? So it's a combination. When you talk about implementing a circular economy, you're talking about a behavioral change that goes from individuals through to the industry. And if you don't have both sides working together and the government enforcing it or providing the infrastructure to enable that, we won't get anywhere. So it really is a combination of all those elements. That is what will allow us to reach this objective, which is very difficult. When you think about the production, the consumption, how long have we been doing it the same way? Since the Industrial Revolution. So we need to speed this process up because impacts are getting worse, but it does have a maturity cycle, both in education and everything the industry and the government are doing. I'm very optimistic because in the last couple of years, I think we've had great advances, and they have happened quite quickly when you compare to what happened previously. So when we talked about recycling, I think it's much more evident. Demand is growing and consumers are asking for it. So it is a journey. We're still at the beginning, but I really believe it. I see it with positive eyes because we have been making progress. Well, I will conclude the topic with a few comments. It's impossible to disagree. Citizenship is extremely relevant. It's relevant not only to this topic, but to any topic. So, of course, there's no way any of us could disagree with what you said, but I agree with Fabiana when she says that there is a considerable limit to people's power, especially when you talk about the circularity of plastic, not only in collection, but even when buying, you know, choosing a reusable packaging or making sure that a packaging is recyclable. That is not up to people or citizenship. People can be completely conscientious, they can be aware of it, but not have access to that kind of solution. And when it's time to dispose of that, if they don't live somewhere where they have selective collection of waste, they won't be able to dispose of it correctly. So yes, we do need citizenship to move forward with this agenda, but the power to mobilize and change things at a larger scale is much more to do with those who develop the systems, those who develop the products, who design the products, the delivery systems, and implement the collection systems. I think the EPR example Guido mentioned is a great example because there's a lot of evidence from different countries that funding, infrastructure, collection, sorting by the private sector was what really affected drastic change in plastic circulation. So I think we need to base our decisions and talks, especially, you know, we're all here. I would imagine that everyone who's joined us here today works in the industry. So our decisions need to be based on evidence, on data. There's lots of information out there that will help us decide on things that can move the needle, that can cause large-scale results. So this is a great place to have these conversations about what the data is, what the evidence is, that can show us the way forward to more impactful results. But Thais, you know that, I agree with you that there isn't one single way. There are different ways that converge, that compete with different speeds, but they all have to get to the same place, because otherwise there's an imbalance down the road. And That's how I see it. But as you said, there's lots of information, but society also gets a lot of misinformation. Information that isn't clear, information that advocates for certain interests. One of the things that trouble me about Brazil is that whenever anything comes up about plastics, usually who gets asked? Not always, but usually they ask the medical association. They ask what doctors think about it. And then, Fabiana, I know you're a lawyer, but they ask the bar association. They ask lawyers what they think when, there are many capable technicians, associations, unions that could provide the right kind of information to the media than the information you see out there. So misinformation, I think it causes more harm than good to the process. We have to go a longer way to get to the same place. We could get that there a lot faster. That's why I talk about education. Yeah, I agree. The only thing I would say is that when I talked about information, I meant the scientific data that is available for decision makers. So not necessarily information that reaches the population, but information that reaches decision makers about where to invest, where their focus should be to increase plastic circularity, which are the neutral and believable organizations that provide this kind of information that can lead to the right kind of decision. About your comment, Alfredo, concerning the information that reaches consumers, in terms of the law, I think it has a lot to do with convenience. It's convenient to legislators to solve things by signing one single piece of paper and just saying, you can't do this. This isn't allowed. It's much simpler than conducting an in-depth analysis. What are the impacts? What are the opportunities for improvement? How can we make city governments and state governments act? And on the consumer side, whenever we talk about convenience, that means an impact as well. So plenty of people say, I don't use straws anymore. That was quite powerful in Brazil. I don't use straws. And they post that on social media as if it were sustainable. And I'll give you an example of something that happened to me. I was somewhere where the mother took a plastic straw, spent half an hour saying what kind of an impact that caused, that her son wasn't meant to use a plastic straw, gave the straw back, and then 2 minutes later, her son was taking ketchup pouches and mustard pouches and ripping them open, and you're playing it around with it and creating so much waste. It doesn't make sense, but it's much more convenient to say, oh, don't use this, the straw. It's easier, right? So information, in my opinion, has a lot to do with convenience, finding the easier way to do things. And that applies to consumers as well. It has to do with their convenience, refills, reusable packaging, because you're going to have to sort the bottles. It's not as convenient. And in Brazil, that's something we should focus on. At least some of the experiences I see in my building, we sort the waste. All you have to do is take it downstairs. And there are people complaining, oh no, it's too much work. I have to go down to the garage, sort my waste. It's much easier to leave it at my door and for somebody to pick it up. You know, it's not as convenient. So we need to have the right kind of communication that will cause the kind of impact.
Por isso que eu volto a comentar a respeito de todo mundo colocar a mão na consciência.
That's why all of us need to place our hands on our conscience and ask what we're doing on a daily basis to help in leveraging the circular economy, because it's much easier not doing anything or complaining than effectively really bringing matters into your own hands. You know, Guido, Thais, Fabiana, Gustavo. Fabiana, you talked about the straws. Let me go back to the information that is not true. When this straw wave started, there was a TV program in which an anchor person married with another anchor person gave an interview on straws and types of straws. And the presenter interviewed someone that said they were importing metallic straws from China. Then the presenter asked, how do you know that this straw is of good quality? No, because we have a person there in the Chinese factory that follows the manufacturing of these straws. It doesn't seem very believable to have a person dedicated to straw production in a Chinese factory. So this type of information goes to society and goes with an air of reality, which really is not. And this is what I question. So you generate distorted information, and all distorted information generates great difficulty for the right things to take place. So what is the path we need to trail? So if some information is off, we create difficulty for the work of circular economy. So this is why I'm very much in favor of true information that brings concrete data so that we can seek circularity and, in fact, have an economy evolving in a positive sense for all of those. And I think this is what Foundation MacArthur is doing by means of the information they are providing, right? Yes. I really don't have a strong opinion about the Chinese factory, but with regard to circularity, yes. Sorry, I didn't understand your question. What I mean is the following. When we have true information, we can reach true objectives in a much easier fashion, right? Yes, I do agree with that.
Although I think if I might add something, we human beings are very easy to mislead. Just giving you the example, under the assumption you separate your packaging waste from the rest, the residual waste at home, then you are easily misled that you have a plastic or packaging issue, because when you take the bag out with all the packaging, it is spacious because it's a lot of volume, but actually it's very lightweight. On the other hand, all the food you consumed or you wasted even, that is just in a smaller bag, it's a bit more heavy, but your perception, because of the space, is always, again, packaging. You always have your reality check with packaging when it's empty, when you have to carry it out, or when you see it littered. But you often don't see that the function, the protector, that it protects the food, it protects, provides you with clean and safe food, etc. And when you consider that a third of a person's carbon footprint or environmental footprint is related to food and drinks, and on top, almost a third of the food produced worldwide is wasted. That is the real impact we have for climate change. and the packaging. I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything with packaging. That's not true, but we are easily misled by, the example was the straw. You know, people say I'm not using a straw, so I'm now sustainable. I'm not using plastic packaging, I'm now sustainable. And this is kind of the easy way for people to get out. And when you realize the not using plastic bags, retail bags for 1 year, there was a calculation for Europe, is the equivalent in environmental footprint to about 15 kilometers driving a car. Yeah, people are not using retail bags and believe they are very sustainable. On the other hand, they take every short trip to the supermarket with a car. So here we should always be to put everything in perspective and help people to make decisions without them knowing. I remember a former colleague telling me that the most sustainable product is which makes people behave in a sustainable way without them noticing it. So this is probably the real product design we should aim for.
Ok. Chegou uma pergunta aqui para mim.
We received a question here that I'm going to read. So let me put on my glasses for that. To make campaigns of the filthy one can be quite interesting. But cooperatives probably know new things. Universities and academia should also provide answers, but public policy is also important. What do you think about this? All of this certainly is part of that group of things that will move toward a situation in which we will find a solution that is more adequate and that reaches all the goals that we have set on a daily basis before us. What do you think about this? I think this is very much in line with what we just commented. We need joint efforts that are effective. The campaign issue with content and information is part of the communication and bringing knowledge and information, but it needs to be coupled with effective actions. So simply doing actions or communication plans that are really grandiose without any concrete actions, you're not really bringing about a solution. So I think the combination of both is important. So in Gustavo, we talked a lot about this, right? Concrete actions and communication is the consequence of presenting what we were able to advance with. So it's important to mention this. Communication is a component of that which you already elaborated, have done, and developed. So it is a consequence, not the first and foremost objective. And here we need to develop a line of thought where the action or the project are the basis of everything that effectively you will present. So in general terms, the discussion and debate phases as to how important plastic is and how harmful it can be if it is placed in a wrong place. This entire debate phase already occurred. So both a proposal from industry or from an effective view of society is much more related to which solutions we will take on. So the entire context needs to be surrounded by something effective and tangible. So the final product needs to be tangible. And this will motivate people more to follow along this path. The example that Guido gave is very interesting. Sometimes it's very easy to say that you are participating in a better purpose or higher purpose because you're not using a plastic bag or not using a straw, when in reality, you are impacting in a much worse fashion on the other side. But fact is, we need to have effective actions so that we can seize the opportunity in people engagement to find a solution that that becomes the new reality of this society. We received another question here for Guido that I will read now. Guido, the recycling rate of flexibles in Brazil is around 5%. Here I will open a parenthesis. I don't agree. The number that I know of is 24%, close parenthesis. No Sempre, which is an agency from the recycling area, we understand that consumer environmental education to separate this material is very relevant to structure the entire chain. Can you share your experience in Europe with regard to this subject, please?
First of all, a comment to the 5 versus 24%. Probably we have to check the definitions, whether we are talking about flexible packaging overall, so yes, including industrial packaging, or whether it's just consumer packaging. Probably the consumer packaging has a lower recycling rate. Yeah, it's as mentioned before, it's all about you're setting the infrastructure. So if you collect all packets, so the ideal world or ideal in reality seems to collect all packaging except paper and glass, which you should separate. And then in modern sorting centers, it is relatively easy to, with modern technology, to sort out the different materials. So there are various polymer fractions. And then there is recycling technology available, which can make it commercial viable to also sort flexible packaging. It's just a matter of collecting all of it and combining all of that, even with a ban for landfilling, the course of and an export ban, and then you have the need to invest in the infrastructure to sort it all out. And their technology is available, but it just needs scale.
Alfredo, se me permitir.
Alfredo, will you grant me 2 minutes, please, just to comment? Within the plastic cooperative network, one of the actions or one of the projects with the involvement of all its members has been focused on flexible packaging. We have a project mainly to increase recycling of flexible materials. So increase the recyclability of this material using a project so that we can bring to the group of options in packaging design and the packaging concept this principle. So we are involving the entire chain. So the great advantage within the network is that you have fresh raw material manufacturer, consumer goods manufacturers, and recyclers, so that this material, when born, you do not want the best solution just to design the packaging, but you want to consider how it can be reused down the road. So we already have this intention within a given project, and until the end of the year, we will have some of these prototypes with the support of the entire industry and the interest from the entire industry in this process. So for the Sempre people, we invite you to learn a bit more about our projects involving flexibles. And this receives support from the industry as well of the affiliated associations. I would like to make a comment, Gustavo. This Congress, as I always like to mention, We have many people like us who are to a greater or lesser extent related to the sector, but there are many people from society as well. I always tried to make society participate so that they know what we are doing. We have many people from South America participating here, from Chile, from Ecuador, from Mexico, in Latin America, and from Peru, some people from the US. And I'm very happy to know that in a conversation like this one, show that we are doing a lot involving circularity. So Brazil is doing a lot in terms of circularity. So here, I would like to make a very brief comment. One of the first meetings in Rede we participated, and I recall seeing a lady that worked at a co-op, and she would say the following: well, they make mineral water bottles. One is red, the other one is blue. And to recycle and separate this, it's very difficult. You know that red pigments are difficult to segregate. So don't people think about what's going to happen down the road? So what Thais just mentioned, that Fabiana mentioned, that Guido said, so the design is very important. We need to be concerned with this so that this can revert always into a more adequate situation to reuse this material down the road. I agree a lot with this. I worked for many years in the private initiative in large companies, and I have this experience of oftentimes the areas within companies work in isolated silos. So someone developing the circular economy strategy is not thinking about the product aspects. So there is an opportunity that is very large to approach this. We talk a lot about collaboration among actors, but there's also an opportunity for internal communication within organizations so that areas work in an integrated fashion. And when thinking about circular economy, we need to pass through the innovation, marketing, supply chain areas, and we need multifunctional work models in large consumer good companies. This is essential, as you mentioned, for this decision-making process not to be halted. So you shouldn't wait for the co-op at the end of the line to point this out. So you don't have to go this far. So there's a great opportunity for greater collaboration among or within companies, and also regarding the use of materials that are developed. Now working at the MacArthur Foundation, I see a lot of high quality material being generated as a guideline, as to the best design decisions for different packaging materials. So I think there's a lot of material to be used by several areas, and there's a huge opportunity for collaboration inside companies. Just another point about what you were talking about regarding flexibles. The foundation is not prescriptive with regard to any packaging. So they do not determine what is or not recyclable and what should or not be done. The foundation established a definition with regard to recyclability. So this definition is very controversial. There are many existing definitions, and it could be identified as recyclability that has been proven within a lab or something that is great scale in practice. And McCarthy defines large scale in practice. So there is a cutoff score. So if there is not proven recycling of at least 30% of a given packaging, in a specific country or a specific geography or a given number of countries that add up to a certain number of people, this packaging will be defined as recyclable or not. So this connection with in practice recycling and in theory recycling, the MacArthur definition may help guide this type of discussion to understand what is the percentage, because oftentimes there are several opinions and different views on this topic. So I would just like to share this point that there is a definition of the new plastics economy that has guided companies regarding the global commitment and the undersigners of the Global Plastic Organization. Regarding this point, I think Guido's comment was very interesting because in Germany they are changing, in Europe, they are changing the point at which this assessment is done. So it's no longer at collection. So it is at the next step. So this makes the recyclability index drop as well. So this concept issue needs to be very present and firmly defined so that we can, it's what I always say, the proper idea. If we start having a lot of ideas and diverge on this, we wind up with wrong solutions, right? Yes. The Alan MacArthur definitions were developed by a committee with over 100 specialists in the area. So since 2016, they have developed concepts in a very collaborative way with specialists from around the world. So these concepts have been developed based on evidence and consensus from specialists. Of course, this is a view. There may be different opinions, so there's never going to be an absolute truth. Definitions are being created, but this is a standpoint. And as you mentioned, the effective recycling definition is not done over collection, but rather recycling in practice. So we also use this indicator. Gustavo, what do you think about this? First of all, once again, we're talking about the same topics and trying to find the same types of solution at the end of the day. The Rede for Cooperação do Plástico, which I tried presenting within my time, brought the first recyclability rate that looks at not just the technical area, because one thing is technical recycling, which you are able to achieve in a laboratory, for example, but the view, the market view and regional view, in the case Brazil, because Brazil is continental in size. So we decided not just to look at the market aspect, so how much actually is recycled in terms of value, but also look at different regions and the infrastructures that are distinct in each one of the regions. So I think the retorno, which is the rate used by the Rede, is the first one trying to find the solution. So this solution is never perfect. So naturally, you need to try to evolve and improve its use. So we still have and will have in the future several subjects that will need to be discussed, elements that need to be included within this discussion and debate. So when we look at the recyclability rate, you look specifically at your product and within your company, then you do the control and specify what should enter or not and how to use this. Another thing is to look within a much broader context. Ellen MacArthur mentioned that you're undersigned of this view in terms of the plastic compact. It has a great representativeness, but it is 20% of the total. So how are you able to reach out to the others so that effectively we have results? We start with the larger ones, this is correct, but we also need the commitment of all. So this is why the idea within the network to have an open rate so that everyone can use this, so that in general, we start creating So in other words, education, so that companies look at this as a reality and they start to mobilize themselves so that their products are more recyclable, and also focusing on the final result. So the effective recycling increases. So I think we have all these different contexts and information intertwined so that we can have an end positive result for all, mainly for society. So this is the bottom line. We want to find a solution where all are engaged towards it. I would just like to complement one point that Thais mentioned that I think is very relevant, the internal collaboration of the company. So I would like to share my testimonial, the differentiation that we made, that circular economy became a priority on all businesses and evaluating the design and also with customers. So we established this as a business. So we brought this to the forefront. So how can you develop a circular economy within the company? And we had the endorsement and definition and prioritization from top management. And we followed a clear commitment made with the public so that we could follow this within the company. So this topic is a priority and is disclosed in a widespread fashion. So I am responsible for the circular economy of the area, but this concept needs to be clear and defined for all. In practice, what we have seen is the opportunity in areas that we didn't even imagine bringing the circularity concept. So we had chemical waste that was disposed of, and we were able to value, bring this, transform this into products, and find a new segment that uses this. So this has nothing to do with plastic; it has to do with chemistry. But it started from a commercial area that called upon us to understand the concept. So how to transform this, technically speaking, into a new product, and we were able to implement this. So this is something I would like to share because I think this is very relevant to what Thais mentioned, that within the company to bring circular economy to the forefront made a difference to us. And based on our commitments and the involvement of our CEO on the topic, all areas now seek circular solutions because they know this is the priority. And within the innovation pipeline, most of the teams are focusing on renewable and recyclable solutions within the company. So we are a petrochemical industry. So this is a differentiation and a mobilization that occurred. To have sustainability as a pillar was always the path, but circularity occurred and this transformation occurred as we brought this to the business. And we have seen a great collaboration of different areas seeking solutions in each and every one of their areas of activity. Fabiana, this is something that is very plausible. I am a Braskem customer, and this is very strong in the relationship between Braskem and its customers, and the speed with which this has occurred over the last 3 years, let's say. Nothing was said about this, or very little was said. In 3 years, a lot has been said about this. So this is really excellent, and it shows that we are trailing a very good path. Maybe we have already moved up to the second level, the second tier. And I think we are progressing very nicely with regard to this. We are reaching the end of our debate, and I would like to give each and every one of you a chance to make your closeout comments because at 1 p.m. we will have another presentation. So let me start with the ladies first. So I will ask Thais to give her closing remarks. I would just like to thank you for the opportunity. I think I already talked a lot during my presentation, and I am available for any additional contact. Thank you very much for the opportunity and any sharing opportunity. Sometimes we will have the same views or different ones, but we certainly will find the best way to move forward. Fabiana, please. I would also like to thank you for this opportunity. I think the entire debate is very rich. This offers opportunities, new reflections, and I think this is the path forward. So Congresses, they offer this environment of sharing new ideas and solutions, and it's always a pleasure to be here to share with my colleagues on this topic that is so relevant. And it shows how much more relevant this has become in the plastic sector. And everything I think in this Congress is around this sustainability proposal. Guido, I will invite you in Portuguese
Tá bom.
for you
Primeiro,
to
muito
go ahead.
obrigado pela sessão de
Thank you
discussão.
very much
Eu
for the
acho que
discussions.
a gente está muito conjunto
We are very much
para
together in this.
Para a gente de chegar numa economia circular.
And I'm sure that together we will reach a circular economy.
Apresentar em persona, não numa conferência virtual, mas uma conferência, congresso no Porto Alegre. Por favor,
would
próxima vez.
very
Muito
much
obrigado,
enjoy being in a in-person Congress next time for sure. I only can thank the organization of this Congress, the opportunity to be here and to share my ideas and also the actions that we are conducting. I fully agree with my colleagues that this is a great opportunity for us to share ideas and actions. And the view that this Congress brings, which sometimes is different and sometimes the same, are enlightening for us to build a better model moving forward for new generations. And this is truly sustainable. I would like to thank Thais, Fabiana, Guido, and Gustavo for the excellent presentations you offered, for participating in this chat. And we are certainly starting to build something very nice for the future. Thank you very much to all of you. And if you would like to continue participating in the Congress, I'm sure there's a lot of very nice things coming ahead. Thank you so much for your participation. We would like to thank the speakers once again, Alfredo, Gustavo, Guido, Fabiana, and Thais, and also for the moderation. Before continuing with the next talk, we would like to remind you that to access simultaneous translation, just click in the upper left corner. And we also have the slides available on the site cbplastico.com.br. It's important. The participation in this fourth Brazilian Plastic Congress certificate will be offered to all of those participating in more than 40% of the talks. So now we will have an American view being presented by Ronald Sasine. He is in the CBP Chicago chapter.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to be here at such an important conference. So thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I'm talking from Bentonville in Arkansas, which is where Walmart's headquarters are based. Just to give you some idea of what Bentonville is like and the state of Arkansas, Arkansas would be like Mato Grosso do Sul of the US. It's a very rural state. It's dominated by the ag industry. It's very beautiful, very interesting, but far from the large cities you probably know, like New York, Chicago, and LA. So I wanted to talk to you about the goals and objectives of what is happening right now in packaging sustainability in the US. And that's my area of expertise. There are 5 groups that have the most influence on the packaging market. We have the consumer packaged goods companies, retailers, NGOs, governments, and consumers. And I'm going to talk about each one of them, a little bit about the objectives that have been touched on and the goals that are in place. Great. This morning, we had a great presentation delivered by Thais from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation about the project for a new plastics economy. These companies, this is a group of international companies, but also American companies that have made a commitment with reaching a very important goal, which is the use of 100% use of reusable, recyclable, or compostable plastic packaging by 2025. Those commitments are very important. And we're going to talk about how they are trying to achieve that objective. First, what is the motivation of companies to make that kind of commitment? First, it's a personal commitment by the executives. I have had the opportunity to talk to many different executives from these large companies, and I have heard directly from them that they are committed to the environment. They are committed to improving their company's operation with regards to the environment, but it goes beyond that commitment, and it talks to the relevance of that in the current market, because companies that are not committed to the environment in today's market will very quickly find themselves out of the conversation. People won't look for their products because new consumers are already looking to participate and to buy from companies that have an objective and a commitment to life on the planet, that collaborate with the personal goals and objectives of consumers. And the third motivation is future profit, because without relevance in the current market, without the participation of consumers, without taking part in the desires and objectives of these consumers, that would mean putting companies' profits at stake. Companies need to act in a way that shares with their consumers' behaviors and desires with regard to the environment. So what do we see in terms of immediate action? The reduction in grammage. So what we call that lightweighting. So using less material, but wrapping products with the same efficiency and productivity and safety in the distribution chain. Many companies are going over the thickness and grammages of their packaging that they use for their products. We also see a great deal of focus on the development of mono-resin multi-layer blown films. So films that can replace the multi-film, multi-cover options we've seen in the past. So there's a focus on developing mono resins, something that we hadn't seen before. We're also seeing an increase in the use of recycled resins in current systems and the use of new technologies to clean, process, and use those resins. And finally, a lot of emphasis on labeling. So communicating to consumers what is already happening to current packaging and how it can be recycled or processed in a more suitable way. So what we see in the long term is the development of new products, which means how these companies are going to change their products so that they can use less packaging and to use packaging differently. So there are two very important trends. The first is the use of concentrates. And we see that a lot in the food industry, in cleaning products, personal care, home care. There's an increase in the use of concentrates in products for textiles, personal care, and dry products as well. Products where we have eliminated the use or significantly reduced the use of water. So we see the introduction of new products that use that system. Also, material replacement, new extrusions that do not require the multi-layer material. We also see the replacement of paper and pulp board in markets that had always used plastics. So this competition is beginning. In the next 5 to 7 years, I think there will be a lot of competition in paper and pulp board for markets that used to use plastic. We also see companies buying new products such as bag-in-box or refillable packaging, as we have heard previously. Retailers, that's the second group whose motivation is very important here. Especially, again, there's a commitment by the executives. Executives from major retailers are looking for opportunities to strengthen their relevance and their participation in the environmental movement. So they go straight to environmental packaging, preferably. I have been talking to executives in retail, and they all say that they want to be relevant in the current market with new consumers. And today's consumer is not last decade's consumer or last century's consumer. They are different consumers who prefer and want products that will meet their own personal preferences. Third point, e-commerce. The market, both pre-COVID and post-COVID. So e-commerce product movement systems to meet consumer needs, everything is being influenced by the online shopping experience, delivery, new delivery services. So different materials are being used, materials that weren't necessarily made for the physical retail, but e-commerce uses a different type of packaging. So the influence of retailers is very important, because at the end of the day, as soon as an idea becomes a reality and exists physically in a store, that affects us all in the supply chain, as well as consumer who will be paying for our work. So as soon as money changes hands from the consumer hands to the retailer's hands, that's very important to our industry. Let's take a look at what's happening in the e-commerce market. In the US, before COVID, we had projected a growth of 35% between 2019 and 2023. I apologize for these arrows. I don't know, they've moved, they're not in the right place, but from 2019 to 2023, a forecast of 35% had been forecast. That was before COVID. Now, what's happened? Last year, that growth took place in one single year. So what we had thought was going to take 4 years to grow, grew in 4 quarters. So we had an increase in e-commerce that was dramatic. It affected everyone. All the material and the products being wrapped and distributed in this innovative and different fashion. What happened in the year 2000 was a huge stress to the existing systems, but it predicted what will happen in the next few years. Now, let's talk a little bit about retailers and how they're organized. Many people think that, okay, so I went to Walmart, made the order, I'm going to sell. What happens with retailers is that there are many groups within an organization that have an influence on the product and the packaging. So usually, as a company and as industrialists, we think about procurement. Okay, you need to buy this product. But unfortunately, retailers work a little differently. The buyer is important, and the buyer at retailers will be judged or assessed based on how that product sells at the counter. The buyer and the seller are the same person with the same responsibility. We have a marketing department. We have operations. What happens to the product within the store or in the e-commerce system? We have the design department, especially with our own brands and national brands that are part of this ecosystem. And we also have sustainability, which is usually directly connected to the company's directors and executives, and that have an influence on other areas. So why did I put these 5 areas up here? Because all decisions that are relevant to packaging and plastic use involve all of them. It's not just sustainability that will be deciding and defining on what the buyer is going to do. I have a lot of experience with buyers who have a corporate objective, but it's not really what they want to do. It's not, the category of products that they sell. So there's a negotiation between these 5 groups here. Now, let's talk a little bit about what's happening to governments. Governments in the US, the government in the US is a complex of governments. There's no single government that dictates what's going to happen. It's very similar to what happens in Brazil. You have the federal government, you have the state government, you have municipalities, there are counties, people who affect the final decision of these organizations. So let's talk about this Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act. This is a bill of law in the American Congress that was launched March this year and involves the extended producer responsibility, the famous EPR, and was going to create a national recycling system for plastic bottles. So there would be a limit on the use of chemical recycling. And because of that limit, it's being opposed by the petrochemical and the plastics industry. So this bill of law was launched by a group of Congress people with their own environmental objectives, influenced especially by green NGOs, and now the industries are reacting cautiously, but they are really opposing this bill of law. Now, what's happening in terms of local and state reductions? This is where things get complicated, because the US, in the US, we have a habit. It's part of, the American Constitution that the duties and responsibilities reserved to the state are very, very important. And so the states exercise those rights with a large degree of independence. Often they don't want to know about what comes from Washington because they want to have their own restrictions. They want to have their own directives for their own state. So there's like a jigsaw puzzle with different restrictions, different laws at all the different states. And within the states, there are other restrictions at the county and at the municipality level. So the structure and it's very easy for a company to see the country as a whole market. So there's a problem. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, and it really disrupts a common single market that the US might otherwise be. So East and West Coast states, Washington, Oregon, California, Maine, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. They have their own view of what these restrictions should be. At the end of last year, there were new laws passed in the state of California that were very tough for the beverage industry. So now they have new bottle restrictions, new cap restrictions. So that leads to a much more complex market than you can see from the outside. Okay. So what happened in 2020? Many of the regulations were suspended during the COVID pandemic. Some had a break, some were completely interrupted, but soon the government realized that they would have to suspend rules and regulations that were normal during normal times for this abnormal period. As I said, there is a debate among cities, counties, states, and the federal government. And that debate limits the possibility of many companies, packaging manufacturers, consumers, limits a shared vision among the states where they operate or where they sell their products. Like in Brazil, a company in a very large state exporting to a smaller state has to live according to the market regulations of both states. Third point. There are many definitions for single-use plastics. This single-use plastics topic has had a lot of criticism. The packaging industry, the food industry, many people see the single-use plastic packaging as the bad guy, whether it be straws or takeaway boxes or different types of single-use packaging. So a lot of people see the single-use plastics definition as takeaway food. No, it's just for delivery items, or as utensils that you use at home, plastic forks, plastic spoons, you know, the knives and forks and spoons that come with takeaway food. But a lot of people are already seeing packaging as single-use plastics. They say, no, once you leave the store, you've used that packaging, that's it, it's single-use. So that definition isn't clear, and it's causing other kinds of confusion in the cities, counties, and states where they operate. Now, the consumers, this is my main question to you. Will the plastic packaging industry meet the needs of consumers? This is very cute, right? This is the dog of public pressure. It wants to eat the EPR beef because the plastics industry is feeding the dog that meat. Is that enough, or will people want more? Will people want something different? And what NGOs are proposing is completely different. So consumers have goals and objectives that maybe we don't fully understand. The other thing I'd like to highlight is the influence of the media on consumers. The media in the US has been emphasizing environmental issues in the context of plastic packaging. Last year, there was a documentary, I don't know, some of you may have seen it. Some of my friends were in that documentary, so I had to watch it, but the wars of plastic, or plastic wars. And it was produced by that very famous show called Frontline. Frontline is like a 60-minute it's a TV show that runs an in-depth analysis of different topics. It's a really good documentary. So they look at the history of plastic, the history of the plastic packaging industry, and the end of plastic's life cycle. And it's very interesting. I'm only mentioning that to say to you that this consumer thing, you know, it's not all that clear what consumers want. We know what they don't want. They're continuously telling us that they want less packaging, less plastic, that they prefer products that tell a true story. Products that have a solid basis. And as an industry, what we need to do is to get on the same page with regards to these initiatives in the short and the long term. And to do that, we need to understand what consumers are really looking for.
Finally, I leave you with this view of mine. Last year, I was in Mexico providing consultancy for a food company in Mexico. And I saw in a store exactly these three product categories, one next to the other. And what did this tell me? There truly is a packaging that is correct or preferred for each one. In other words, if I am a housewife in Mexico and I'm going to make frijoles or Mexican beans, I have three options. I can buy them in a plastic bag in a larger volume that I will spend 3 hours with a pressure cooker and I will prepare the food myself at home. That's option one. The middle option is the same beans, but already semi-prepared. So canned beans, that is semi-ready. But I can still give my personal touch and I prepare it like my family likes. And in the third option, if I want to buy beans and eat beans that are ready and prepared, just like somebody already prepared for me that I like, it's right here. In other words, the same product, the same purpose to feed a person, a couple, of family. So all of them have the end purpose, the same end purpose, but each one in distinct packaging for distinct areas of society. So this was a great lesson that I learned in a store in Mexico last week. So there is one packaging for each consumer. Thank you very much. And now let's open for questions. Patricia. I can't hear you, Patricia. Now you can hear me, right? Yes, yes, much better. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Ronald is a consultant, and thank you very much. And now we will open for questions that we received along your presentation. The first one comes from Douglas Dias de Freitas, and he asks, how do you recycle packaging that is already injected together with the label? Excellent question. Well,
in-mold labeling.
The in-mold labeling topic is very important and complex in the US. We have a case for cleaning products, mainly detergent, liquid detergent. This is a great parcel of the market. What we see mainly with this type of packaging is recycling for other purposes. If we analyze a liquid detergent bottle, normally it is injected with several layers, the co-injection process. So we see that recycled plastic goes to the inner layer of this packaging, and the fresh plastic is being used on the outer portion. So it is being used, but is not being used 100% in a same packaging for the same product. It is being used in a co-extrusion or co-injection because simply we are not able to remove the labeling. So the label is already part of the molded packaging. So we cannot further separate this IML. Ronald, Alessandra Zambaldi asks, if you think it is possible or feasible to recycle PVC films for food, that meat tray, since it is very thin, monolayer, and many people do not know that it can be recycled, so it's not being separated. So this is why there is no scale for this. So should we think of chemical recycling for this? Excellent question. The great problem, actually we have two problems, is to collect this and transportation. To collect PVC films that have been used in meat packaging and other products will require consumers to clean off this material, because with blood you cannot recycle it. So it requires behavioral change in consumers within their homes. So this is a fact. Supposing that we can change this behavior and consumers are apt and willing to do this cleaning, we have a very light film, very difficult to handle, and the collection of this film creates several problems. What happens? All recycling systems for plastic have been developed for rigid plastic collection and transportation and processing. So circular systems that operate and handle and ship plastic based on rotation or based on changing this material or moving this material from one place to another. These systems involve plastic in the axis of the system and will not transport them in a normal fashion. So we need to investigate and innovate in how we collect and process these films in a firmer way. I participated in a study last year of a company investigating, taking these films and creating from them building material, etc. But rigid elements, and this rigidity allows for their transportation and reuse. The film itself, the great difficulty in it is that we are trying to ship it within systems that were not developed and are not managed for the shipment of flexible material. So this is the key point here. Thank you, Ronald. We have one more minute, and I'm going to try to fit in one more question. Susana de Castro wants to know if there's any law in any U.S. state that requires plastic bags to be used with PCR. Yes. I'm trying to recall which states have this, but what is happening? Normally, this plastic bag topic is being negotiated more with counties and cities rather than states. So what happens? A state like California, for example, maybe they don't have a statewide guideline, but the counties will. In California, recently, what we have seen is that the complete removal of plastic bags from stores or bans on plastic bags. So above all, PCR is an advantage, but the great risk for bag producers is not the use of PCR, but rather the removal or elimination of its use overall. So we have already seen this in several states, yes. Excellent, Ronald. First, I would like to thank you for participating and contributing here in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress, and we will see each other at 5 p.m. during the debate. Thank you very much. Very well. Now, before moving on to the next talk, I would like to invite all of you to watch the Braskem video. But we can accelerate even more our actions using the time that we have today to transform the future. This is why Braskem, aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN for 2030, took on new commitments with people and the planet. Working on 7 different dimensions, we have a lot of goals for the upcoming years. Among them, the elimination of plastic residue, the expansion of the I Am Green portfolio, plastic made from renewable and recycled material, and the neutralization of our CO2 emissions until 2050 to fight against climate changes. Let's transform the world in a more sustainable place for all, for our time and future ones. For Braskem, we want a more sustainable future today. You already know, but we have some important messages. To access simultaneous translation, select the language at the upper left-hand corner, and the material in English and the slides being presented by the speakers can be downloaded using the cbplastico.com.br site. To ask your questions to the speakers, use the specific field for questions, which is located at the bottom of your transmission screen. The questions will be answered live according to our flow. Now we would like to make an invitation. Register in the YouTube channel for the Congresso Brasileiro de Plástico and follow us on our social networks, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. To talk about the topic, plastic at sea, we invite Alexander Turra, who is from USP. Good afternoon, Alexander. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Alexander. Welcome. It's a pleasure to be here once again in this event to talk about sea litter. And this has grown significantly around the world, mainly in Brazil. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to start by talking about marine litter and what is forthcoming. And this comes after a series of events. So here I place these illustrations of the last events that I had the opportunity of being with you. And I would like to say that the topic is still the same. The photo is still the same, as you can see, but the situation is different. So this slide helps us understand that the marine litter topic has advanced in terms of its narrative and the strategies that have been developed over time. In this sense, we can see that there are great opportunities to move forward in this discussion, which is what I share here. This is the last slide that I showed in the last presentation. This was in the Guanabara Bay with this commemorative Coke bottle. So this shows that there is a problem down the road, but we also have an opportunity to deal with this issue and internalize this in the sector and try to be a protagonist and move forward in not having any more waste at sea and come out stronger in all senses. Towards this purpose, we need to understand that this topic has been discussed internationally and nationally. This is very clear for those who are following these discussions, mainly due to the creation of the ocean decade or science for the ocean decade for sustainable development. So this strengthens the guidelines set in 2014 so that we can understand what is happening at sea and try to find a solution for these problems. And among them, the marine litter is a constant. And here we see an international arrangement that has gained force over the years, which is the United Nations Environmental Assembly. From 2014 on, we have several resolutions. Until now, we have 4 resolutions that were elaborated specifically to talk about the solid waste at sea. These resolutions seek to guide member states regarding their activities, but also build knowledge that is structured so that we can take the next steps. And this is what I would like to address today. So what are these next steps? And what does this have to do with our sector and how the sector can structure itself to move forward with this? On an international level, we have this movement led by the UNEA and within UNEP, which is the environmental program for the United Nations, they started to create this interactive platform for initiatives related to marine litter. This is part of a movement that starts in 2019 and generates this guide for the monitoring and assessment of plastic litter in the ocean. I was one of the authors of this report together with other colleagues, and here we set the basis to expand the monitoring actions and assessment of marine litter in different countries, not just monitoring activities, but also fighting activities to this problem. These were mapped in this platform called this digital platform. And Brazil, as you can see here, is the country that had the highest number of records in this platform. This was a great effort that I expanded here in the country through several contacts that I have within the university, together with the private sector, the third sector, and government, to illustrate this in a more evident fashion. And what has taken place in the international scenario based on all these inputs and this maturing, the Nordic countries, they have a group of ministers that started to articulate, to idealize what would be this next step to fight marine litter, mainly a global agreement to fight plastic pollution. This report was recently concluded. I was one of the reviewers of this report, and it brings some insights and approaches that are quite interesting with regard to what is forthcoming. And it's important for the sector to know of this. Basically, we have three approaches to fight marine litter. One of them is to reduce plastic litter in the oceans. This is a great goal that we seek. The second aspect is sustainable management of waste. This is a very important element of this process that makes litter to reach the sea. And third, sustainable consumption and production throughout the plastic life cycle. And this is completely aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. The format and principles of this agreement need to be agreed upon among countries, including Brazil. Brazil needs to place itself formally regarding this issue, and it could be binding, voluntary, or hybrid obligations. Everything indicates that we will have a binding agreement. So whatever is decided there needs to be done by the signing countries. And the principles are being seen as inclusive, so it cannot be discriminatory. We cannot create unnecessary obstacles for commerce and create international standards and be transparent. I have discussed a bit in these forums regarding the view of Latin America and the Caribbean, mainly in these cities, to have an agreement that is fair with regard to the peculiarities of each region, both in terms of generating waste as well as the available technologies, as well as technological transfer, which is fundamental to be promoted in case this treaty is sanctioned. So what do we have in terms of paths that are being discussed or suggested under this scope? This comes as a result of the work done by a group of specialists in marine litter that helped UNIA in this discussion. And I was part of this group indicated by the Ministry of the Environment and later of the Ministry of Technology. So we have the extended responsibility of producers, the approaches of the polluter payer principle, supply of information regarding adverse impacts of several products, waste management practices, including the export and import of recycled waste, design, durability, repairability, and recyclability of products, including the need of multiple-use plastic when compared to single-use plastic, and polymer and additive management. These are possible pathways for instruments to address this topic. It's fundamental that the sector identify these elements and understand how it can contribute and eventually abide to the governmental decisions as to how these documents will be proposed in this international agreement. Towards this effect, we have along this path some actions that have been done in Brazil in line with this international discussion. Brazil recently, in 2019, published its national plan to fight marine litter. So here we have some guidelines besides the importance of adding actors from different sectors. We also have the strategic plan for monitoring and assessment of sea litter as a way to create a path that is structured and converging among different actors, not just to fight, but before this, to understand this problem of sea litter. This was sponsored by the Norway Embassy, together with the state of São Paulo, and together with us. So these initiatives, they bring an internalization process for these paths and national public policies. Just like in the international scenario, we want to formalize these paths. In the national scenario, we also want to do this. So in December 2020, we published the review of the solid waste plan with 5 goals focusing on this. So we have fishing nets, and second, we want to implement this collaborative platform and the KPIs for the PMOL. And third, we want to include environmental public policies like conservation units and also hydrographic basin issues. So take this also to other discussion spaces. And fourth, we want to create a strategy of governance for sea litter, thinking of institutions to make decisions, and also thinking about institutions to manage the data. And finally, create a plan to fight sea litter in the state of São Paulo. So these are already being placed into practice. This summarizes the section of this report that brought this space indicated here in this central line, seeking a scenario in which we are able to prevent this type of contamination. So the loss of these products to the environment. And with this, we have 3 moments, a short, mid, and long term to be sought. So 25, 30, and 35. So this is an ongoing process. And what you see here, this was built with the participation of the private sector initiative, mainly regarding the plastic sector. So this is a converging process that is quite participative that will help the state of São Paulo to fight this loss of material, mainly plastic, to the sea. As a background for this discussion, we have the SDGs, mainly number 14, which has to do with water. We had the Ocean Conference, which took place in 2017, which brought a series of voluntary actions, including on behalf of Brazil, based on this great challenge. And then we have the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. With this, we consolidate a great articulation and a great background for us to be able to have the necessary background to promote this change that is desired by all. Towards this effect, we are seeking in this discussion to integrate what we call science and society, or science and action, and science and public policies. When we do this, we give space and create the possibility of building products derived from a learning process, from dialogue among various actors. This has occurred along different pathways and different moments in different spheres. As I will share with you to illustrate these paths, how they have been carried out, how they are possible, and in the end, I would like to make an invitation to you so that we can engage in this. With regard to the initiatives that I'm going to mention, first I'm going to talk about the global platform of sea litter. This platform is inclusive and open to all. So I encourage you to send your email to become a member. I am a counselor to this group that represents the country, and the purpose of this group is to offer data and information that is integrated from various sources, connect actors, for example, the private initiative, governments, etc., identify gaps and help in prioritizing actions, coordinate and guide actions based on the best available knowledge, and identify goals and strategies to evaluate progress.
So it's a movement that supports different kinds of initiatives from different stakeholders, from countries to organizations or universities, for instance. So this platform, this partnership, works on many different fronts, including an attempt to create a large digital platform that will bring together data, initiatives. As we saw in the first slides that I showed you, there are many initiatives in Brazil already being presented, being shared on this platform. So a very inclusive platform that will allow not only a conversation to happen, but it will act as a repository for information that can be used and provide us with a basis to understand what's happening with ocean litter. So in order to do that, we need to follow a few strategies. The integration of science and politics, also coming up with action plans that can be national or subnational. And we're talking about cities or companies that might have that kind of interest, as the Pellet Zero program that was started in Brazil and was led by the Plásticos por Mar Limpo and Plastivida over the last few years. So we need to think about methodological directives, guidelines, standards, harmonization, sustainable and innovative financing, and this movement has to provide access to all. So these are the GPML principles, and they have been guiding the Brazilian plan to fight ocean litter and the state plan I mentioned to you. So we have a great opportunity to move, to connect, and to transform. Another initiative that I mentioned to you seeks to build indicators, and it has many different objectives associated to indicators. They have to do with intelligence, with having information behind the construction or assessment of a public policy. And the main objective of this movement, of which many of you are part of, we created an integrated and structured strategy to diagnose the problem of marine litter, to combine knowledge, engagement, interaction of key actors, and to establish a participatory channel with communication between science and management. Those were the objectives of this project that was built through broad dialogue. Many of you might see yourselves here, a dialogue between different sectors, and which led to very objective reflections on the association between marine litter and points of concern for policy, so policy concerns. So the movement that was supported by that report I showed you by Bezamp was to reflect on why monitor, why assess marine litter. And so we came up with 7 main policy concerns that can be affected by marine litter, such as tourism, food security, human health, shipping, fisheries and aquaculture, animal welfare, and biodiversity. So based on this information, public managers can see how they want to read and interpret information about marine litter, or even better, what kind of monitoring strategy they will need to make sure that this kind of information can be produced. So that leads to the 3 indicators we are proposing in line with the UN guidelines for the environment. So generation, what happens before the waste gets to the sea. So number of people in the cities, consumption, management, waste management, the illegal occupation of areas, poverty. So different elements that are in line and converge towards this phenomenon we see. We also have the indicators of exposure, which is what we find in marine litter or on the beach. On the coast of Paraná, north coast of Paraná, one city loses $8.5 million a year because of the increase in marine litter. So it also allows us to see the effect. So these are effect indicators, the effect of these environmental contaminants or pollutants and the effect they have on our economy in general. So there are many possibilities that can help us put this discussion into practice and also lead to a reflection, a very important reflection that we are fostering as part of the project. It's called the Blue Keepers, to look for technical support and governance to innovation ecosystems to understand and combat marine litter. So this initiative is led by the Global Pact, supported by Braskem and other companies. To understand the reality of what happens in their territory and access to the technical aspects to the solution so that they can effect change. Blue Keepers has different ways of operating emergency initiatives, diagnosis, proof of concept, so pilot projects, or an assessment approach to validate the process, solutions and gains of scale through knowledge, which is cross-cutting to all of these fronts. This is a very strategic initiative to promote these paths forwards. Here we have some details about how to remove waste from the environment through barriers, for instance, while other information is produced in this diagnosis so that we can match the diagnosis with potential solutions and start putting it into practice in some cities so that it can be assessed. The key learnings can be assimilated and it can then become a product to increase scale and be used by a municipality somehow. So that's what this project is about. And lastly, there is another alternative that's very important here, which is based on dialogue and communication, understanding waste. This started in 2016. It operates on different fronts and through different actors, students, professors, different types of approach, from workshops to lectures to field activities. So it's an interesting activity because it seeks to strengthen an understanding of the issue, so it's not treated superficially, but in depth and to find the best way to put these solutions into practice. And there are some elements that make this concrete. We have this comic book. It's available in Portuguese and in English. It will be available in French soon. We also have marine litter from understanding to solution. This is for educators or continued education. And we have for different partnerships like Place Vida. It was a free course through the University of São Paulo. 900 people attended it. Unfortunately, we have a limit on the number of people, but we'll still have many people attending. We hope to qualify teachers and educators so that we can have more capillarity on these fronts, so that we can build the basis for this understanding, so that the country, not only the private initiative, but all sectors can position themselves in light of this new reality of the UN program for the environment. And we have many different initiatives that are translated into smiles. As you can see on these pictures, we have opportunities to build a new view on the matter. So a strategic and well-structured view. So my message to you, considering the zero pellet program, PMAUM, for a clean ocean, understanding waste, the GPML and Blue Keepers. I don't know why Blue Keepers isn't up here. It should be up here. This is a call and an invitation so that you will take part in this co-construction and so that you become a part of these many movements to increase this action, to share your own actions, which I'm sure are many, so that we can really build this way forward to fight marine litter. My last message is we want to have the best oceans possible, and that's what I have been seeing from the relationship I have seen in the industry in the past 10 years of co-construction, a pro-action view that is being expanded so that we can promote change to have a healthier environment in Brazil and in the world. So that's my message to you, and I will be around for a chat. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you so much, Alexander Turra, a full professor at the Oceanographic Institute at the University of São Paulo. We have some questions for you. The first one is from Luis Fernando Casanetti. He asks, the use of oxidegradables, does that make marine litter worse? Yes, thank you for your question. What happens is it speeds up the formation of microplastics because it fragments more quickly, and that leads to a faster formation of microplastics because polymers aren't necessarily degraded. So the main problem associated to that kind of problem is the feeling people get that it would be less aggressive to the environment or less harmful to the environment, but it's not true because that's not really what happens. Dr. Flavio Urtigão says that many of the initiatives are a focus on collecting plastic from the seas or upstream, but what to do with the plastic that is collected? Hi, it's good to see you again, Dr. Flavio Urtigão. Well, there are many possibilities. Obviously, removing marine litter is the last solution. We need to have more upstream solutions, but once it's there and we've removed it, we need to have a solution for that. We have small scale and large scale solutions. Small scale includes initiatives by NGO on the coast of Paraná, São Paulo, Paraná, turning this waste into value-added products. And by doing that, they can turn a problem into a solution. But at a larger scale, we're talking about what to do with what's collected in eco-barriers, right? So we need to find out what to do with that. So chemical recycling, mechanical recycling, but this has to be discussed sensibly, considering the pros and cons of that kind of solution. I think that sending the collected waste to landfills isn't the best solution because you're not making the most of the value in that product, especially the energy. Samiris Teixeira has sent 2 questions. So I'll ask both of them so we can optimize time, okay? All right. She asks, do you think that the development of new biodegradable packaging might decrease marine litter? And the second question is, what is your opinion about biodegradable packaging? Are they really useful and feasible? Well, the concept of biodegradable includes different products. Some products are biodegradable in very specific conditions, such as composting or landfills, but not in the sea. So they would have to be biodegradable in the sea. The second thing we need to think about is we have to stop litter from reaching the sea. So what we know about biodegradable products or products that degrade faster than others is that in the event of a leak of that product to the oceans, there would be like an insurance. So it would be less there for less time and would therefore cause less impact. So that's the kind of solution that adds value, but it doesn't change the risk or the generation of waste. Andressa de Oliveira is asking how you see graphene coming into this industry. Well, not only graphene, but any other type of material. And this is a very important debate that needs to be had in depth. The matter of alternatives, so plastics, degradable plastics, cotton, paper, other types of products that can be added as a solution. All products, so aluminum. I was talking in Pernambuco this morning. Aluminum is a wonderful material, but its production cost is quite high. So is cotton. So you need to look at the ecological footprint of these products. We need to understand the technological solutions, but we need to take the pros and cons of it all into consideration, put it on a scale so that we can identify what the feasible ways forward really are. Alexander, is there any data that shows the proportion between the plastic that is disposed of in the seas that comes from packaging compared to fishing waste? This is Suzane Nayara de Castro asking. Well, I have data about the North Pacific. This was published in 2018, 2019, and it updates information about what's there in the region. In terms of fragments and items, we don't know where they came from, but the biggest items that haven't been fragmented yet, the heaviest, about 40% of the weight that is found there are fishing implements, especially fishing nets. Fishing nets are a huge problem, not only because of their fragmentation over time, but also because they continue to fish animals and fishing resources that the fishing community will no longer have. So it's a very important item with specific mechanisms to be fought. using satellite-based tracers for people who lost their nets and want to find them after a storm, and also so that people don't leave their old nets behind. So this is another opportunity that needs to be developed in Brazil. Great, Professor Alexander. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your participation in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress. And I'll see you at 5 o'clock for the debate. If you'd like to use simultaneous translation, please select the language you'd like to listen to on the top left-hand corner. The attendee guide, as well as a copy of the presentations, are available in English at the cbplastico.com.br website. Also, make sure you answer our quiz. Which straw would you choose? Select your choice, and you will find out the answer at 4:20 p.m. during the presentation, Plastic as a Key Player in Circular Economy by Marcos Iorio, here at the Jacques Siekierski Room. And also, make sure you check out the information about the awards being offered by the 4th CBP to attendees. And don't forget to subscribe to the Brazilian Plastic Congress Club and follow us on social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. And now, for the next presentation, we have Manoel Lisboa da Silva. He's an expert on polymers, innovation, and new businesses. He will be talking about the development of new materials and their impact on the progress of society. Hello, Manoel. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Great. Thank you. Thank you for this conference. I've been watching the presentations and they've been amazing. I'm really happy to be taking part in the Congress. So good afternoon, everyone. May I start?
Vamos lá. Pessoal, o que tem a ver, né, os materiais, como eles têm contribuído para os avanços tecnológicos da humanidade?
So how have materials contributed to technological advances in society? So far, we've been focusing on what's happening in the present and what will happen in the future. So now I would like to take you back to the past to understand where we are and how important plastics are to our society. But before that, I'd like to put things into context. I don't think I can change my slide. Oh, here we go. Got it. Okay, thank you. So let's put it into context. How are beliefs created? Because we have certain beliefs concerning plastics, that it's not sustainable, that it is harmful to nature. So I'd like to talk to you about how that happened, where this came from, and what the impact that has on society. So why do I do something one way or another? What is my behavior? What do I do? You know, what I do, what I say, what I write, what I do every day, that is strongly based on my beliefs, what I believe in. My actions are based on what I believe, and what I believe is based on my knowledge, which is what we've discussed today. So we're missing a little bit of education. That's why plastic is misunderstood by society. But I think we need to think about this for a second, because many people think that knowledge is just about a sensory assessment. So you read, you listen, you learn from your family, you learn from society, or you read about it on the internet. So based on that, I think that's knowledge that leads to a belief, but that belief was created based on data and not on information. So how can we change that? Then we move on to a different level where we start to have some reasoning about the data that's been compiled. The first part is how you analyze the data. So you conduct a critical analysis of the data. Then after that analysis, you have information, and based on this set of information, that's where your knowledge comes from, because then you're checking the information, you're checking the data, and that's what should lead to your beliefs. However, when you have a deeply rooted belief, it can stop me from acquiring new knowledge, and that means I'll stop making progress. So it's very important to have the right knowledge basis leading to the right kind of belief, and then based on that, you can make the right kind of decision. So what then? The basis for all this is my knowledge. If I have the right knowledge, I create right beliefs, and I make the right decisions. So let's go back in time. How did it all start? How did humans develop? How did they get educated? And how have materials contributed to all this throughout history? It all started when men stood up, and after they stood up, they were able to free their hands. And as soon as they were able to free their hands, they were able to handle two very important things for our society. First, weapons, tools. And in order for all that to happen, that's where materials come in. The first material we had, obviously, were natural materials, probably a stone. So when man realized he could throw a stone at an animal to protect himself or to feed himself, his quality of life changed, and he was able to compete for survival. So he first started using materials from nature, such as stone, wood, sticks. Then after that, they built a bow and arrow, then bones, ivory. This was all available to them at the time. And then fire. They knew there was fire, but they had no command over fire. After they did, their quality of life improved. They had more free time because they didn't have to be hunting all the time. And they could store food. And they started having more time to develop their intellect. So time went by, and I ask you, what do you think was the second material men worked with? Let's think. They knew fire, and they knew clay. So with fire and clay, they were able to build ceramic. So what changes in society once they're able to make ceramic? They're able to cook better, store better, and improve their quality of life. And then they started developing societies. They moved away from small villages. And, you know, we hear a lot, oh, plastics aren't degradable. Well, we're talking about 15,000 years here, and ceramic hasn't degraded either. For degradation to occur, you need to have the right environment. Otherwise, nothing degrades. So after they discover fire, ceramics, and they can control fire, they start to develop metals. And then what do they get with metals? Better tools and better protection weapons. So what do they use weapons for? Because when you have excess productivity, you need to store that. You need to store what you produce, so you start to create a better structured society. So you move away from a society where there's blood, language, and customs to the end stage where you have social layers. Why? Because you need soldiers to protect what you've produced. You need farmers. You share the work, and you also need accountants. You need to understand how to account for all that. And
You
with
will know how much I produced, and based on this, you start having what? One of the most fantastic inventions of our society, which was reading, language, written language. Writing allowed us to transfer our knowledge both regionally as well as throughout history. So you are able to accumulate your knowledge. And one of the first materials used for this was ceramic. And obviously, later we evolved to other materials to allow for more knowledge and more disclosure, communication, and information. So let's think what happened in the Middle Ages. During the Middle Ages, we had a society based mainly on church and on kingdoms, and a farm based society. Within the Middle Ages, what did we have? We didn't develop a lot of material, but we had great development of engineering, the great cities, great bridges. And one thing that stood out here was cement, which allowed for the construction of public structures and infrastructure. At this time, we also had the development of another packaging, which was glass. We started having to transport some materials, mainly drinks. Drinks at the time, just to remind you, water had lots of contamination issues. So when you had an alcoholic beverage, you had less risk of contamination. So you had wine, then beer, and you needed to pack this to do this. And glass came about to meet this need. It already existed and it was improved. And when leaving papyrus and ceramic boards, and now we are migrating to paper. What does it allow us? It will allow to transfer more knowledge. At this time, we also started to use weaving equipment and also stronger iron. And then we entered a new age, which is the modern age, in which we start our industrial revolution. What was the icon material that we had? We start having still paper that increases in importance. And once paper grows, I start having the tradition of old books and translations. This was done by scribes. Imagine how long this would take to disseminate culture. And then we had the invention of the press. Many books could be printed now. And once I have several printed books, knowledge dissemination occurs at a large scale. And with this, I start having a society that thinks more and more. By doing so, I develop new materials, everything based on empirical knowledge and the great material that changed a lot of society was steel. It's important to notice that once steel is developed, I changed some structures of society. I had production concentrated in the hands of artisans, and then I started having cereal production. This changes things a lot because before I would go where food was. I didn't have any transportation. Once I have cereal production that is concentrated, I need something to distribute it. And then I start developing the transportation industry. Moving forward, then we go to our modern age. During our modern age, we continue furthering our development. And in the modern age, we also had the development of another material, or rather the improvement of another material that brought forth many advances, mainly in the health area. When I have good quality glass, I can understand the system of microorganisms, and with this, I can care better for health. And this is based on another material. And then we have our current age, which is our contemporary age. What happens in this age? The way in which we saw society until this moment changed completely. We left from a collection point, and now we see things from a different angle. What do we understand in the contemporary age? We understand the theory of the atom, so we understand how atoms work. We understand quantum physics. We start having more equipment, electronic microscopes, lasers. We use x-rays, and we start understanding much more the structure. Once we understand this entire structure, we get to something very important, which is the chemical bond. I understand the chemical bond. With this, what happens as of this moment? I go to a new phase. I understand the chemical bond. I understand and can build molecules. I am able to make chemical reactions, and with this, I am able to synthesize new materials. Materials based not only on empirical knowledge, but rather on science. And this is what we are seeing 60, 70 years back. So we have the advent of new materials, which is exactly what happens when I have plastic and am able to design and manufacture plastic. So with this, I create independence from natural materials. I am able to use natural resources and design materials specifically for my applications. And what happens when we do all this? For us to better contextualize this, we are based on two pillars. We have raw materials and technology, and on the other hand, energy. So let's see what happened with energy. The first energy that I used to transform materials, to produce materials, to allow for our production, we need energy. And we see what happened with the energy evolution. First, we had wood, then we migrated to coal, oil, hydraulic energy, nuclear energy, natural gas, wind energy, and now working with photovoltaic energy. If you look on this side, what happens? Obviously, when I have wood, I don't need anything to burn wood. I can burn it on the ground. Once I grow the level of energy production, I obviously will need new materials for these materials to be feasible. On the other hand, we already saw a lot about this revolution. So we had the Industrial Revolution, automotive, we worked with semiconductors, plastics, everything that we have Nowadays, even the internet, it is based on semiconductors, fiber optics, which was one of the materials produced using science and materials engineering. If we think about now, besides the raw material and energy, another point has to do with the revolution that we will face, which has to do with food. So how will material science and plastics will contribute to improve production in the field and avoid losses and significantly improve the support to this food area? So first of all, what does all of this mean? This improvement, these new materials that appeared in society, they allowed to improve significantly the quality of life of people. What happened? We saw a significant growth in population. And as of the Industrial Revolution, we see what happened with the number of people in the world. And this is where we start becoming concerned and we start talking about the implementation of the circular economy because we can no longer supply materials for this number of people in the world. Just to follow what has happened since the Stone Age, reaching semiconductors, high quality materials, carbon fiber, and others. As of the moment that I have a concentrated production, I need to distribute. To distribute, I have the need for connection and transportation. Connection and transportation requires the ways, hydroways, railways, roadways. And I will need another very important thing. I need to have packaging. We no longer consume where food is produced. This is produced in a concentrated way and we consume in different locations. So this is done in a distributed fashion. So this is why we need to use packaging. So what are the requirements that we have for packaging? It needs to protect both the product and the environment. It cannot contaminate, none of the above. It needs to be resistant, mechanically resistant. It needs to be light. I'm talking about transportation. I'm not going to transport heavy products, and you need availability and price to be competitive. And every time that we talk about transportation, reminding that we have concentrated production and distributed consumption, we need to talk about plastic. It is light, it is inert, it is resistant. Thinking about rice packaging, this is probably the most adequate material for transportation purposes, plastic. It is available, it is cheap, and something very important, it is recyclable and reusable. So many people still believe that plastic will not be reused or recycled. It is indeed recycled though. And then we reach a very important conclusion. Plastic today serves for society for two very important purposes. First, it transports and protects. These are the two important aspects of plastic. The greatest use of plastic meets these two requirements. The first one, transportation. No material today transports better than plastic. And protection. We will show you several examples of where it applies in terms of protection. So what is plastic? How does society see plastic? Today, society sees plastic, unfortunately, as an aggressive material. This is probably part of the story that it unfortunately is going down the wrong alley. And how do we see plastic? For those who know well the plastic chain. Today, plastic is present in several activities of our lives. It is being used for protection, transportation, We see this in the sanitation industry, doctors, food, transportation in cars, electronic devices, leisure, energy production, civil construction, hygiene, agriculture. So these are all the sectors in which plastic is present today. And in reality, it is designed to preserve. Plastic preserves life, preserves society and the planet. What destroys is the incorrect disposal. It has several consequences. You lose raw material, you dispose of improperly, and also you waste energy. Let's talk about sanitation. That is very important for us. This means protection, protection of life. And where is plastic today? If we wake up in the morning, we already receive safely water that goes through plastic tubes. It was stored in a polyethylene reservoir. It was transported through the walls, through pipes. Today, we forget that pipes exist because they no longer leak. The old timers know exactly where all the pipelines were because they would crack, they would leak. And today, no, the plastic piping is very safe. So there's another very important aspect that it is very enduring. It will last at least 50 years. So it will convey water to us in a safe fashion for many, many years. After we use all the water, we need to dispose of it. Once again, plastic serves as protection and transportation. It transports all the sewage in a safe manner, and it protects the water table from contamination. So I don't see any other material that is capable of doing this better than plastic. Before, we used to use ceramic tiles. So this would dump all the sewage in the soil. We also have it acting in sanitary landfills, the isolation films are of polyethylene. And also we have the issue of reuse water. It prevents against flooding, and it means energy savings as well as the availability of more water. And needless to say, you have seen a lot about this probably, the protection effect that plastic had with regard mainly to COVID now, and mainly for those working in the hospital environment. The production and transportation effects in agriculture, carrying seeds, fertilizers, in agricultural equipment, and in storage systems, and mainly transportation. With this, what happens? This part, I think it is easier to understand. Plastic serves several activities within our society. What is not very clear, however, that we need to focus on more and more is what happens. What happens with plastic after consumption? The first very important thing is that we need to reduce consumption for sure. Second, we need to reuse. When possible to reuse, we do. Third thing, we need to talk about recycling. The first order of recycling, the primary recycling that already occurs within companies. The second recycling is the post-consumption recycling, which is happening more and more. There is a part that sometimes mechanical recycling is not able to reuse. Will the plastic be thrown away? No. It is still a great source of carbon, which is raw material and energy. We already saw some speakers talking about this, the chemical recycling. Basically, we have two chemical recycling areas. The first one is pyrolysis, where I transform in oil or naphtha, fuel oil to be used in city halls, in the state, in companies. And the second one that I can also make is the synthesis gas. I transform everything into small molecules, and then I can make methanol. And from that, I make ethanol. and then I reach ethylene, which is what Braskem does today. So instead of using cane ethylene, I use that generated by the post-consumption plastic. And again, I can create excellent quality polyethylene. The fourth order of utilization. I can also do the energy recycling. I have a great capacity of energy. It has a heat power similar to that of fuel oil. So I can and must use this. Here, I would like to make an observation. Proper disposal. If you dispose properly, it will go to the landfill, or it can go to recycling or to the landfill. If it goes to the landfill, it can be immediately recycled, or if it stays inside the landfill, it will be a source of carbon that can be used in the future when we have technology that is economically feasible to use it as a source of raw material. There are already some companies doing this work. So dispose of correctly, because it will transform itself into energy and can also become raw material. Now let's talk a little bit about the evolution, just to perceive how we did this. The former challenge was generation. The first phase was chemical synthesis of molecules. Second, I need to take these molecules and transform this into a productive process, which is what happens today. Petrochemicals already have an efficient and clean process with reused water. Fabiana mentioned this, how Braskem does this, seeking a balance in terms of carbon footprint. So the second generation company is extremely clean, that works in the highest quality standards. Third generation, they will transform resin in raw material. Excellent work was done in this area. Plastic had an image of being a poor quality product. Today, much to the contrary, it's excellent quality. So you can use this in any product because its characteristics are excellent. The great challenge now is to go to the fourth generation. What is the fourth generation? Understand how to recycle all of this. Here we have some very important. The first challenge is to educate people to dispose of properly and teach them that this is an excellent quality material. Second, we need to develop technologies and start applying technology, not just showing that we have this technology, but also place this at a large scale. Know that this is being used as a source of raw material. And this has to do with a new concept, which is circular economy. And plastic is the material that better adheres to the circular economy. The recycled portion can be recycled, and the energy cost is much lower than other materials. And what do we have to do now? Work with all of this. Has this already happened before? Yes. We already had problems with waste, for example, food being thrown on the streets. Sometimes food is thrown in landfills. This happened mainly with sewage systems. If you go to the old civilizations, they didn't have any bathrooms. So we included a bathroom, then in-ground treatment. We had air pollution. We adopted technology to solve this. And here, what we are starting today is what the steel industry started 40 years ago. Spent steel had no value, but why doesn't this happen anymore? They created a recycling chain, and today it is transformed into raw material. The same technology, the same concept needs to be brought to the plastic industry. This is raw material. It needs to be considered as raw material. It is recyclable, and it is easier to transform post-consumption into another product instead of using fresh material based on oil. Based on this, what did we create? We created a series of beliefs. Can I walk under a ladder? Am I afraid of black cats? These are beliefs that we created, and we have no idea where they came from, but they have a very large impact on our decision-making power. Unfortunately, some beliefs were placed on plastic that it is not sustainable, it is not recyclable, and it is harmful to the environment. And we need to work on this. So how do we work on this? By means of education. The first thing that we need to do is start to develop the correct content that society can understand. Second, what we need to do is integrate this, communicate this, and work mainly on education. So we need to change beliefs and bring the right beliefs in place. And how do we integrate all of this? We need to stop thinking that the problem is only mine or the plastic industry. The problem is of all, including mine as a consumer. If I lose the option of using plastic as packaging of products, what other material will I have in its place? What cost will this bring upon me? And mainly, what is the environmental impact of this? So I think it's very important for us to join the productive sector, unions, professionals, the academia, schools, bring all of them to a same playing field. We set up this playing field, and with this, we bring correct information, and this information needs to be taken in a structured fashion to society. This is a great effort that requires education, investments, and think in an integrated fashion. The problem is not his nor his, it's ours as a society. So what are our great challenges? They are education, engagement, technology, investment in technology. We need to rethink the biodegradable and recycling issues. Biodegradable can be used in some applications where it makes sense, where the collection system would spend more than the energy contained within it. So think with me, when I produce a material, I have from the collection, I bring this material, then I spend energy, I spend raw material, labor, and then I produce this material. Within this material or product, it continues with energy and raw material within it. So what do I want? That this disappears? No, I need to recycle this. When I come to the biodegradable concept, I spend all this energy and it arrives with all this energy. Will I just leave this go away and let it become CO2 or methane? So we need to rethink this. I'm not against this. We have some applications that make sense, but the correct is to understand that recycling is the best option. Sorry, reduction, reuse, recycling, mechanical recycling, chemical recycling, and then energy recycling. So within this logic, we are working on this, and we have this work called Plastic Experience, where we are joining some people to start working on bringing together this information and offering structured information that is correct to society. I think that's it. I tried to wrap up within my time, and now I am available for questions. Thank you so much, Manoel Lisboa da Silva, a polymer specialist and new businesses. And yes, we have 3 minutes for Q&A that have been sent by Congress members. I will start with Roberto Uedo, talking about impact to society. Oftentimes, plastic is seen as a villain, despite its usefulness. But for example, when facing a pandemic, the amount of plastic used in medicine. However, oftentimes we deal with people without any technical knowledge that propagate incorrect information through social networks, etc. So how do we deal with this? So what is within our reach to change the perception of this valuable raw material? Perfect. First, we need to work on education. Education is the responsibility of all, not just of those in the plastic sector. So we need to start integrating universities, society, and everyone to convey this message in a correct way to the population and demystify that plastic pollutes. Plastic does not pollute, it is inert. We just need to educate. So what can I do with people? I need to convey this message. I need to convey this message to schools. I need to question when someone says that they want to leave plastic because it'll be easier to sell their products. So I need to question, why are you doing this? Based on what are you doing this? So we need to change this posture with regard to when we see something against plastic. And what happens a lot is that we shout within our own walls. We complain and we need to take this information outside of these walls because we know that plastic is very sustainable. Let's try to quickly answer Luis Fernando Castronelli's question. The plastic that goes to landfills, does it become GHGs? No. Excellent question. Castronelli, let's think of the following. 55 to 60% of what goes to the landfill is organic waste. This means what? It means food leftovers that are squandered. Plastic has a very small fraction of participation. It is inert material that can be used as a source of raw material to do mechanical recycling or chemical recycling or even energy recycling. So plastic, if it correctly arrives at the landfill, it was not impose an environmental impact because it cannot be left on the streets for sure. Excellent. Manoel Lisboa, we still have a lot of questions here, but unfortunately, due to time, I will thank you for your participation here in the Congress, and we will be waiting for you again for our panel at 5 p.m. Another message, we promote debates about innovation in packaging, and you can also look on Instagram for the plastic experience. And we're always working on communicating on plastic. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again for the event. Excellent. So Manuel has made his invitation. Moving forward with our agenda and some important messages, to access the simultaneous translation, just select your language in the upper left-hand corner.
And your materials in English and all the slide decks are also available on cbplastico.com.br. We also remind you that the attendance certificates in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress will be awarded to those who have 70% participation rate. And we also have a specific section for questions at the foot of our transmission screen, broadcasting screen. Hello? Yes, thank you. Now, our next presentation will be given by Albano Schmitt, CEO of Thermotechnica. Plastic packaging for food in Brazil, to protect food in Brazil. Good afternoon, Albano. Okay, sorry for this little confusion. It's a pleasure to be with you today. It will be a great pleasure to give this presentation. After Professor Manoel Schmitt spoke, I believe we'll be able to add a lot to his notions and concepts in terms of practical solutions. Plastic is so important to preserve food and also for transportation purposes. So I'm president or CEO of Thermotechnica. Thermotechnica is the largest EPS transformer in Latin America. EPS is styrofoam or expanded. We're in Santa Catarina, Paraná, São Paulo, in the city of Petrolina, and also in the city of Manaus. This material is 100% recyclable. It's also inert and uses very little energy to be recycled. Uh, does not contaminate and protect from fungi and bacteria. And we have a program called Reciclare PS, or styrofoam recycling. We have recycled over 40,000 tons, and we're still expanding to all corners of Brazil. This material, after it's collected and cleaned, it's made into our recycled raw materials with recycled EPS, which you can see used on screen. Our major line, as you know where this EPS goes to, we have IPAC, and this is protection of electrical and electronical appliances, the white lines, all those household appliances. They're all protected by our material. We're also strong in a cold chain, especially with the COVID pandemic, with all thermal or cool boxes, and also traceability, RFID, ensuring safe transportation, especially transportation of vaccines, which is so important for the world today. We've also developed a concept which is a movement base, and this structure reduces the weight of logistics. The cost of logistics is reduced dramatically with this smart solution, replacing pallets which are currently used. And then let's shift our focus to our produce line. And this is all the uh, boxes to protect produce and fruit in particular. It started in 2007. This was a strategy that the company had. We wanted to diversify our business. We were looking for new applications. To achieve this, we went to the United States. We did some benchmarking there with US technology, especially in the segment of produce, or what I call FLV, in the valley of the San Francisco River, which is the breadbasket of for these types of fruit in Brazil. So after 2-3 years, we started analyzing the market, and we realized this was possible to protect this fruit, especially grapes, in a sort of styrofoam tray. This was our initial product line. So we had one unit in the city of Goiânia, and we saw the need for having partners with these major producers in the San Francisco Valley, and we developed a very good relationship with them. And we started a very serious research study. What would really add value to the farming of grapes? So they launched our solution of protecting the grapes in this beautiful white box that would, and then the grapes could be sprayed with water. No fungi would proliferate. So we started the production of this box in Petrolina. that's when it started. And we were also followed up on by our clients, grape growers. They really wanted to see how much value this would add to their business. So we better structured our commercial department, our sales department, and also a better infrastructure at the plant in the city of Petrolina in the valley of the San Francisco River in 2013. But then we had one problem with about these solutions that we had using EPS boxes. How could we serve customers who were far from our production units? They were about 400 or 500 kilometers away from our production plant. So we developed a model called Hyper Kit. And this was like a huge package with over 2,000 boxes that were that. And then we saw the need to participate in fairs and to advertise our services more. So there was one trade fair called Finagri in the valley of the San Francisco River, and we saw the need to patent our solutions. We realized that we could be easily copied. So we started an internal process to register these patents. So in partnership with our clients, we also visited the first Hortitech trade fair, a produce fair, the largest in Brazil. And so we saw the need to be closer to our end consumers. We wanted to know how they saw our products and what they did with the packaging that we provided. We also associated with Abra Frutas, the Brazilian Fruit Association, PMA, Safe Food. It was great. We also started having a stall at the Hortitech trade fair in a partnership with another company that also sold products to this segment. And then we also saw the need for going to other trade fairs like Interpack. And we had developed this concept of active, sustainable packaging. And we continued to participate in, in all these events. So we grew our connections, and we saw that this project could be expanded not only to grapes, but also to other fruits in other regions in Brazil. So it started working with mango and other fruits in the Northeast and the Southeast, grapes again, figs, strawberries. And in the south of Brazil, stone fruit like, or hip seeds, fruit like apples. And we also realized we needed to be closer to the CEAGESP center, a huge distribution, the largest distribution center of produce in Brazil. And we also needed to improve our communication strategy because this package was made of 98% of air and the remainder of cigarettes. So in the mid of the CEAGESP center, we had this operation in Petrolina, and it caught fire. The unit in Petrolina caught fire, but then in 40 days, we resumed our operations. And this was the very important factor to us. We felt, although we had that very serious claim, we still supplied our product to our clients. We've also been to Israel, did more research and technology for agribusiness. And then we saw the need to diversify with portion products, with hollow products. And we also realized we needed to go to the largest produce trade fair. That was the Berlin Fair. And then we went there to Berlin to explore our values, increasing fruit shelf life, no proliferation of mold, fungi, something that looked better visually. And we needed to know how it worked. And we needed to train people about palletizing, of the palletization of these packages. They were used to cardboard boxes. When you have styrofoam boxes, things are slightly different. But we helped them, and there was another fair in Madrid, and then we started a strategy geared towards internationalizing these packages. And what does that mean to internationalize these packages? It means that we decided to participate in trade fairs abroad so that our clients saw that our solution was feasible and they trusted it. So we had this, our first stall, and that was exclusive. And after we came back, we also saw the need to raise awareness, especially in Brazil, about the need of recycling this material, including internationally. And there was this great concern because if the product was there, how could it be recycled? If it was abroad, how could it be recycled? And then in the Madrid fair, we had our own stall too. And there was an interesting anecdote there. In this fair, we were there in our stall with all our products, and there was an exhibitor. The exhibitor next door didn't come. They were not there. So we saw that as a great opportunity. So we took our packaging there, and it became a meeting room for us in that stall that was empty there. It worked really well. It was a very successful project. We communicated in Spanish, Portuguese, and English, and communication on the concept of circular economy. We developed GPA, or Global Packaging Alliance, with many transformers and recyclers worldwide who are responsible for receiving this material, for collecting it from users in each country, and to promote recycling. And this was crucial to develop and continue using this material for fruit exports in EPS packaging. So we started with mangoes and papaya, with new products being launched at the end of 2019, a solution with a box for the little, with the little grape bowls. So that was already partitioned, and we were awarded a prize by WPO, the World Packaging Organization. And this prize was also related to safe food. In other words, it avoided food waste. At the time, our solutions were about to be certified. It was not us who were saying that our shelf life, our products increased fruit shelf life. rather than us, international certification organizations like HDG and Agrotropical. They did it. They said it and they compared us to our competitors. So cardboard, basically. We also worked with the Brazilian Association of Packaging, ABRE, and the CHSP Distribution Center to standardize our packaging, creating standards for our packaging. And so things were better structured. And in 2020, we took a decision. We didn't want a stall in the Fruit Logistica trade fair. It would be pointless to take EPS boxes there. What is exported is the fruit. So we made this decision of cooperating with over 17 partners. In other words, 17 fruit exporters. And they said, well, we'll go there with you and our packaging will be in your stalls and they will be showing your products, your mangoes, your grapes, whatever fruit you want to exhibit. And this was a difficult moment with reductions in costs. Everyone was cutting costs. So we decided to change to send one person to this trade fair. So it was both a success and a failure, a flop. We had one person and 17 stalls. So out of a sudden, I mean, 17 stalls, and we needed to explain how these packaging worked and how it would be recycled, who would be responsible for doing this, in what countries, countries A, B, C. So it was a lot of work, but it was very interesting. And our work was consolidated with the greatest buying or procurement decision makers, so traders and importers. They said, I want this to come in these EPS packages because this package will provide all the benefits we need in terms of preservation, non-proliferation of fungi, and also with great logistics, logistic costs. And this was the best thing, the right thing to do. And that's when we started exporting in a large scale, not only from the Petrolina units, but also from Sao Paulo, like limes. We have a great lime grower in the southeast, in the state of Sao Paulo. And then I have some examples, and I can comment on them. But we have a lot of export. A lot of lime was exported to France on airplanes. Even before our palletization solution was totally ready, we didn't have the EPS pallet at that point. We didn't want to influence this experiment, if you will. We wanted our clients to see that this was a good packaging solution. We didn't want any deviation because we didn't want them to use EPS pallets, but now we are doing this. And we had a very, very promising experience, and we believe this year will be great, and we'll be exporting limes by sea. It's apparently resistant, but it's not really. When lime gets to Europe, if there's any change in color, it gets a little yellower. Importers just will discard it. That's why it was so complicated. It just traveled by air. But now with these EPS boxes that we're using, we're now using transportation by sea. This means great advantages and a great cost reduction. We're also exporting fruit, especially grapes, to Russia, which is also highly successful, extremely successful, this experience, and we're expecting it to be repeated with other products. So these are some of the examples of what we're doing. So we're using this solution in EPS for many different types of fruit, for limes, and the second are the uh, containers for grapes, for which we were awarded the WPO prize. We also have solutions for papayas, for mangoes, and other types of fruit. We've also developed a very nice solution for apples. We're trying to introduce this in the south of Brazil. We've also separated or, sorry, there's just one more for smaller packages. Not only, here we have 8 kilos of fruit, this one 4 kilos. That's also a huge success. So it is, we can use other fruit and other solutions. And then there's another segment, and that is for legumes and vegetables. We're starting to develop them. We have like the pitaya packaging. Brazil is a great pitaya exporter. This is something that I found out in this experience. And for each of these types of fruit, we need to develop different technology, how they will be protected, the size, height, and every harvest has a different characteristic, like time and when they harvest the fruit, when they are ready to be exported, every type of fruit. So this is something that we're learning uh, significantly. And this is a project between ABRE and CEAGES Distribution Center. We are developing a concept to reduce waste and have better logistics inside the distribution center. So we want to optimize our solutions there. When we see the solutions that are out there, there's a lot of waste. It's hard to stack these packages. There's no single solution, and we want to develop this. And the Brazilian Association for Packaging wants to standardize this and improve logistics. Right. So in 2007, that's when we started this project to diversify our business, looking for a new segment. Then we're now in 2022, in fact, envisaging 2022 with large scales exports of all this fruit, and that this is indirect exporting of our EPS packaging. So this is my presentation. I think we still have about 10 minutes for questions, so I'm ready. Yes, we do. But first of all, thank you, Albano Schmitt, CEO of Thermotechnica. Thank you so much for participating and for contributing to this, to the Brazilian Plastic Congress. So let's start with a question by Ana Clara Holt. Albano, first, congratulations. It's great to see people from Joinville who are so important for Brazil as a whole. How about recycling awareness, especially styrofoam? I think few people know this process, this recycling process. Well, this is a great challenge, not only in Brazil, worldwide, I should say, and not only with styrofoam, but all plastics, really. In our program, we have EPS recycling since 2007.
Está trabalhando nisso. E grande parte desse trabalho é um trabalho de conscientização nas escolas, é um trabalho de conscientização das comunidades todas para a reciclabilidade do material. O isopor é um material extremamente fácil de ser reciclado.
Extremely easy to recycle. It doesn't spend much energy or natural resources, doesn't spend energy, and the technology, recycling technology for our colleagues, there's degassing and extrusion. Now, the greatest difficulty is the logistics of bringing this material in some point so that we have enough resources to continue recycling. And there's very low awareness. There's a lot of effort to continue with this. So we started a project, a pilot project in Joinville. And this is what we call, as my friend, similar to the cool caps. So we have our friendly styrofoam.
So we need to make the population aware as to disposable EPS disposal. So those supermarket trays where we often pack fruit, meat, the disposable styrofoam cups or EPS cups. So we are now including all this material in this program called Friendly EPS. And it's much more difficult than the Cool Lids program, because that was very successful. It's easy for everyone to take this to a point, and it is clean. When we dispose of this, we need to make users aware that they need to clean this before forwarding this to recycling. This is the greatest challenge that we have. Excellent. Albano, do you suggest Brazilian companies to seek internationalization processes? And what about international norms? How's the beginning of the question again? Do you suggest that Brazilian companies seek internationalization processes? And how are the international standards? I like this question. I always asked myself this question. When I was questioned some years ago to offer a presentation at the Industry Federation about this entire process of internalization. But we don't export anything. Of course we export. All these products that are exported to Brazil that go to their conservation plants, you are exporting indirectly. Then I became aware that we were doing very innovative work in this segment and that we needed to fathom this further. This is why we went to these fairs. It's very important for us to develop awareness in opinion formers, which are importers abroad, what they want in our packaging, what benefits they will have. So we felt throughout this path many barriers and the interruption of EPS handling, and you cannot you have to go to a consolidation center, and then it is repackaged for distribution within the country. In Spain, it is more open. They already recycle EPS normally. There's no problem. But all these problems, mainly in the European community, they have different legislations, different degrees of restrictions, EPS and other recycling cycles. And we had to understand each and every one of them and develop specific partnerships in each one of these countries to guide our producers here how to contact each one of these countries. This work continues being done. DPA has helped a lot in this aspect, and we always have to be aware of these new laws and restrictions that are always present. The next question was sent by Marcos Rogério dos Santos. He asks, with regard to food packaging, how do contaminated materials work for recycling? With regard to packaging material in general, I don't know, but with regard to the EPS, the styrofoam, because it conditions fruits, legumes, and it is inert, it does not proliferate fungi, there's no contaminant in its production or transportation. So it doesn't carry any type of contaminant or problem in this sense. So its recycling is very easy. The great problem is what I said. To join all of this, do the reverse logistics for this to come back to a recycler to continue this process. Alexandre de Souza Oliveira asks if there is any project to substitute the pallets used in the same fruit process, because we still see a huge volume of wood in this process. We're making a great effort to try to substitute this, and I think this solution and using plastic in general, it has to do with this need that the world has to preserve food more, to reduce waste, and lower logistical costs. We started now a comparative work that should be published. It is already in our sustainability report, a comparison of how much less CO2 you generate to the atmosphere if you use an EPS solution. So despite everything, it is more efficient for the environment than alternative solutions. Excellent, Albano. I would like to thank you for your participation here in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress and say that soon Albano will come back to the debate that will occur at 5 p.m. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you, and I wish all of you a wonderful Congress. Excellent. To access simultaneous translation, you already know, but let's remind you. Just select the language in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. The material in English, like the Congress Participant Guide and the slides, are available on our site, cbplastico.com.br. Enroll in our YouTube channel for the Brazilian Plastic Congress and follow us on our social networks, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. And also post a photo of your participation here in the event using the hashtag CBPlasticos. The plastic circular economy in Portugal, sustainable vision, is the topic of the next talk, which will be presented from Portugal by Nuno Aguiar, Technical Director of the Portuguese Association of the Plastic Industry. Good afternoon and welcome, Nuno. Good afternoon. Thank you, Patricia, for granting us this opportunity. It is a great opportunity to talk to our next of kin country, and it is a great honor to be able to participate. And I would like to thank you for the invitation to talk about circular economy of plastics in Portugal, and at the same time share what has contributed with APIP and other actions that the Portuguese plastic industry understands as necessary for us to move forward in the circular economy and plastic sustainability. For those who don't know us, APIP in Portugal is the Portugal section of the plastic industry, and in a nonprofit organization. It has around 45 years of existence and activities, and obviously it represents an entire sector in its various applications, including packaging, automotive sector, electronics, subsectors like medicine, and various sectors that are centralized and represented in our association. In global terms, just for you to have a general macro idea, this sector in Portugal is represented by about 1,000 companies and has around 24,000 workers. And in terms of business volume, it's around 5 billion euros or 25 billion euros. So the GDP of Portugal, it represents around 2.5%. Speaking of my talk now specifically, it is centered or focused on 5 concrete points. The first point, which has to do with the European strategy and European policies for a circular economy of plastic. A second point has to do with what has been done at a Portuguese level regarding this same circular economy. Third, the development of a strategy of our association to fulfill with the objectives of a circular economy. And the fourth point, a new approach that we wanted to share in this Congress, which has to do with the planetary health, and then some final considerations. The European strategy, what has been done at the level of policies in the European Union, today reduced to 27 countries. In January 2020, we had the Brexit process. So these 27 countries have a set of policies of regulatory initiatives to be applied in each member state, including, of course, Portugal. It's important to say that the main landmarks are considered here. The first has to do with the package of circular economy. We already had an introduction to these issues. We also have the European Union strategy for plastics, and this resulted likewise in the revision of the waste legislation, which generated some guidelines, which later will be discussed. And it also addressed circular economy, which wanted to improve plastic waste management and improve the collection systems and selection and promote recycling, decrease or minimize the waste or pollution of plastic waste to the marine environment and other actions. A second point, in 2019, we had the single-use plastic directives, which is being widely discussed in all countries, and the ecologic pact, the so-called Green Deal, which winds up being carbon neutrality of the European Union until 2050, where we have several actions in several areas and sectors. More recently, in 2020, we have the new plan for circular economy actions in Europe, where in some way we focus on certain specific sectors, which we will discuss further on. And we want to increase the circularity of products. At a European level, currently Portugal is the presidency of the European Union Council. Before it was Germany and then Slovenia. So we are in the last month of the Portuguese presidency. Therefore, this program focused on a fair recovery and digital recovery of Europe. The main lines of action are exactly these. Greener Europe, more digital Europe, more social, and more global. Obviously, within these 5 lines of action, I chose the first 2 because in some way they have greater impacts and regulations and relationships with the plastic industry. Regarding more resilient Europe, this has to do with what we so-call the budget, the long-term budget from 21 to 27. So both of the European Union, and there is a mechanism for self-resources. And these self-resources is where we translate the tax over plastic. This was already discussed previously, and this will have to do with the amount of plastic packaging that is not recycled. On the other hand, at the Green Europe level, we have the European Ecological Pact, which focuses on having a carbon neutral Europe in 2050, thereby facilitating all policies and all products so as to minimize carbon emissions to the atmosphere. At this level, in April of this year, we achieved an agreement at the European Committee level, which is the so-called climate law of the European Union. It is implicit here that in 2050, Europe will be carbon neutral, and in 2030, there is also a commitment to reduce around 55% these same emissions based on the reference value of 1990. Parallel to this, the new action plan for the circular economy and the directives, in other words, all the regulatory framework of Europe, which has been revised, will create new challenges for our industries, mainly for plastic. In this concrete example, speaking of directives, we show here a brief summary of the main ones under discussion now. And we have the waste directives, which sets the general principles for waste management, the hierarchy of waste management, setting new goals for urban waste, and will force countries to implement selective collection until 2023 for organics, hazardous materials produced in households until 2025. On the other hand, we also have the directives for packaging waste, here we establish new recycling goals. Guido mentioned this morning in the specific case of plastic that we will have to recycle around 50% until 2025 and 55% until 2030. So we can imagine that, in fact, this is still very ambitious for us to achieve this goal, achieving the reference values. And in Portugal, the last data show that we are at 35% of packaging recycling. We also have the directive for end-of-life vehicles and electronic waste and potential restrictions and some substances. We also have the directives for landfills. They set a very ambitious goal for 2035. This has to do with just depositing 10% of waste in landfills, and also the SUP, which is more recent and needs to be transposed to the various member states until July 2nd, 2021. And this will consist of a series of prohibitions, restrictions, reduction, markups, and content of recycled material, PET bottles, etc. And in this case, this has to do with certain timings in terms of selective collection for PET. In 2025, they need to collect 77%, and by 2030, we need to collect 90%.
25% em 2025 e em 30%.
We'll have 25% by 2025 and 30% by 2030. So in the regulatory aspect, there's a lot of information, many objectives, and this will naturally force countries to make all efforts and industries adapt themselves. Let's now speak of a new action plan for circular economy that was launched in March 2020, which has these 4 pillars. A policy for more sustainable products. This has to do with the eco-design of the products. So promote improvements of them for recyclability, facilitate its recycling, and on the other hand, provide information to consumers. In other words, the so-called greenwashing, so that you don't omit this information, and also participate in the productive processes. More and more companies are adopting circularity as something in their processes. We also have here the key areas that this program will insert, which has to do with electronic appliances, batteries, vehicles, specifically in packaging, and more specifically speaking of plastic. And plastic, they have all the issues that allow for circularity, the incorporation of plastic materials, the optimization of products, promote the reuse thereof, minimize waste. So everything that has to do with the basic concepts of minimizing or eliminating waste and pollution and promoting circularity of materials. In other words, when it becomes waste, it should be reincorporated by means of products. We also have the pillar of less waste, more value. This specifically has to do with prevention and the circularity. Increase circularity by minimizing toxic substances in the environment and creating a market for secondary raw materials for recycled products. And we can just talk about circularity if there is a mature market of recycled raw materials. If you can't recycle, all circularity is jeopardized, and also reduce export of waste from the European Union to third-party countries. This allowed us to increase. The European Union is capable of treating its own waste. So it has recycling structures that are quite evolved technologically that allow for this recycling. Other transverse actions, we have the issue of circularity, sustainability of products for carbon neutrality. And we also have the digitization, innovation, and investigation. This is very important if we want to move forward to new products. So only in this way we will be able to reach this objective. Very quickly, just because this is something new, in the sustainability policies, it is foreseen to have the product digital passport. With this passport, by means of a QR code, it can contain a large amount of information throughout the product chain, since its production, use by the end consumer, and this will allow to provide a set of information that will be useful to each different player in the chain and also to the consumer. All issues related to what we have defended regarding information, what is the product sustainability, and later I'll better explain this. We believe that it is very important, and this could be the vehicle that allows consumers to have the possibility to make more sustainable choices that are more rational. This is the digital product passport, which can be applied to several products. But during an initial phase, it will be allocated to products that are considered as consuming more resources and energy. Some of the advantages that this digital passport will offer will tell consumers and to all chain links that somehow are connected to the production, sales, or distribution of these products, and this will allow companies to choose to be transparent with the information and provide this same information and thereby benefit by this action. In the end, we want these products to contribute towards sustainability of the European Union in terms of the market overall. So how is Portugal implementing this European Union strategy? This strategy is in line within the European policies. They have been adopted by Portugal. We established an action plan for the circular economy, and we defined here key areas. As to production, it starts there, then it crosses consumption, management, secondary raw material, and finally investment and innovation. And here we must consider the key areas for the circular economy. What was defined as key areas? The first point is to design, repair, and reuse. So based on the eco concession, we ask that products can be reused, repaired, and facilitate by means of the recyclability their final destination and use in the future. We also have the broader responsibility of the producer for the same products that are placed in the market. We also need to encourage the circular market by means of possible bonuses. So products that may come about and are considered more sustainable, obviously this will be linked to education of a circular economy, because more and more consumers need to be motivated to consume in a responsible, sustainable, and consumption. On the other hand, we need to feed without waste. We talked about the food waste. One of the greatest problems that we face today in our world, around 1/3 is considered to go to waste. But besides this, there's other data that says that due to the populational increase, we need to increase production over the next 30 years by 70%. Therefore, we need to see that plastic packaging, which were widely discussed today, they have an important role to perform with regard to food waste. For the plastic industry, waste was always seen as a resource. So we're talking about industrial waste, primary recycling, but also for the last 20 years, we have the post-consumption waste. Today, we talked a lot about flexible packaging. We in Portugal have, in fact, the capacity to recycle flexible packaging. And for many years, for around 20 years, we can be proud that we have recycling companies that are widely equipped for this.
And they're updated in terms of technology. Many other companies in Europe and other parts of the world. So waste is seen as raw materials, and that's the only way it makes sense to think about a circular economy. So we see the need to create a market for secondary raw materials. It may not exist. There's a concrete case that the available raw materials are not enough. There's recycled petro, and so the cost recycled is higher than virgin raw materials. So there's this inversion, which is the result of market, the laws of supply and demand. So we need to consider all the requirements and the percentages of recycled products. We need to make sure that this market exists and that companies can buy them from the market. Then we have water resources and nutrients. So, and water efficiency and all the issue around nutrients, and then investigation and innovation, which is also very important. If we want to be in a circular economy, we need to develop new materials, new products, a wide range of actions need to be taken. We need to think, if we want to think about a circular economy. And of all regulatory areas that we see, we have these 3 points, both in Europe and also in Portugal. First, tax on plastic. It's not expected to have this tax on materials in Portugal, just on takeaway packaging. That's where tax is levied as of 2022. And then we have the directive of the plastics, single-use plastic directive. So we have until July 3rd, 2021. This has to be, we have a public consultation or public hearing, and all stakeholders can contribute. And then all these directives have been now part of Portuguese law. And this means a whole set of contacts with all stakeholders, including the government. The idea is to try to contribute positively to this discussion. And as a result of all these issues, both regulatory and also circular economy, the APEP developed its own ecological pact. And in this case, we expressed our views on plastic sustainability from a circular economy perspective in Portugal. So this is our position. We have been putting this into practice with all organizations with which we relate. And this is exactly what we do. We have to work in integrated fashion, collaboratively with all stakeholders, so that we see everyone's perspectives. We bring all these views together to define our trajectory or our development so that we have more sustainable products. These are our lines of action that we consider essential to perform thorough, holistic studies, as we see in their life cycles, like with paper cups that are now made of plastic with more sustainable products. And this is a complex material. So a multi-material would replace a material that's 100% recyclable plastic. That's the new option. And this is what we need to avoid, is emulsion in these lines of action. Whenever we want to change, whenever we want to transform something, we need to ensure that we have a scientific foundation, scientific evidence. In addition, development and adoption of an ecological efficiency label for our products. We believe that consumers need the information that they need to be able to choose what product they believe is more sustainable. For example, the carbon footprint might be something to be implemented. And at European level, there is work that is defined by the product environment footprint, BEF. So you consider the environmental footprint of products, and these studies can be used to this end. In addition, we also need a vision and improvement of the current systems in sorting, collection, and separation, sorting, recycling, and valuing also. In Europe, we have different colors for different products. We want all citizens to be able to sort their waste. So there should be a standard with the same colors in Portugal, in Spain, and France. We need to have the same codes, or where our waste should be, how our waste should be disposed of. And then you have environmental, the environment, it needs to be considered, it's crucial. And this needs to be worked on constantly. Consumers are the driving force that will put into practice the circular economy principles. They may make, no matter how sustainable the packaging that the industry makes, if consumers don't do their job, it will be pointless. And then funding for industrialization and research and development. With the pandemic, it will show how Europe needed Asian countries. It depended on Asian countries, and this is something that needs to be taken into account and improved in the future. And research and development is crucial to this end. In this, considering this situation, APIP had a set of initiatives. It signed up the Circular Alliance of Plastics to promote circularity of plastics, with the goal to incorporate 10 million tons in 2025, by 2025. And this was signed in September 2019. In parallel, a few days later, the PIP held its plastic summit, an annual event, and we signed the Pact of the Industry of Plastics, the Portuguese industry of plastics, which was supported by the government Ministry of the Economy and the Environment. And finally, what APIP did in February 2020, it is now a member of the Brazilian, the Portuguese Plastic Pact, which is developed by the MacArthur Foundation. So we want to collaborate actively in this respect. So with the pact in our industry, these are the major actions that were taken, that are still being taken and followed up on. We have our Operation Clean Sweep program. That's an international program aiming at preventing the leakage of pellets to the marine environment. And so APIP in Portugal is managing this program. Then the MORE platform. This is an European platform that wants to monitor the amount of plastic and recycled plastic, in fact, that is added to new products. And then the Observatório da Reciclagem do Plástico, that's the monitor of plastic recycling. That's a national institution that measures the amount of waste that is recycled every year. So we have statistics. And finally, to see the numbers of recycled materials that are being used and added to many industrial products. We also have an area for research projects and innovation projects. And as I said before, this is one of the examples: participation in other initiatives and thematic work groups. In terms of, well, we now have examples. We're working in the sector, plastic sector, in terms of research and development. And within APIP, or the Portuguese Association, we mobilize the entire plastic sector for it to participate in this initiative. This initiative aims at creating an innovation ecosystem that leads to better plastics worldwide, that can contribute to a circular economy. It involves the entire value chain of this material, with over 125 organizations, including transformers, recyclers, end users, brand owners, So this has a lot to do with our technological centers. So all companies that are part of our value chain, they are represented here. This program takes 36 months. It finishes in June 30th, 2023, based on 3 pillars. Circularity for material design, circularity based on product design. So with these 2 axes or 4 fronts, they're linked to eco-design, improving the eco-design of materials and products, promoting options, among others. Then we have circularity through recycling. The idea is to innovate and improve in advanced recycling technology, providing greater recycling of materials that are harder to be recycled, and also chemical recycling, and also paper recycling. And then circularity through alternative raw materials. So we produce raw materials from waste, from organic products from other industries. This is an innovative project. And in terms of investment, the amount is 48.9 million reals. It's funded by Portuguese program, Portugal 2020. And so I'd like to thank also all the alternative product area from Portugal that have supported this project, which is a rather bold and ambitious project that will contribute to the circularity of plastics. As I said before, we also participated in the MacArthur Pact, and a PIP plays an active role there, coordinates the activities where we have other sector activities. It also decisions are made there. I will now touch on another topic. We discuss the circular economy and sustainability, economic and social and environmental issues. So there's also health involved. All our action needs to be consider the environment, and this will have an effect on our health. And this is what this initiative is. The planet health. It's about human health, it's about well-being, and it's also about the health of the environment. So if we consider behavioral alterations in which human health and environmental sustainability, they're closely linked. So there's always this close ongoing and contributes to the into our health. And human beings, if they're healthy, then you can expect them to have more responsible environmental behavior that's more sustainable. So we need a change in behavior that are very highly complex. And the idea is that what I can do, and we have a concrete case of a car, for instance, that will generate more emission, will contribute to increased temperatures because of greenhouse gases. In this increased temperature will have other consequences that will affect everyone ultimately. Moving on to the circular economy, if we really want to reach this goal, we need to change our behavior very soon, immediately. And this is essential to take into account our capability, our knowledge, the way of learning about things like the rules on sorting materials, then opportunity and the means to sort these materials and separate them, and also to take responsible, sustainable action, good environmental action. This means contributing to the environment, and everyone will benefit. So within this logic, we wanted to stress this point. Human health, environmental sustainability, these two are closely linked within a greater, broader context of the health of the planet. Finally, and this is something that has been mentioned throughout this Congress, if we really want to reach a circular economy, we need a holistic vision, a global vision, and to work in integration. Otherwise, we won't have a better plastic that's more circular, a more sustainable planet, a healthier planet. And as I've also mentioned, plastic is not a means, plastic is a means, a resource, it's not waste. And as human beings, we can change our behavior, it's up to us. And there's something I always discuss about this topic, that there was a writer who said this exactly, that garbage in itself does not exist. Garbage is not an object, or garbage and waste is about a gesture, and plastic is exactly about this, our gesture, our behavior. In fact, everyone may have a different view. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that we see the world from different perspectives. So we can integrate all these perspectives collaboratively, and this may lead us toward something positive that we want from the circular economy of plastics and other materials, taking care of our planet. Thank you for your attention. These are my contact details. Please, I'll be available. Nuno Aguiar, Technical Director of the APIP, the Portuguese Association of the Plastics Industry. Thank you so much for participating and contributing. We have some questions, but as we are short of time, we'll address these questions in the debate, okay? At 5 p.m. All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again. Nuno, I should remind you that we have simultaneous translation, and you should select the language at the top left corner. And then the materials in English and the attendees guide are available on our website. If you need information about the awards of the 4th CBP, you can get that there too. In order to ask questions to speakers, use the specific section for questions at the foot of your transmission screen. We will now have, this is the time to get the best answer to our poll. Which straw would you use to discuss the role of plastic in the circular economy? We invite Marcos Iorio, consultant of EcoCircular Projetos Regenerativos. Good afternoon, Marcos. Wonderful. Right. So thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this Congress that's so well organized with high caliber speakers. with such great presentations. What a challenge to talk about Nuno Aguiar with such a thorough presentation. I'll bring up Isaac Newton. I'm not saying that I'm like Newton, but if I can take another step, it means starting from the shoulders of giants. This is about a project I'm participating. The idea is to remove 100% of the packaging from landfills and make them 100% circular. When we consider urban metabolism, this is the point of our study. I wanted to compare ourselves to consider how much material is being buried in Brazil. And I saw a document that has been recently released by the Ministry of the Environment in 2021. And I did the gravimetric analysis to see how Brazil stands. And I saw in that document, in that report, that there was a quote from 2012. So 2021 with 2012 data. I went to the 2012 report of the Ministry of the Environment. I saw the same chart, the same graph. And there, they said it dated back to 2008. And then I went to 2008 and they said the data was from 2007. And then I went to the source of the data, 2007. And I tried to find out what methodology was used. And this number had been surveyed by questions, probably sent by email to 300 municipalities in a universe of 5,400. If city governments knew what mix of materials were landfilled. So this is how people do politics. So it's really hard to have information that is really accurate if the data is gathered like this. Without data, you just an opinion to give. You just have an opinion to give. We need better data to have narratives that are not based on opinions alone. In 2001, the United Nations had this agenda for 2015 with 8 major issues, and that were expanded to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals later. And this is, I'm wearing blue, and most speakers as today is the World's Day of the Oceans. We've been discussing life in water, and this is a highly important topic to be discussed. And we know that humankind now is facing one of its greatest challenges, climate change. So all design proposals or all products that are being designed, we may be solving one problem, but we may be creating another problem at the same time. We need to measure the results of our intentions. I have a chart that I like to discuss. That's a graph by MacArthur about losses to the environment or leaks into the environment, not only to plastics. It may apply to any materials. When I was raised as a child, everyone used the word recycled as the silver bullet. But in this study, they say that if we do what all governments do, if we have all our strategies on the table, in 2040, we'll just be able to address 7% of all the material leaks into the environment. So we need to review our strategies. Nuno has just shown this chart, which I think is very clear. The circular economy is not just about recycling. Recycling is just one of the verbs that we'll be using. In order to leave the linear economy behind, take, make, use, and dispose, we need many more verbs, including recycling, but also returning, reusing, repairing. And companies shouldn't have just making their impact neutral, but rather to create positive impact, to do more than what was extracted. we need to regenerate. This is our goal as companies. Another chart that quantifies what we need to do, again, proposed by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. This is a model of the action that can be taken. It quantifies the effects of each of these actions. So substitution or replacement of materials, for instance, in packaging, it will have a role, but this role in this model, it just is 17% efficient. And then in reducing, we have a large portion of compostable materials and new materials as well. But then the proposal of reducing means reusing. And the largest part has a lot to do with business models, which I'll be discussing later. And plastic has an extremely important role when we rethink its use. We also need to improve our mechanical recycling, both in open and closed systems. And until 2040, chemical recycling will have an important role, but it won't be any silver bullet at all. All these strategies need to be resorted to address the problems. In order to have an effective shift in our model, you need to consider or take innovation into account. And I'll again mention the Ellen MacArthur report called Innovation at the Source. So, and that is different from innovation at downstream. Before we solve the problems of cooperative and pre-sorted collection and the problem of garbage pickers, it won't happen. We need innovation downstream, and we as companies and manufacturers, we need to provide or give attention to design at the source or upstream.
70% of the interviewees at startups, they said that their segment is suffering some kind of disruption, but 70% is investing in changes that will change their business. We can see a graph of a circularity measurement tool. And when we compare the left side, which are global companies, and the right one, which is South America, we can see that we don't have any problems with people. We are a little above the average when compared to other regions. We have a system deficit. We have a deficit in strategy, but the greatest gap lies in innovation. We can give several explanations, maybe because the company teams here in Brazil, they have tax and accounting teams that are much bigger than marketing and R&D. But this is one of the issues that we need to work out to move forward. This year, XP Investments held an event that was completely focused on ESG. This is the People, Planet, Profit, where this expression really gained force. And this is being taken very seriously in the financial market. BlackRock, that manages $7 trillion in assets, and Larry Fink is the CEO. Last year, he vetoed or fired 4,800 CEOs of companies where BlackRock participated in, because they did not demonstrate the demonstrated commitment towards ESG. Larry Fink, for him, the climate risk is a financial risk. NASDAQ allows you to compare your stock portfolio with regard to carbon emissions, waste generation, production of renewable energy, gender equality, and make comparisons among companies in controversial topics or beneficial ones. So this score will become more and more evidence for decisions to be easier to be made. Here I recommend this Netflix series that talks about the era of data. And in this world where data is gold, what is your score with regard to circularity? We are measured to take loans, how many followers we have on Instagram and Facebook, how many people visit our pages, and the circular economy cannot not be different. And here we have measurement tools to facilitate to see this. MacArthur has the circulatics, but the cradle to cradle, BCG, KPMG, and ISO, they have circularity proposals, not just for products, but also for their internal processes, their governance, and the governance of their departments, and for the company as a whole. Within the innovation at the origin, I like this image. This is the life cycle image, and we'll also talk about the life cycle analysis. When we extract resources, they go through betterment, they go to converters, and also they will be identified as to their use. It goes through distribution, retail, and sometimes retail can reconnect secondary packaging to the life cycle, and the consumers that can also recycle. 80% of the impact is defined in the brand, which defines how that material will be used. So the waste is a design mistake, and if so, there is a mistake in intention. So here we have a focus of innovation at the origin. Towards this effect, saying that material circulation starts at the origin, this is an example of the Tresemme packaging that developed this together with a converter, a dark pigment to not change the packaging, and this can be recognized by the recycling factory sensors so that it is not downgraded to downsiding. This is a clear example of collaboration research between the converter, the brand, and the recycling industry, showing what are the paths to be followed to pursue innovation at the origin. I like displaying this lean startup image. These are the startups that are doing the disruption. Startups are machines to validate hypotheses. They have a market hypothesis with regard to a service or a product. They collect these data, they learn, and they pivot this, and they improve this. This proposal is also from the post-war proposal of Lenin. So, you know, the PDIC. So data is also gold when we talk about innovation for circularity. Now, using data and tools, I will talk about the life cycle analysis. In 69, Coca-Cola had 3 internal questions. Which bottle would impact most, glass or plastic, environmental impacts, if it was more worthwhile for Coca-Cola to produce their own bottles or outsource, and was it better to recycle or just one way? This study was in 75. It was presented in a scientific magazine so that scientists could comment on this, and they incited this discussion, which became the tool to analyze the life cycle. Coca-Cola summoned the resource and environmental profile. The European branch called this EcoBalance, but in 78, Coke launched the PET bottle as an optimization of what they already had. From then on, we collected better databases to understand how to quantify these effects and place impacts that are measurable based on climate changes, ozone depletion that didn't exist back then. And we took almost 40 years to improve our databases and do more precise studies. Here's an example of how we could look at coffee, looking at these 4 types of impacts: the use of soil, water, energy, and climate. Red has to do with coffee supply, and darker blue, the brewing and drinking. So land use, the greatest portion is during plantation. Water, also the greatest use is during plantation. And a little bit while we're preparing the coffee. And energy is more intensive when we prepare the coffee, when we heat the water. And the climate changes arising from this are during the plantation and during the preparation. I call your attention to a very thin line of packaging, which is the environmental impact of the packaging available there and how much is actually measured. So when we have a proposal to avoid plastic, we are placing at risk the delicious aroma, oxidation of the coffee, the experience of drinking fresh coffee on behalf of something that we imagine is doing good, removing the packaging, but we are placing at risk all the resources that were used to place coffee on our table. The greatest consumer of coffee in the world is not Germany, US, or Brazil. It's the sink drain. After prepared, 40% goes down the drain.
Ou porque a chaleira não tinha uma condição mínima de água para se preparar.
Maybe the coffee machine was not able to produce a smaller dose, and Nestlé, via Nespresso, resolved by means of the single dose. They solved this impact of wasted coffee. If you don't communicate this, you have pressure from the market that if you don't recycle the capsule, I prefer wasting coffee in the old-fashioned way. So marketing teams, communication of these data is of the utmost importance. So when we remove the packaging of a given material, the environmental impact is exponentially larger for each gram of food or product that we waste. When we increase the protection on the packaging, this is linear. So it's not the same, the environmental impact of increasing the packaging or removing the packaging. It's much worse to place your product under risk when you think like this. And here we go to the survey. When I saw the survey, I thought it was very emblematic regarding straws and the pressure they were suffering around the world. So I saw this study done by Braskem and Inciclo, and I thought this was very enlightening. When we compare different proposals to substitute the plastic straw, this considers the life cycle analysis and showing how the material is delivered to the market. So washable straws, the disposable ones with polyethylene or cardboard material, considering the number of cycles. Steel, you can use 5 times more than glass, which breaks, and glass 2 times more than bamboo, and thinking that all of them at the end of their use will wind up in a landfill. In other words, adequate disposal. So we placed this on the networks. We placed this on our sites. We asked people, and let's see what the result of this survey was. Here we have a very select group that understands the analysis of life cycle. 45% of the people answer that they prefer plastic straws when you have an aware choice due to a lesser impact. Then we have the steel straws with 21%, and third, we had disposable paper, and in fourth, we had washable bamboo straws. Normally, when I ask this question in not so select audiences, people choose bamboo, maybe because it's closer to people's hearts. It has a beautiful design coming from nature, and you have this idea that remits to sustainable. But when I show the life cycle analysis, there's a certain frustration, because when we truly measure the effects of the impacts done by a tool, plastic by far imposes the lesser impact on these usage and disposal issues, and bamboo has the largest impact. Bamboo and glass and steel, they have an orange portion that's very large. This is the impact of washing and the use of detergent. All the environmental load that was brought to this cleaning will also impact because you chose to use the material in this way. Somebody asked me, but I can also recycle the plastic straw, right? So this is also another story. We need to understand the journey. Where does it go after we use it? Which has to do with innovation at the end of the chain. 56% in Brazil of this material winds up being collected by means of garbage collection points or street garbage collectors. Even if it goes to a recycling co-op, in none of these situations will someone be able to use their time to separate a straw. So the straw in this case, its best destination is the landfill if it is necessary to use it. So this is a bit of what we need to work in Brazil with regard to this end of chain. The landfill, even though this is called the grave, from cradle to grave, this is not the last impact. We have a decomposition, the emission of GHGs for a long period. Just for you to see, the dark portion is the food producing methane. Pink, a bit further up, is the decomposition of paper. So we have this impact that continues to be generated for many, many years. Here we see an example of a packaging change study and how important it is to present this, where a cardboard packaging for food was submitted to a study, and then they substituted this by plastic PET. And it was made clear that the impact was being assessed. So the PET packaging uses less material, and the impact is 37% less, and almost 3 times less environmental impact, and soil use also 3.5 times less. This was done by Braskem and is available. In terms of trends, the mega trends, I draw your attention here mainly to the circular management of materials. Brands and companies thought that this material should be ready to be inserted and designed for disassembly. The creation of models for reuse, less fresh material. This is pressure that comes to the market. Nuno also mentioned waste, and waste is food. We need to work in a collaborative fashion to connect, and recycled material needs to be of excellence in terms of quality, and it needs to perform likewise to fresh material. There's also bioplastics, biodegradables with their considerations depending on how they are disposed of, the compostable and monomaterials to facilitate reinsertion in circular economy areas. Of these 3 macro tendencies, I call your attention to measure data are gold. So we need to do the efficiency metrics of sustainability and circularity to prove this to people. among these large companies I mentioned for us to see where the focus and commitment is. So the focus and commitment of these great brands and retailers is in these first three lines. So 100% recyclable materials, the increase in post-consumption resins, and besides recyclable, it needs to be recycled. So this needs to be done by the sector, and it is the responsibility of all for us to join hands and move forward with this. Few brands are betting on biodegradable, as we can see in this image. Here's a case, maybe for us to think a bit outside the box. So I'm bringing you an example of a box to illustrate this. This is a startup ready to scale up in China. They are using a plastic box for e-commerce. It is twice as expensive as conventional boxes, but due to its use, it is almost 30% cheaper in its use. There are 2 million boxes circulating around China with 20 operational centers, and I share these numbers that now 2,400 packagings are being delivered around the world. This is the size of the opportunity. Other movements that are really worth observing and how they're being measured. Coca-Cola in Latin America and Brazil redesigned the shape of its bottles by using its iconic design of the conventional Coca-Cola bottle to place reuse as one of the strategies and measuring its impacts. 47% less GHGs, 45% less use of water. Another example of a company that is betting not on reduction, but the robustness of packaging is Loop. They have subscription plans for you to return your packaging to the brands, and this created an impact of greater brand reputation with an impact measurement of 22 to 45% better environmental performance for the life cycle analysis. Another startup in the US and in the UK, the Cup Club, closed several large contracts with great brands to reuse cups. This is also possible, and they are studying this independently and have shown a reduction of 50% in GHGs when compared to traditional cups, even if you take on 10% loss of the cups. Other movements regarding innovation at the origin. Sprite in Asia removed the green dye to increase the value of recycling of its plastic. Nestle also did this in Germany by removing the pigment in its packaging. So to conclude this, some care with regard to the tools for life cycle analysis. We should use it to highlight improvements of the solution. It works very well for this. The use to investigate the impact of change in external factors. If there is a law that you cannot bury plastic anymore, we need to restudy our base and see what is the final impact that could be generated, or of doing this in Asia or in Brazil. What are the differences in terms of impact in both places? Always do this to compare similar things, as we did with straws, for example, and be careful not to use the life cycle analysis at the beginning of the process, because this can lead us to paths that we do not want. In summary, I believe that plastic will continue to be a design tool that is incredible, as it was in the 20th century. We need to fit this with moderation in the best projects. In terms of reuse, it is the #1 candidate to allow this coming and going of material, and remind you that innovation does not stop. We are in an exponential area, and those who wait will be run over by new business models, not new material models. So the focus should be here. And I call upon the sector to join forces and continue to work towards this effect so you don't stop generating innovation. This is what I had to share. Thank you very much for your time. And I am now available for questions if necessary. I would like to thank Marcos Iorio, consultant of Eco Circular for regenerative projects. Yes, we have several questions. We have 7 minutes. Let's see what we are able to entertain of the request coming from the Congress participants. I will start with Marco's question. He commented the following question. He says that the great problem seems to be information. Marketing personnel, they have a great opportunity to explore for innovation in these companies. Wouldn't this be a way to move forward? He was stimulated to think about this regarding the Nestle capsules. This is my personal story. Since 2001, I work in product marketing. And when I thought my life would dedicate itself to sustainability, I thought that as an actor of the marketing area, I was hearing what consumers wanted, and I needed to internally request the drivers for development. And at the same time, I needed to communicate this in the best possible way to the audience that would be palatable, easy to understand. And this is a great challenge. Around 2009, most companies, they had sustainability actions, but only 2% would communicate this. So we're very bad at communicating. And I think most of this is due to the marketing departments having to study more deeply circular economy so it doesn't sound like greenwash or something that was not well thought through. And the company made an effort in the design to develop the best product. So this is a huge opportunity for the marketing teams. Nice. Now I'm going to read Wilson Thiago de Jesus Souza's question. What happens in the case of markets or companies that are more developed, not using more products that cause some kind of environmental impact, but bring these products to countries or regions that are less developed? For example, the coffee capsule that stopped being used in the US, but came to Brazil. This example is one of success. If we use the life cycle analysis concept, it is favorable. What I believe is that in Hamburg, in Germany, they prohibited the plastic capsules because they were not recyclable in public environments, in public agencies. And we have a great measurement gap of these impacts. Imagine if we move away from capsules and go back to boiling coffee. We didn't have all the issues of climate changes, and we're just looking at the waste generated by the packaging at the end of the concept. So once again, this is a great communication problem. And the great risk in public hysteria is to go on a witch hunt without knowing everything behind this and not having the proper data for this. Everyone has an opinion on the social media, and sometimes these become laws. I recall that here in Brazil, during some time, they prohibited turning on your cell phones in gas stations. This started in a small town with a city commissioner, and all gas stations adhered to this. But we never saw this effectively occurring, but we transformed this into law before studying this subject. Now we have a question from Caroline de Souza Borges. She congratulates you for your talk and observed a life cycle analysis for straws and saw that the impact is much smaller than other materials. Based on this, doesn't it make any difference in using a common plastic straw and another one with biodegradable components. Professor Turra said it all. If we think that this straw did not go where it was supposed to, first, if we have the oxybio and it goes to the landfill, which would be where it should go, we place an additive for no need. If it leaks to the environment, we will generate microplastics. And if it goes to recycling, we will contaminate the other flow of materials that do not have the oxybio. So this is not greenwashing, this is dark washing. To place an additive of this sort, where you ruin everything, you don't resolve anything. You just resolve something in the mind of the consumer because he thinks he is making the best decision. If we really place this on the table, this is the worst decision, to place an additive like this for recycling, burying, or improper disposal. Marcos, we have 1 minute. Could you please answer the question of Evelyn Toledo? She said, bread owners set their goals with regard to recycled material without a heavy approach for recycled material, awareness and separation. Will there be available recyclable material for all brands to achieve their goals? This is a great question for Brazil. We are very lagging with regard to goals and actions. If we look at this, we bet that everything was going to be resolved by recycling co-ops, but the great number is that only 15% of the material coming back to the industry comes from households, goes through selective collection, and goes to a triage co-op and goes back to the industry. And almost 85% of this material are autonomous collectors. So Brazil has a unique model that is an invisible network. We are looking at solving the 15%, and we have 85% without a plan. So what I hear from recycling companies is that they are really eager for material. They need material. So we need to seriously resolve this structuring of how to make these flows work in Brazil. And it's not throwing this in the lap of the brand owner or city halls. We need to have a pact towards this effect and work very seriously and without demagogy. Otherwise, we're not going to reach the objectives that companies are proposing.
Participação e contribuição aqui no 4º Congresso Brasileiro.
Obrigado, eu que agradeço.
Plastics Congress. Thank you.
Nós vamos unir aí os palestrantes que já
have the
fizeram
6
suas
speakers together
tarde e voltam
who
agora
this afternoon, and we will have our second debate of the day. I remind you that in order to get simultaneous translation, choose the language in the top left corner. Also, pay attention to the awards offered by the 4th CBP. Use the Cibiplástico hashtag in social media, Instagram, Twitter, and find our publications in the Superplast store. Your Instagram, in order to participate, your Instagram account shouldn't be private. Also, you're kindly invited to register in our YouTube channel. So we have Ronald, Sasine, major consultant of Major Winson, who participates from the United States, Chicago, and presented Circular Economy and Plastics in American Vision. Alexander Turra, PhD and full professor at the University of São Paulo. He talked about plastic in the seas. Manoel Lisboa, expert in polymers, innovation, and new business, who talked about the development of new materials and their impact in the evolution of society. Albano Schmitt, CEO of Termotecnica, who talked about plastic packaging helping export food in Brazil. Nuno Aguiar technical director of APIP, the Portuguese Association of the Plastic Industry, discussing the circular economy of plastics in Portugal, a sustainable vision, and Marcos Iorio, consultant of Ecocircular Projetos Regenerativos, who talked about the protagonism of plastics in the circular economy. The mediator will be Alfredo Schmitt, president of the Sustenplast Institute. Alfredo, over to you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be talking to you. I know Nuno and Marcos Iorio in person. It's a great pleasure. First of all, I listened to all the presentations and they were excellent. Marcos, I really liked the term you used, dark washing. It was so good. It's something that we will need to use. This will be part of our repertoire of expressions. It's so true. And I was really charmed. I mean, these were so many different comments that we got on all the topics that were discussed. So the afternoon panel, as well as the morning panel, they were both excellent. The Israel room was also great. We had three professors, PhDs. That was exceptional, outstanding quality. When this material is made available, please take a look at that too. It's really worth it. All these topics add a lot of value to our discussions. I'll start this conversation with a question that was left behind. I think I'm the oldest. I need my glasses on. And this was a question to Nuno. And the question goes, Nuno, historically, the tax burden in Brazil limits our economic activity. In Portugal, like with all the European Union, there was a policy to reduce tax on the plastic recycling chain. Has there been such a policy? Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, thank you for your question. It's very important, a very important question. Well, tax is something that's cross-sectional in all economic activities, including recycling, but also transformation of raw materials in all segments, both plastic and other materials. In the case of plastics, right now, one of the greatest obstacles to this sector is tax on the waste of the recycling industry. So, for example, the rate in landfills, it's an obstacle, or the acquisition of waste, but the tax on and the money that companies pay to dispose in landfills is very high. And this fee, when you consider the review of national strategic plans, this rate has been increasing, and we're expecting it to be even higher to landfill products. We understand that this need to reduce this disposal into landfills, but we want to do much more. In terms of recycling, it's hard to understand. This is an end-of-line activity, recycling, and it shouldn't be made less important than the other sectors in the area of waste. I have a comment before I take the next question. The Brazilian, or the fourth Brazilian Congress, Plastics Congress, should be held last October. It takes place every 2 years, but with the pandemic, everything has changed, of course, and we are now having it online. And we chose this date for a reason. This is a very important date. We want it to be held on the environment, the week of the environment, on the Day of the Oceans. So Brazilian plastic sector has a lot to show and a lot to add. And I'd like to stress that we really want to contribute for a better solution to this planet. Can you talk about tax burden? I have one example in the United States. It's also very interesting for you. Sure, of course. Well, in the United States, in our many states, they have what we call recycling zone. So if I invest in one recycling zone, an area that's economically active for recycling, what takes place here? Tax on the purchase of machinery, equipment, the acquisition of land, everything that is related to recycling in the recycling zone, within the recycling zone, it's tax exempt for a time. So this is an incentive to recycling in an area, particular areas, and investors can receive a push, if you will, some boost to their investment. Well, Ronald, that's so interesting. I don't know about recycling. I have some friends who have this. I don't know if my friends in Brazil have this information. So if you could, some project, it doesn't matter what, but if you could present this situation, to present this scheme to Brazilian officials as a way to encourage recycling, this would be good. Yes, very good. Right. So on behalf of the Recycling Committee of the AB Plast, thank you. Thank you for giving us this information. A question to Manuel. Manuel, I know PNL or neurolinguistic programming, NLP, very superficially, but when you mentioned beliefs, you were talking about this from an NLP perspective, right? So why does such bad information about plastic? Most of the information about plastic is bad, and a lot of them is false. So why do people accept them? What can we do to improve this? Well, Alfredo, currently we get lots and lots of repetitive data about plastics. So you get a huge load of information on plastics. And when this increases, it's much easier to criticize than to praise. So when you go there, you get more likes or more okays when you say what people want to listen, even if it's not correct. So when talk about NLP, first, there's your behavior, what you do. Now, the second base is your skills, what you think you know. And then you go up to the beliefs, which are on a higher level. So to change the press, it's harder to change behavior. Now, if you start by changing behavior, if you start by learning more, you generate more skills, and then you start changing your beliefs too. And that's what's taking place with plastics today. We need to add more information, correct, accurate information. Not only companies, not only should companies do this, but also all stakeholders in the plastics value chain, everyone should convey information, accurate information, those that transform plastic, those that everyone who works in plastics, all the universities, and so on and so forth. So when all that information is made into knowledge, we change beliefs. I'd like to make a complimentary comment, Manuel. I'll tell you a brief anecdote. Am I speaking too fast? Should I speak more slowly? No, you're fine. I try to speak more slowly. Don't worry, don't worry. So recently, the coordinator of the institute was asked to do a course at a university, a course in a circular economy in Europe, in the United States, in Brazil, wherever she wanted. And we saw the list of professors giving the course, and then the course or the disciplines or subjects. Plastic has always been the ugly duckling. No one talks about other materials as badly as they talk about plastic. So as you've just mentioned, it's hard to change a belief. Now, if we as a whole, if we let things continue, it will snowball. No one will be able to hold it anymore or control it anymore. So when we think about circular economy courses, we should also say something. I'm not saying that we shouldn't try to take advantage of it, of course, or to be biased at all, but we should provide accurate information for students doing courses in circular economy. I have a comment, if you will. In our time, we believed that if we drank milk and ate mangoes at the same time, we would die. This was a belief that that existed in Brazil. So I'm not walking under a ladder because I'll have 7 years of bad luck or I won't break a mirror. So what do we need to do? We need to offset that belief. We have to do it and show that nothing will happen. I can have a smoothie with milk and mangoes and everyone will and invite everyone to drink it and see that no one died. And that will make absolutely clear that this belief makes no sense. So we are dispelling these myths. We're showing that plastic is sustainable, that we have a way out, that we can use it in many ways. And this is what we have to show. This is how we will dispel these myths or break these beliefs. But it has to be something that all society should do, and we have to be coherent. Can I add a comment here? The fact that what we need to face is we have a very clear problem, a problem of visibility. Everyone sees it. Everyone sees plastic at the end of its life cycle. But the benefit of plastics remains invisible to most people. So there's one thing that is visible at the end of its life cycle, and the benefit remains invisible. And people don't see much more. They can see much more than what they have in their hands. So we should emphasize these benefits realistically and tangibly for those that are using and benefiting from the use of plastics. That's very true. You know, Ron, in Brazil, in Sao Paulo more recently, a law was passed prohibiting the use of disposable cups and plates, but it's not ratified yet. So it's not exactly into force. And everyone has been discussing this, disposable materials, but in fact, 1.6 billion disposable masks that were thrown out inappropriately in Brazil. No one talks about these masks. So what is the benefit of the mask? It's much greater than its discarding, and people don't see this. we should also show this kind of thing to people. Alexander Turra, tell me more. I've known you for a long time. I've always followed your work. So since from 2016 to 2021, has there been any evolution? Has there been any update in your views on the management of the oceans and all your work? Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, the topic, this theme has been evolving, especially with the pandemic, understanding the impacts of plastic in the sea, and also there's something that makes it extremely clear when plastic is out of place. Anything that is out of place shouldn't be out of place. Otherwise, we will have this situation, this demonizing of plastic, and its importance will be forgotten, will be overlooked, and things get out of proportion. So we have been making strides. We know about the problems associated with it. There are lots of myths that are being dispelled or debunked, and others are being made clear. Now, there's a huge bottleneck with additional information that we have to consider. So if we don't want our garbage to be sent to the sea, if this does not exist, if this is not done, then our garbage can be compared to other types of garbage clearly, as was expressed by many people. And these things need communicating. For this to be valid, this cannot happen. Things cannot be out of place. I have to close our doors. And this is when the concepts come in handy, and when the Environmental Assembly of the United Nations has been addressing the problem of litter in the sea and plastic in the sea. So one thing is changing the idea of combating plastic as a product, but rather combating the leaking of this product, of this material, plastic, into the sea, and using many strategies, including upstream or the design until the downstream, where it's the end of the life cycle, especially in the south of the globe, where we are, exactly in the south, geopolitically speaking. So this information, Alfredo, needs to be clearly stated. We shouldn't first deny that there's a problem and plastic is out of place, but that this product has a value. And as a biologist, I'm not an expert in the life cycles, but for me, plastic the value it has is commensurate with its use and how useful it is, like with aluminum and other values. So plastic has a value that is commensurate with its non-monetary value. In other words, how useful it is, its value of use. So no one shouldn't dispose of it, throw it away. And this is what we need to discuss freely, so that we identify potential ways that can sort the problem, address the problem. I'm just trying to shift the paradigm so that we can expand the horizon of our reflections. And in closing, Alfredo, and I said this before, it's crucial that this sector be organized and talk to the organizations that are representing Brazil, so that we go deeper into our local or national discussions, and then these diplomats will take Brazil's position there. Brazil has no position. It's still being discussed. I'm in touch with many sectors and departments of the ministries, ministries in Plaza Vida on behalf of Miguel. Miguel has been working hard there, and he can discuss these reflections with you in the United States as well, to have more structured debate on these issues. So this discussion with the ministries is really important for this sector in Brazil to be better organized and anticipates problems that may lie ahead of us. This is an important recommendation, and there's been work being done. Thank you, and thank you for letting me talk to you. Well, thank you so much for this update and what you've done. This is really important to us. And also, and this is a question I had to Albano. In other congresses, we've always had a topic, which was packaging Brazil for exporting. And Brazil exports coffee in 50-kilo bags and sugar likewise. Why doesn't Brazil export these products in smaller units, like maybe to China? Some Chinese ports, the unloading would be much easier if the products were in smaller portions. But this is still ongoing. This discussion is still ongoing. So when I got a presentation, Albano's presentation, and he explained how much effort he put into, correct me if I'm wrong, but seeking quality seals or labels for our products to be at the right level for European countries. So do you think that this is important to plastic transformation industries in Brazil to raise their quality levels so that we can, well, you're working really really hard to produce packaging to take fruit from Brazil to Europe. And before, there's a video that is being aired. It shows an MD-11 Lufthansa aircraft. So this plane, it lands in Quito, and it is loaded with flowers that go from Ecuador to Europe. So Ecuador to Europe, we have so much in Brazil that is inappropriately packed. And I was so impressed when you presented Albano. Well, first, I have some comments to make about, first, the size of this packaging. There's a lot of work that is missing with our growers. The smaller the package size, the greater the value. We can compare, for example, a bag of coffee and a capsule of Nespresso, for instance. So our growers, they haven't realized this, not yet. They say, no, this is very hard, it's complicated, and we need to pay attention to these things and also consider the entire production chain. Why, as you've mentioned, why do Ecuador and Colombia export bananas? Well, for them, bananas were considered an export. They have a brand and seal and quality certifications. A Brazilian fruit is also very good, but it doesn't reach the same levels like fruit from Israel or from Spain or Europe. We're getting there, but we still need improving. So the entire chain, and that includes plastics and packaging and all solutions that go with it, with the exporting of this fruit. So are we competitive? Are we on the same levels, the quality levels that we find globally, or in terms of contaminants, or other solutions about like nanotechnology with bactericide. So the better Brazilian companies are, they will be better able, or they will be more competitive with in the international market. Just a second, please. Another great problem we have that I think Brazil has is not only about the image of plastics, but also the image of Brazilian products. As a country, Brazil still needs a lot. We need to do a lot to advertise our coffee, for instance. Brazil has the best coffee in the world, but Colombian coffee is known as the best coffee in the world. We have great mango, high quality mango, but we're not recognized for this. And it applies to many other products. We need to try to improve our own image abroad. As a people, Brazilians still think that they over criticize themselves rather than working together, uniting to compete. Well, in the international market, we just criticize each other. Well, this reminds me of what we saw in the corrugated cardboard industry. Brazilian produce was not exported because they were put into those wooden crates. So with corrugated cardboard, they developed packaging that was appropriate for exporting. So they started exporting with fruit in bulk because they had the right packaging to do so. Now, retailers, they don't have Brazilian mangoes, just that small Mexican mango, and I'd love them to have. But the moment, as soon as I get Brazilian mangoes and Brazilian papayas, I'll be really happy.
I don't know if you know, but we have here in Brazil one of the types of mangoes that can be eaten like papaya. It has no fiber. It's very sweet. It's really wonderful. We need to value this a bit more. But I would just like to point out another problem, Alfred, that we have in the plastic transformation sector in general. Most companies are small. We don't have the strength of an industry like pulp and paper. If you look at the companies in the paper and pulp area, you have Suzano, Klabin, etc. So we don't have a transformation industry in plastics with this strength. So it's very difficult in our case for a company, a small company, to make a huge effort to find its space in this market, which is dominated by giants. Unfortunately, we need to strengthen the transformation industry as a whole for plastics in Brazil for us to become more competitive. And this situation is throughout the world. The large petrochemical producers or resin producers and the large consumers are of transformed products. But it's the small companies that make this transformation possible.
Bom, eu vou seguir e aí depois a gente
I
volta.
will continue and later we can come back to you, Manuel. I would like to see with Ronald. 3 years ago, you had a view of how the consumer market would behave for the future. Today, with the pandemic and circular economy, what is your view on this? the expectation continues to be of expansion. I mentioned 3 years ago about the importance of urbanization, what this means for the consumption of plastic. This fact continues. The great urban centers, even with the slight breakdowns and people leaving large cities, this will revert itself and large cities will continue to grow. As they grow, these large centers, these large urban complexes, the need for plastic packaging increases as well, because as people are far from the production center, they need packaging and they need plastic packaging to protect and transport food products. So I have a positive expectation of what the growth numbers will be for our market. A challenge that we have is to deal and work around with of the situation of the end of life for the packaging. Despite all the benefits that we know to exist, the end of cycle is complicated for consumers, for the city that needs to manage this material, and complicated for the entire material processing scheme. Brazil has a great advantage. It was mentioned in the previous talk. There is this system of independent garbage collectors, co-ops, to collect material. And this advantage is huge. And if we could synthesize this together with the large industries, this would be a great advantage for the market to have this system, this collection system, processing, and reuse of these materials. Can I make a comment? Albano, do you want to say something? I would just like to comment with regard to the system that we have in Brazil, with regard to the co-op of garbage collectors. We have this system, but unfortunately, this is a system that will only work while we are a low income and underdeveloped country. Once you increase income or increase the number of job offerings in society, you have much less this collection system, which is not survival, it's subsistence that they encounter to survive. So once the economy improves or we move to a developed economy, we no longer will have this system. We need to develop other mechanisms to compensate for this deficiency. Manuel. Yes, now it's 100%. Thank you. I think it is in this line that we were talking about. We need to join the production point to the consumption point. It is distributed. I need to transport, I need to package, and there is no material that transports better than plastic. It will transport and protect. These are the two most important functions of plastic. So we need to work with this. I like a lot this provocation that you set. The material does this very well. Maybe we need to work a bit more on innovation and develop packaging that can do this. So transportation and protection of these fruit. Along these lines, already twice, both Manuel and Albano mentioned the same thing that Marcos mentioned. So I would like to hear his opinion in case we don't have any further questions on this regarding this issue of the design, improving the market. I think you're fully right, but I would like you to reinforce more this idea for all of us. I work on the concept that innovation is the engine that drives value. So you need to start with this, and we need to face that we have a complex issue set forth to us. The first time that we reached the bottom of the sea was in a Trieste submarine in '53. So we know absolutely nothing about this planet. We know almost nothing about the relationship of the effects of what we are placing in the market, etc. I followed a presentation by Professor Turra from several countries talking about the effect on the oceans. So we are still crawling in connecting knowledge and draw conclusions and have insights. I think Brazil still lacks this innovation aspect, even if we take large brands. We see initiatives in Europe and in the US, and the same company does not have these initiatives in Brazil. So we are lagging in generating ideas and executing ideas and moving forward. So much of this number of 80% of this impact decided at conception, once you propose a solution for product packaging, that is when we need to understand where this will end what we are conceiving now. I encourage the students where I teach to say, if you are responsible for designing a packaging, I will ask you to understand where the co-op is, spend 2 hours there next to the conveyor, or go up on the conveyor and ask for you to classify the material, for you to understand that material that passed in front of you 1.5 seconds. If you didn't get it, there was a design issue. It wasn't attractive at the moment of truth. So I like the quote from Stephen Blank, which is a guru for the startups. He says, get out of the building. That's the name of his book. So take your booty off the chair and go to the real world to see what is happening so that you really understand what you're proposing when you do your work. Not just about packaging design, but the processes you're proposing, the logistics you thought of. How will you connect to distributors? I saw these days a packaging from Elma ships, a box being dismantled and going back to the company. So everyone can do this. So why don't we encourage more this type of idea? So I think we have a sea of strategies to be implemented, and I consider this a blue ocean. And for the plastic sector, the material is so incredible that we only need to add value by innovation to resolve the current issues and move forward. So become less defensive and be more offensive, join hands and knowledge, because we have everything to work out the current issues regarding this material. Marcos, I always make the same challenge and invitation to entrepreneurs. I always say, please, for next month, purchase everything in your house. Don't allow anyone else to go to the supermarket. You will do the groceries. You will buy at all stores, supermarket, bakery, convenience store, so that you understand what is happening there and see where your product lives, dies, and is used, etc. So I fully agree. You need to get off your chair and see in the real world where things are, and you need to live this. Exactly. Go ahead, Tuha. This discussion is very important, and this real world passes through places outside the market and the value chain. For example, those associated to coastline management, and it has to do with illegal occupations. We have a huge number of people that are marginal, including collecting and the appropriate disposal of waste. I have discussed and said that the sea is a great problem. Plastic in the sea is a great problem, but it is also a symptom and the same type of symptom that says why we have dengue in Brazil, why we have flooding in certain areas. So we're talking about very real issues. In this sense, when I am in these international discussions, and an argument that always comes forth is the following. We have several open taps that make solid waste go to the sea. Fishing, diffuse pollution, illegal occupation, beach tourism of people who are unaware. So many open taps. So how will we increase the global plastic production without working out these issues? But there are issues here that are not under the governance of the sector. For example, waste management and other aspects. For example, poverty. Poverty itself is an issue. And this is where we need to think how the sector organizes itself for in a structured way to support cities, for example. This program that is being structured by the Global Compact, Braskem, and us, we seek to create mechanisms for cities to be more autonomous, to think what is happening in there, identify the bottlenecks, and with the existing technical solutions, resolve issues at that governance level, which is municipal. The suggestions that Marcos brings, which are brilliant, they have a larger scale and they have to do with the value chain, not so much with the city, even though this impacts the city. But we will be talking about these points, the irregular occupations, and understanding these issues. So it's very important for the sector to understand this and think how they can extend their actions to other aspects that are equally as important in solving this problem in a general fashion. And then, for example, I'm going to produce more. That's what society needs, yes, but what will be produced will not end up in the sea. So I think this is the point that is lacking for the sector not to be so reactive on behalf of society. Well, we are at the very end. So I will ask Patricia, our Master of Ceremonies, if there are any further questions, and later I will make a brief comment before we conclude. Yes, we do have some questions. I will start with the leader of Simplast, Luis Felipe William. He congratulated this event, Alfredo, and he said it was very good. The fourth CBP, the speakers were excellent, and he's asking when we will have the fifth CBP. I can answer that. It will be held 2 years from now in June of 2023. We have not confirmed the date yet, however. Wonderful. We have another question from Miguel Fernandes from Engancineto. How do you see the initiative of Blue Keepers in Brazil, and how can we be a partner in this process? It's for Alexandre, the question. I see that Blue Keepers, they seek to sponsor innovation ecosystems. These innovation ecosystems are spaces to think of the problem and resolve it at a municipal level mainly. This depends on local partnerships between the public power, the private initiative, academia, and organized civil society, and citizens at large. So what I see is that the sector that is capillary in the territory needs to organize itself locally to leverage these actions and not do wire transfer to pay the bill. They need to assist because these processes need to be conducted in a mature, participative, and mature way, and their results need to represent understandable solutions by understanding the complexity of the issues that are found in each location. So along these paths is how the sector can structure itself. Of course, supporting the project at a national level, but acting in supporting local solutions. Well, I will now move on to the conclusion. I would like to thank all of you, Manoel, Turra, Albano, Ron, Nuno Aguiar, who I had the pleasure of meeting and seeing for the first time today, Marcos as well. And I would like to quote someone very briefly on plastic. There was a speaker, a very high-level speaker, who at one point said the following: plastic is such a wonderful product that if it didn't exist, it would have to be invented. Based on your chuckle, you probably know who said this. Ronald Sasine mentioned this, and I captured that. And I always like to mention this. Sorry, we lost Alfredo's signal there for a second. But I think everyone connected to plastic thinks in the same fashion. I will ask, can you hear me, Patricia? Yes, I can hear you, Alfredo. Before moving to the conclusion, I will ask you to stay here so that you see what will be shown. And we will now present a closeout video. For those who don't know me, I am Jacques Siekierski, one of the veterans from the sector. I founded ITAP and also IBF. Dear Rogério, Alfredo, and all other colleagues and directors of IBF, I feel honored to have a room named after me at IBF. And I had to go there to make sure they were talking about me. Usually these are honors that are granted to important people who have already moved on, which is not my case. As the flexible packaging sector has developed, some colleagues like myself felt the need of strengthening and organizing this sector. In 1977, we founded the Brazilian Association of Flexible Packaging, IBF. And in almost half a century, we have had important evolutions. Today, we have hundreds or more companies acting in this sector, many of them with leading edge technology. If you ask me how I see the future, one of the challenges will be the environment. The sector needs adequate answers that are doable and satisfactory, and society will demand this from us. I see this as a huge challenge. If you allow me, I would like to read a text that I prepared for another event at another opportunity. I miss the autumn of a patriot. From our springs, I and so many others, coming or going from very far, came back to Brazil that received us so warmly. It was a different country. Few cars that were imported. Milk was sold in glass bottles and returnable ones. And we used to communicate via telegrams. No plastic bags. It was cellophane or paper. I had an agreement with my brother Bernard, only could buy the newspaper. We had few money. With dedication, some intuition, and a lot of persistence and work, making mistakes and getting it right, we built our companies and fulfilled our dreams. We generated wealth and generated jobs. None of us had a master's or MBA or a university degree, and also not an inferior level education. We were operators, salespeople, and billers. We had no schedule or org chart, no formalities. Everything was resolved sometimes by shouting. Lawyers forget about it. Contracts and agreements were closed with a handshake. Bills of sale did not exist. We had dreams and more dreams. Some accomplished, others not. We did not have to schedule a time or date to visit friends. People communicated more looking into each other's eyes. We were more together, more friends, and more human. Today, in the autumn of this, I must cross through the several seasons of the year and my life. I miss a lot of it, but I have a lot of satisfaction and pride. Dreams and passion. Be passionate about your dreams. Thank you very much.
Bom, meus amigos, eu achei assim emocionante.
Well, I thought that was very touching.
Quero agradecer a todos.
I would like to thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado por terem participado.
Thank you very much for your participation in this Congress. It was a great satisfaction to receive all of you here in this event. And see you next time. See you. Alfredo, go ahead. This could not have ended in a better fashion. This was the cherry on the icing. And we would like to reiterate our thanks to everyone who participated, the speakers, mediators, and we have some final messages. The participation certificate of this 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress will be sent to all members who participated, over 70%, and all material presented during the CBP will be made available in both Portuguese and English in the cbplastico.com.br site. So register on YouTube to watch all the lectures of the 4th CBP. Thank you very much once again. And as Alfred mentioned, we will see each other in 2023 in the 5th CBP Congress. Thank you very much to all. Thank you and congratulations. Success. Congratulations and for this excellent event. And it was a great honor to be available to collaborate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all. Thank you. Bye-bye.